Thank you, everyone, for joining us on day 2 of this important workshop. My name is Dr. 𝗬𝗂𝗀𝗻𝗃, and I am supporting the Ross team as a resilience specialist in transformational change. Thank you all for joining, and we're very pleased to see you and to take the opportunity today to apply and reflect on what we've learned in day 1 of the workshop and also on our own diverse and various work streams so that we can come together and reflect, think, and strategize and ultimately contribute to a growing global evidence base on what constitutes effective climate action. Next slide. The workshop today has 3 objectives. First of all, to identify insights, to advance our own thinking and those of our colleagues around action on transformational change and resilience. We're going to reflect on the case study from yesterday, but also from our own work. And in doing so, articulate and identify powerful questions in key dimensions of transformational change that will help us design, implement, and evaluate programs with a higher degree of sophistication and nuance. And then finally, identify what sorts of supporting tools and processes, what kinds of experimentation do we need to do to innovate and advance and ultimately contribute towards transformational climate action. Next slide. A few technical reminders. We are recording this meeting, and to please mute your microphone while others are speaking. Raise virtual hands to contribute to the conversation. We welcome your participation via the chat box where you can discuss with each other and also pose questions. And please allow everyone to have the opportunity to speak and to actively listen. If you need any technical assistance, you can send a direct message to Lauren Dennis, who is also supporting this session. Next slide. Back to Slido. What is the one key takeaway that you have from yesterday's sessions? Something that you learned either in the plenary session or in our resilience case study. Thanks for the link, Lauren. Alternatively, you can use the QR scanner on your phone for this. Next slide. This should be familiar to you by now. We discussed it yesterday, and you may have read it in the SIP Transformational Change report. But we're going to be reflecting and applying these 5 dimensions of transformational change and think through what they mean for climate resilience action. The 5 categories are relevance, by which we mean alignment and attentiveness through time to goals and context. And by that we mean the climate resilience goals and context. Systemic change. What are the fundamental shifts in systems and structures that will bring about transformative change? Speed. How do we accelerate the impacts to achieve appropriate speed of change? Climate change is descending, and we have 1 generation to successfully tackle this unprecedented crisis. The speed at which we learn and implement forceful strategies is essential. Finally, scale. How do we roll out change processes on a global level, particularly within the context of, while climate change is global, climate action is often very local. How are we going to achieve worldwide impact? And then finally, sustainability, the robustness, resilience, and adaptiveness to change. How do we ensure that our efforts and our programs are sustainable and the impact will be sustained over over time. Next slide. Today is going to be a lot more small group work, a lot more interactive discussion. It was incredibly useful to learn from and benefit our rich array of speakers yesterday. While we do have some further speakers, the heart and soul of today's work is going to be small group discussions in breakout rooms and innovative use of Mural. Next slide. You will join a breakout room with a few other participants. This will happen automatically. And we have two key questions for you in the Mural, the online whiteboard, the virtual platform. Two key questions for you to consider. First of all, review and add to the key insights for advancing transformational change. I've already put in 2 examples of takeaway lessons from the case study yesterday on sticky notes. We would really welcome your reflections and insights to add to that as well. And then secondly, the bulk of the session, 25 minutes, will be on powerful questions to inform the movement. Reflecting on the transformational change dimensions and also your expertise and your experience on climate resilience. How do we use this transformational change lens to inform and advance effective action in the resilience arena? There are 5 categories and space to really reflect and think. Next slide. I'm going to hand over to Lauren Dennis now, who is going to walk you through the how-to session on Mural. Thank you, Lauren.
Okay, thank you, Colleen. Let's see if I can add my spotlight here. Okay, well, welcome everyone to our Resilience Breakout Session 3 session. As Colleen mentioned, we're going to be spending today the bulk of this session in breakout rooms. It's going to be much more interactive than yesterday's sessions if you joined us for day 1. If you haven't used Mural before, we want to just give you a bit of an overview and kind of the lay of the land of what you'll see in this collaborative workspace. So in a few moments, I will be sending you a link and you will click on the link and it will take you to something that looks very much like what you see on the slide right now. There is a, let me see, advance my slide here. So on the top right corner, you'll find that there's an outline. Click on one of these buttons and it'll zoom you into the question that we're talking about. So just to jump back here, we do have a few kind of hot tips for using Mural in section 1. Section 2 is the question that Colleen referenced that we'll just be spending a few quick minutes at the beginning in your breakout. And then section 3 is really where the bulk of your time will be spent adding in questions that pertain to the dimensions that you see here. So you'll find that we organized this matrix depending on what breakout room you wind up in. So when you get sent over into breakout, there'll be a number associated with your room. Find that number in this column, and that's where you know to be doing your work during the breakout session. Question 4 is an optional one. We won't have time to delve into it as a group, but if you do have thoughts and find yourself with some free time, go ahead and add some thoughts in there as well. So again, you can use the outline at the top right to kind of zoom you into the space that you want to be in. And for zooming more generally, you can use your mouse. You can also use this feature at the bottom right hand of your screen to kind of dive in deeper into a particular section of the mural board or pan out using that slider bar. So again, we will be sending you out into breakout. And one of the, as I mentioned, follow the breakout number. So if you notice that you're in breakout number 2, you'll go to the breakout 2 column and you'll start populating these sticky notes in your column. Feel free to copy paste to duplicate stickies, or you can add them on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, we have in section 1 instructions within Mural to help you. We've tried to keep the colors coordinated so it's clear which dimension you're brainstorming questions for, but I'll be in there kind of monitoring and can help adjust things like sticky colors or move things around to clean up to help. And then finally, I wanted to alert you to this other feature that we've added, which is sort of an upvoting function where you can just drag sticky notes, sticky dots on top of sticky notes that you are finding yourself in particular agreement with. So if you find that someone within your group has provided a question or a thought that that you think is particularly pertinent, feel free to grab one of those dots and pull it over to this that sticky note to kind of give a +1. So definitely want to reiterate, if you are unfamiliar with Mural, we are here to help. Colleen will be able to float in between the rooms to see how you're doing. I will stay in the plenary for this session, but feel free to chat me at any point for assistance. Everything is locked, so you can really only access the sticky notes and the dots, and otherwise things are sort of stable for you to explore. You'll have 30 minutes, and then we'll give you a 5-minute warning when the breakout group is done. So I'm going to post the Mural link in the chat now. Before I send you off into breakout, I want everyone to try to open that. You'll be prompted to add your name in if you so wish, so feel free to do that. If you have, so make sure to try the link before I send you off into breakout. And a reminder that you'll have kind of Zoom open. You'll keep Zoom open to kind of interact with your fellow breakout participants, as well as the Mural screen open. So it looks like folks are getting in, which is great. So I'm going to go ahead and send you off into breakout rooms now. Again, feel free to chat me if you have any questions. And good luck. Have fun.
And rich discussions and sharing of thoughts, both verbally and on sticky notes. I'm wondering if someone would like to briefly share a highlight, something that they learned from someone else, or a reflection from your own work that you would particularly like to share. Well, I'll take one away. I think one of the interesting things that came up in both of the breakout rooms that I visited were questions around what do we mean by scaling and scaling up and out? Because while climate change is global, resilience can be profoundly contextual, so that in our efforts to mainstream and roll out and scale up interventions, we want to also embrace local level approaches. And it's a bit tricky to think back and forth in terms of both scale and systemic change. But thinking in terms of what systems change means for who and where, and that systems change at the local level is also important. And what we can scale out is the approach, not just the specific intervention or technology. What about other thoughts or reflections? What themes did you see in the clustering? I noticed that when we did the key insights, we had a bazillion sticky notes in the first group that I was in, but they ultimately all fell into three sort of categories that we could group them in. One was around power and participation, whose resilience and whose voices are involved. Secondly, that there are some really important barriers to effective climate action, especially for the poor and marginalized. And that thirdly, there are actually quite a few operational tensions and conceptual tensions. For example, well, something may be building community level resilience broadly, but what do we mean by climate resilience? Where's the climate angle? And alternatively, we may be doing some very important climate adaptive actions, but it's not necessarily transformational change. And what do we mean by that? And what does transformational change really look like through a climate lens? Maybe it would be helpful to look back at the mural and look at what the other groups said, not just your own breakout, your own column that you were active in, but in the other ones, and highlight some similarities and differences.
That sounds like a good idea, Colleen. Is it possible to share screen and somebody to, zoom in on that to show so everybody can see it?
Sure. Lauren, can you do that?
Sure, we can do that. And if you do have mural open, hopefully it's not too confusing to you, so you can follow my screen here.
You can also split between, take both your web browser and Zoom off of a full window, and then have it on half and half. Or we can share screen as well.
Okay. If there's a particular place that folks would like me to drive to, Colleen, let me know.
I think what I was struck by, and I was just in group 3 for the last few minutes, but was, there were a lot of questions about what does resilience mean in the climate context, and recognizing what you said, Colleen, about it's very context specific, based on the needs of the place and people. But I thought that was interesting. And how is transformational change with regard to resilience different from transformational change with regard to, say, clean energy or something else? I don't know if the groups were looking at that, but that I think goes to this question of how does this framework actually apply in a different way or unique way, or are there gaps? I don't know if the groups actually got into any of that kind of discussion, or the stickies.
Anna, I think that's a really interesting point. And I see this tension sort of throughout the mural board, I think, in terms of the scale, the level of the intervention, what's very local, and as Colleen and you have both said, very context specific. But then, this, one of the things we've said about transformational change is that it has to be multi-level, right? You have to aim at local, but you also have to aim at national or landscape or other levels. And I see that tension throughout here in terms of, how do we just, even in the relevance dimension here, questions from how do we fit into local economic plans to how do we shift entire pathways and restructure systems. So there's something to kind of sink your teeth into there, I think, for resilience. Yeah.
One of the things that occurs to me on resilience, and different from the other areas, is that resilience is about getting ready for the unknown, basically. While the other ones, we know what we're looking for. We're looking for more efficient energy. We're looking for these things, and that makes it quantitatively different. And thus, it's much more complex because we never know if we have it or not.
I think that's a really important point, Erin. And one of the things I'm constantly frustrated about in my work is, on the one hand, there's this sense of wanting to do proven solutions and what we know works, but we have a changing and emerging context, and we're not going to be able to solve it by ever more precise climate projections, which can tell you exactly what the weather is going to be like in this province in 50 years or something like that. But learning to live with uncertainty and the uncertainty principle. I think that's important, but it is a key challenge between the need to be prepared for the unexpected and the need to innovate, with also being accountable sometimes for delivering very precise results in the short term, depending on the donor.
Yep.
There were also quite a few questions around systems change and what that means. Ranging from behavior change to global governance questions. I think these are important. There's a lot of questions as well about what systems change looks like and how can we measure it and how can we advance it with our various small pots of money and specific timeframes. So a lot of the common themes here are around multi-sectoral approaches and innovation, experimentation, and then, of course, always coming back to governance questions. I'm wondering if some of the people from column, who are in breakout column 5, can sort of look at their responses and compare it to the group that was in column 2. What is similar and what is different?
Colleen, I have a comment on systems change, and that's something that has been sort of on my mind a lot in the last couple of years or so. And that is what is exactly how can we best understand the relationship between system change and transformation? Because there are different opinions on that. For some, system change is the process of transformation, basically. You change systems to arrive to transformation. So there's a big continuum, and some people want to make a big difference between systems change and transformation. I think that one of the key differences is that for those that think that that we're dealing with an ongoing process that is never quite ending, the aspect of transformation is a directional trajectory and development or things of that sort, as opposed to thinking, well, the transformation will take place at some time. I wonder what people think about that. You know, in my sense, actually, to tell the truth, I do see system change as the process for transformation, and I see transformation as an ongoing process myself.
I mean, I can just share from the perspective of the dimensions of transformational change and their evolution. And I know Rob and Jess and others have been involved in this deeply too, that, you know, there's a systemic change dimension, which is somewhat different than systems change. So I'll just try to distinguish them. So that said, systems change is not, I mean, this is my really simplistic take on your question, Aaron, is systems change is not always transformation, but transformational change requires systems change. That's the way I would think about it, or the way I've thought about that. Not all systems change is transformational. Systemic change, the way that it's embedded in these dimensions, is really about the depth, you know, the content of change, and really the meaning of the change, not the scale. You can have something scaled that's not deep or relevant or meaningful. I don't know that that's helpful, but I think from the perspective of the framework here, every transformational change is systems change, but systems change is not always transformational.
I see.
Or it could be negative transformation. I mean, all transformation, you know,
yeah.
Systems change and transform can be positive or negative. Others may have different takes on it.
Yeah, I might just come in. I mean, I think this is what you raised, Aaron, is something we've also struggled with to some extent in trying to distinguish between these things. And as also we pushed into the signals work to identify, you know, what are signals of transformational change? What are signals of systemic change? If it's large scale systemic change, is that systemic change or is that scale? I mean, we've had to grapple with some of those things too. And so the way that we've sort of worked through this is to say, if something is systemic change, then it is those fundamental shifts. It's those, you know, structures, functions, regimes, we see those changes, but you do have to have signals across all of the dimensions to then consider it transformational. So you could have those kind of fundamental shifts that are happening at very local levels. To make that transformational, you need to have multiple levels engaged so that, you know, that local level change is also getting linked up with subnational change or national change. And so then you would also start seeing the scaling dimension start to engage. That's one of the ways that we've kind of tried to work around some of these thorny issues. I don't know if Rob also wants to come in.
I don't have much to add, except that the questions for me only make sense if we are really thinking about what is needed. And so for me, it would start with the relevance questions. But and it starts with the relevance question. You see the relevance question up front, but you would first need to identify the relevance in order to start answering the other questions. So because if you look at the relevance of a process that you're starting to increase the resilience of people or cities or countries, then you would identify the changes that need to be made. And indeed, in some cases, these changes would potentially not be transformational. So they would be within the capacity of people already to do. It's just that they are not alert to it, or countries are not alert to the fact that they can actually be resilient for upcoming change. And in other cases, it would require change, like the issue that we discussed yesterday of access to financial systems. That may require a transformational change of the financial system, because basically the system doesn't allow some groups of people to access it, or it has investment rates that are prejudiced against the kind of investments that we would like to see, that we think are really necessary to increase resilience, and so on. So it depends on your analysis of the situation, I would say. And talking about the other issues is then somewhat problematic. And I think it also, you see this because there aren't really that many questions answered and the group that we were in had only a few post-it notes. So this is the only thing that I wanted to add.
Thank you for that. Herve has had a hand up for a few minutes. Can you go ahead?
Yeah, hello. And I must apologize first because I couldn't attend the start of the workshop. But I'd like to extend a few remarks. I'm with FCDO, the private sector department, and previously with the French Development Agency on the Inter-American Development Bank on climate issues, climate strategy, alignment. So the remark I wanted to make is the following. I understand part of the discussion are about trying to apply this concept of transformational to isolated investments, interventions, or financing, and basically relate that, although it was not explicit, to their impact in terms of transformation. And the point I wanted to try and make is the following. I think because I've had to basically convey the same sort of concept in various contexts, it's important to detach ourselves from the idea that what we have to look at when considering an intervention is its direct impacts. I think it doesn't matter if it's a small financing, as long as it's consistent with the right policies in terms of transformation. So the policies that are relevant, that lead to systematic change, that are implementable immediately, that will have impact at scale. As long as it's consistent with that, regardless of the actual impacts of the projects, then the intervention, the financing has to be considered transformational. And I think it's important in a context whereby climate finance so far for the last 5-10 years has been really focused on direct impacts of its projects, when in actual fact climate finance is a tiny, of course, proportion of what is being financed, and will never have impacts on its own at the scale where they should be. So I think it would be an important aspect of how we consider contribution to transformation, that basically it's about being in line with transformational policies, and all those traits in that grid and all those criteria are very relevant, because basically if you're in line with the right policies, you're basically encouraging those policies. It has to do with, especially if you're a donor, which type of intervention means something beyond the direct impacts. I'm not sure I'm making myself understood, but I'll stop there.
Thank you for that valuable contribution. We had a few people with their hands up earlier that got withdrawn, including Gonzalo and Sophia. Did we cover the points that you intended to make, or should we circle back to those?
Hi, this is Sophia. I wanted to make like a provocative question, because right now that we were talking about the difference between systems change and transformational change, the way I understand like this systemic change dimension is a lot about decision making. And I remember a great intervention from Anna yesterday that she said, we're winning the battle, but we are losing the war, and we need to like put more obstacles in the mitigation side, no, to fossil fuels. And I think that's very clear in the mitigation and clean energy side. I wonder what is the kind of decision making that we need to stop in the resilience side. And for example, lately I've been thinking a lot about, you know, cases like exactly like urban settlements that need upgrading, but that are in very vulnerable areas, no? Is like the hard decision, like the systems change to like kind of shift away from, you know, an upgrading approach into a relocation approach. Like what is the systemic change in decision making that we need there? And I think it might connect what 𝗬𝗲𝗀 was saying, you know, like it's not about what we're financing, but maybe it's even what we're not financing. Huh? So yeah, I just wanted to pose that question on the table in case, you know, it's provocative for anyone to answer.
I think that's a really interesting and important question, and it makes me reflect a bit on something that's been in the back of my mind on a project I did this year, which had a couple of components, but one was mainstreaming climate change into livestock and dairy in a particular country. And I think on the one hand, yes, of course, it's useful to mainstream climate change into development programming. But from a transformational change perspective, given that livestock and dairy are posing problems from a climate perspective, would transformational change mean rethinking the entire development agenda and shifting towards different sectors rather than mainstreaming into problematic sectors and possibly enabling that sector which is causing more damage than the mainstreaming is going to reduce? What do you think of that one?
Well, I'm going to throw in something, but are there other people with their hands raised? I just want to make sure. Oh yeah, Qianfu. Okay, I'll just say something briefly, and then Qianfu, maybe you can chime in. I think there's a real challenge to doing resilience work in terms of the status quo with large scale, like international funding and mainstreaming. And there are people who firmly believe we have to just really give funding and power to local people, local communities who come up with their own solutions to the problems that are unique to them and that they're in a unique position to solve. And that throws our funding model, you know, the multilateral type funding model on its head. I'll just share that. I would love to talk more, but I know Jan-Fu, you've had your hand raised, so I'm going to be quiet.
Yes, yes, thank you very much, Anna, and my apologies for being a bit late, and if my comments sounding a bit off, I do apologize. So as we talk about these very complicated aspects of adaptation resilience, I'm just wondering also, so essentially we are here talking about the quality of you know, investments in resilience, climate action in general. And also there's also currently a very large body of work going on around the Paris alignment. So people are also trying to operationalize you know, the concept of alignment with Paris Agreement, you know, along mitigation and resilience adaptation. And also in the EU, there's this sustainability finance, the taxonomy. They also define, you know, what is a green or sustainable action or investment. So they also define different dimensions and areas that would qualify certain action. Is it green? Is it sustainable? If so, how? So I can see, you know, there's a sort of melting pot of thinking and conceptual work going on. You know, I think this is going to come back to, we were discussing yesterday, the harmonization probably about, you know, different dimensions and how we define these critical aspects of the, you know, transformational change, you know, which is the sort of ultimate prize of the work we are doing. So I just, you know, park this this thought here again. So you know, going beyond the sort of measurements and you know, these are all very important fundamental work we need to, you know, we need to sort out if we're going to start applying in operational work. So, you know, the alignment or harmonization with other concepts like, you know, this Paris Agreement alignments and some of the taxonomy being developed in you know, along the you know, climate change space.
Thank you for that, Jan-Fu. Yeah, these questions of alignment and harmonization internally within the climate change arena is critical, but also how we, I think, how we interact with other sectors and other development agendas is equally important. And perhaps more so in resilience than in the other pillars of climate change, because we are so deeply embedded in such diverse sectors and bodies of practice. Hervé, you have a raised hand again.
Yes, again, I'm sorry. I just wanted to react to the comments that Xianfu just made, which I find extremely relevant. Having some experience on basically putting into practice Paris alignment principles, I find that this approach that we are discussing during this workshop is actually very close to, or features, if you prefer, the same criteria that you would apply to gauge whether an intervention is quote unquote price aligned, meaning whether it makes sense in the framework of a low carbon and resilient development pathway for a country. You would refer to it being again relevant, leading to systemic change, scalable, or leading to impacts at scale, not necessarily, as I was pointing out, direct impacts. So that's one point. Also, in terms of, I think the question that Xiang-Fu was really posing was, there are these kind of approaches, Paris alignment. We could cite also climate finance, because climate finance is also the subject of a revision at the moment, the definition. And I would tend to think that, and that revision will have to take into account the Paris alignment movement, if you prefer to, because at the moment it's questionable whether, as characterized today, all climate finance is Paris aligned, makes sense in the long term for low carbon and development pathways in countries. So that's another point. And I would think that if the concept of climate finance is to basically survive, it would have to be a lot closer to these ideas of, you know, transformational finance, basically what does really make a difference, or what does really contribute, or at least is consistent with dynamics of transformation, as opposed to, you know, just providing improvements to a business as usual, compared to a business as usual scenario, and also as opposed to a strictly technological approach, which won't be valid in all countries. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Herb. Those are really critical and important remarks on how we distinguish from business as usual and what real impact is. I believe we're at the end of the time allotted for this session. We'll be moving into a 10-minute break and then reconvening for session 4. Please click on the link when you're ready.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all for sharing your time and your thoughts. I'll see some of you in session 4 again.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so the main kind of people working today, myself again, and then 𝗬𝗲, who was also with us yesterday. 𝗬𝗲 will pick up, particularly as we come back into our small group. Yeah, a couple of things. Shall we somehow, I think we've gone back to the session 2 presentation. We need to move down the list a little bit.
Uh-oh, I apologize. Hang on just a second.
And there's still, yeah, people coming in, which is great. So maybe just a couple of logistical things as we move through. The first one, again, just to say that that we are recording the meeting. And again, just to ask that people mute their microphones if they're not speaking or if others are speaking. And then this is going to be a really interactive session. We're going to have great chances to work together around a kind of virtual whiteboard, drop in questions, chat to each other in very small groups. So yeah, looking forward to that. You probably won't need to raise your hand. You'll be in such small groups. But when we come back into this plenary group, please use the raise your hand function. Yeah, and then just as we interact, just to give everybody a chance to speak, I'm sure that we will. And if you run into any technical difficulties, Shelby will be in the chat and able to support you. If you lose this connection, please just come back into the same Zoom link that got you here. So we'll work like that. Right, shall we next slide? So we thought we'd just start today with a quick kind of poll to see where everybody's at and some of the thoughts that you had from yesterday. Again, if you just enter slido.com into your URL and then use the password capital L213, you'll be able to answer the question around one key takeaway that you have from yesterday's workshop session, just to give a sense of what people are carrying from yesterday into today. If you weren't involved yesterday, just make a note and then I will have a sense of how much to maybe recover. Yep, to those that have just joined, we're just doing a quick Slido poll. Just enter slido.com into your URL and the password L213, and we'll get a sense of some of the key takeaways that people worked with yesterday.
If the slide isn't populating automatically from Slido, we can return to this a little bit later to see the results.
Shelby, when I'm using the QR code, it's not taking me to this question. So I wonder if others are facing the same challenge. I'll try with the code.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's not obvious where to, the question doesn't come up.
Uh-oh. I wonder if that's if that QR code is, if it got up, if things got updated yesterday, if the QR code became outdated. I apologize.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to have a chance to enter some of this onto our mural board anyway. So at least now everybody has it very clearly in mind and can carry it into that. That was just to check that everybody was kind of sharp and on the ball. Good. So great. So if we move past this one, we will pick up some of these. So maybe just to refresh a little bit what we're up to and some of the thoughts that we had yesterday. What we were starting to present yesterday was a case study on South Africa, trying to draw out some of those kinds of key insights around both the dimensions of transformational change, so issues of relevance, systemic change, speed, scale, and adaptive sustainability, and what that might mean in the context of just transitions. And the two dimensions of just transitions that we're working with, the one on the left-hand side there, social inclusion, really looking at issues of procedural justice. And Junja yesterday asked some kind of key questions around how we ensure kind of deeper procedural justice in some of the work that we're doing. And then I think it might be cut off for some people on the bottom of the slide, issues of distributional impact. So who gets what in these transition processes, particularly as we make conscious decisions on how to respond to climate change. A lot of our work is in obviously energy transitions, given the kind of big focus on carbon and carbon dioxide emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. But we're also seeing an increasing focus on things like forestry, as countries include forests in their nationally determined contributions, and who has access to, for example, forest resources is another big area of just transitions work at the moment, and something that we're working on in Ghana. And then some of the natural resources that may become scarce under climate change, water in some countries, for example, and then who has access to water and how just transitions discussions need to be taken up as conscious choices are made around water governance and access to water. So again, working on that in Bolivia, the Climate Investment Fund's working on that in Bolivia at the moment, and looking at just transitions in natural resource management. So all of those kinds of considerations are in play, and we will work through some of the dimensions of transformational change in relation to some of these key dimensions of just transitions. Right, shall we, if we move to the next slide? And the way that we're going to do that is to work in small groups around a mural whiteboard, and I will explain in a fair bit of detail how that'll work, and hopefully as people move into these smaller groups, you'll be ready to work. So there are two kind of key areas that we want to consider in these small breakout rooms. The first one is identifying key insights that you may have had and carried from yesterday and from your work, and that will be in one part of the mural board. We'll have sort of 5 minutes to do that. The majority of the time, though, we want to spend on identifying powerful questions. So what kinds of questions do we need to be asking as we work to support more transformational just transitions, or a deeper transformational intent in the just transition processes that we work in. So I've pre-populated some of those questions into the mural. When we go in there, you'll be able to see them. Particularly, I've added a number of them to what is called sort of breakout 2. So you'll see a column there. Flick into those, just get a sense of some of the questions. So we'll work on that for most of the time. The trick, I think, with these questions is sometimes we kind of come up with a general question, something like, how do we ensure greater social inclusion? The trick then is to try and break that down, I think, and ask more and more specific questions. So does policy allow for social inclusion? And are the governance structures in place to enable policy? So to progressively kind of tighten these questions down to areas that climate finance and others could contribute to directly, and how might they do that? Okay, so that's what we'll be doing in the small groups. How we'll be doing it, Shelby, if you move on to the next slide. So this is what the mural looks like from a long way out. So yeah, the bird's eye view of the mural, and we'll be then able to zoom in, and you're able to zoom in to very sort of fine granularity on the board. At this high level, just to note that we'll work first in what is now called session 2 in the top sort of left-hand corner, and then move across sort of area 2. Area 3, which is the big colorful main bit of the mural, is where the bulk of the work will be done. And as you are assigned, you'll be automatically assigned to a breakout room. As you're assigned to a breakout room, just note the number breakout room that you're being assigned to, because that corresponds to the columns that come down across the different dimensions. Okay, next slide, Shelby. So this is what we'll be doing, and how to find your way around the mural. Once you're in the mural, and we'll give you the link, in the top sort of right-hand side of the screen is a sort of navigation area. If you click on one, it'll tell you a little bit about how to work in mural. You probably won't need much more guidance than we'll give now. If you click on 2, it'll take you to that little area 2 that I've just mentioned, the top sort of left-hand corner of the mural. That asks for key insights, so the sort of insights that you would have shared into the Slido had it worked. We can put those up there. Again, I've pre-populated a couple. Feel free to edit them or to add others. And just yeah, if you right-click on one of those gray squares and just put duplicate, it'll generate a new square, or you can double-click. That'll also generate a square, and you can change the color. And those squares are little stickies. The main area, as I've said, we'll work is powerful questions, number 3. And if we have time, we'll work into the optional, but at the end, my suspicion is that we may not have time, but feel free to duck down into that if you want to. To zoom in and out of the mural, the easiest way that I've found is just to roll the little wheel on your mouse, or if you're using a touchpad, you can pinch the touchpad, and that'll open it and close it, zoom in and zoom out. But there are also buttons down the bottom right-hand side of the screen to zoom in and out, so you can use those as well. Okay, next screen, Shelby. So this is where we'll mainly be working around the 5 dimensions of transformational change: relevance, systemic change, speed, scale, and adaptive sustainability. Each group will work, as I've said, in one of the columns. Remember which breakout group you're in as you head there to find your group. And then there are a number of dots that are up. You'll see them, they're very sort of visible. Those dots you can drag. So if you think that you've written, or you think somebody else has written a really good question, you can drag one of those dots into it. It does just kind of prioritize some aspects. If you think that you've done a really good question, you can drag a dot into it and put it there as well, and upvote your questions. So that's what the little dots are for. And we'll kind of spend a bit of time on each one: relevant, systemic change, speed, scale, and adaptive sustainability, with some sort of questions. But of course, if you have an idea and you think, "Yo, that actually fits into speed, and we're working at the moment in systemic change," feel free just to dash across and fill in the little sticky there of whatever color. Again, as I've said, you can make more stickies by right-clicking and duplicating them, or by just double-clicking in that box, and you can change the color of the stickies. A little menu comes up, and you can change it to align with whichever box you'd like to work in. Okay, that's that one. Next. Okay. Now, before we head into the mural, it's just really important that we first don't close down any of your links before joining mural. Yeah, so that what will happen next is that a number of breakout rooms will come up, and what this is suggesting is don't disappear into those breakout rooms before you've got into the mural, because then it will be difficult for us to kind of see that you're stuck in a breakout room but without mural open. So before going into the breakout rooms, just open mural and send a chat to Shelby if you have any trouble. So yeah, so now is Shelby, if you just push through the next slide. Okay, yeah, back one. So yeah, so we can head now into the mural. So everybody should have a link to that mural. Is anybody not finding the mural? No, everybody found their way into the mural.
We're seeing lots of visiting rabbits and horses and snails and stuff.
Right.
Okay, so I popped a quick message into the chat. I'm getting ready to open the breakout groups for you all to work in your small groups in Mural. And I mentioned in the chat that you'll be toggling between your browser window, which will have Mural open in it, and your Zoom window, which will allow you to have your video on and talk with the people in your breakout group. Mike and Neha if this sounds right to you, I'll send you into a breakout group right now, and then they have the ability to bounce among the groups to check in on different people. So right now we have 3 rooms ready to go. If everyone is ready, then I will open the breakout rooms. Okay, just one final reminder to note the breakout room number that you're being sent to for your work in Mural.
Shelby, just quickly before you do that, just to highlight just the process everybody will work through. So find your way with your small group, and there'll be a very small group of a couple of people. Find your way over to that area 2, where you'll just enter any sort of key insights, and then you'll have about 25 minutes working in a small group. You'll need to kind of self-organize in that small group into the the kind of bigger mural, and just work through, time yourselves to work through what sort of key questions, powerful questions, can help practitioners consider key dimensions of transformational change in the design, implementation, and evaluation of programs and projects. That question is in there, so you don't have to try and memorize it. It's up there, and you'll be able to then, amongst your small groups, work. And as Shelby says, 𝗬𝗲, myself, and Brittany probably as well, we'll be moving around just to check that everybody's happy. Right, let's move into those groups.
And Mike, we have and great. Or questions that were popping into your mind, common themes that I'm already seeing when I read those questions. So again, feel free to toggle back and forth between Zoom and Mural. But I wanted to get a discussion started, and maybe start by saying maybe start by asking any sort of recurring themes that you saw come up in the discussion you had in the small groups, or any highlights that really stood out to you. Maybe yeah, John, go ahead. Keep unmute.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really great process. And we were quite private about it to begin with, and then we gradually started to collaborate on questions. And one of the themes that's coming up is that often social justice movements, whether at a country level or globally, are much more marginalized or vulnerable, or even vulnerable to being killed. Compared with climate movements. So that intersectional bridging is really, really important. And it's really important that there's bridging out of the climate movements, which are perhaps less vulnerable, into those social justice movements. And the other theme was what was around the role of economists, and how can we very rapidly displace the hegemony of growth-obsessed economists, so that we can start to privilege and amplify the voices of post-growth and degrowth economists who are championing life and well-being.
Yeah, no, John, thank you really very much for that, because this theme of social inclusion, I think, is really important to the just transition conversations. And the voices that you're suggesting we amplify, I think this interest group gives us an opportunity to do so. So we really take that input to heart, and it's definitely something we want to, those voices we really want to bring forth in future interest group meetings. And if you have specific suggestions, please do share with us. We're already in touch with a lot of economists who are challenging current paradigms and bringing in boundaries and justice and the donut economics and all of that sort of thinking. And we think it interrelates quite strongly with transformational change and just transition aspects. But if you have additional names, please do share. Fantastic. Looking forward to receiving that list, which will, yeah, really help add value to this work. Other themes that, as you were just thinking through the dimensions, and the dimensions are facilitating guides. Like, we're not trying to box you into putting something into, you know, have a conversation of relevance versus speed, because they're also cross-sectoral and interconnected. But just any themes that were sort of emerging prominently in your minds or in discussion with others on your team.
Hey, this is Scott. This kind of just emerged in my head because we had a pretty quiet but very studious team, as you know, because you started off with us. One of the things I keep on coming back to is just the urgency. You know, the science is pointing towards a near-term collapse, and I think I'm preaching to the choir here. But when I look at speed, and also I have to scroll out here to remind myself the name of the other dimension, the speed and systems change. You know, we want deep systems change, and bringing it back to the urgency of the times, and in the fact that we're looking at a social, just transition. One of my earlier points in section 2 was just transition often focuses on employment. And I think it's a much broader, that's overlapping with social justice. So I often use social justice. So how can we capitalize on social justice movements and many thinkers in this space think our only last hope is really social tipping points, where we get a huge mass of people that just force the policy through. And it's not just the policy, but it's the enforcement of the policy after it has gone through, or we can substitute policy with change. So how do we capitalize on social justice movement to push, not nudge, but really push on the needed tipping points, while at the same time not falling into the division and traps that often characterize social justice movement? There's a lot of anger-based social justice, and a good reason that people are angry, but it has come up in the climate space where people who are in the social justice movement kind of dig in their heels in opposition to people who have been working on, more the science of climate change and the environmental aspects. And I think we know that they overlap, but that's maybe the people on this call and such, but how do we kind of get that to happen more constructively in the real world outside of conference calls and such? Over.
Yeah, you added a lot there, Scott. I don't even know how to start to unpack that, but I think one of the themes that you were speaking about was something that was prominent yesterday in our breakout group, which was this trade-off in urgency, systemic change. And you were speaking about tipping points, and is that what we have to rely on in the short term? And I think some of the comments there in that box also speak to, risk. They don't call it risk, but like risks that need to be identified in the short, medium, and long term. And are these risks disaggregated by the different people who will be impacted by them? So I think you've said a lot, and I'd love to hear from others if they have suggestions, questions, remarks on the themes that you just touched on. Jenny, I see a comment, but do you want to speak up?
I'm sorry, I was just sharing kind of for information in relation to Scott's point, because we had a quite interesting think piece on our online forum from Peter Newell, who was talking exactly about that, like how do we square urgency and justice in the just transition debate, and I just wanted to share for information. So I think that's, it's a crucial point, no? I was also thinking, maybe just to add my personal observation, transformation has become like such a buzzword. We see it in so many kind of international fora, agreements, etc. How do we actually kind of make sure that we're moving in at least in a similar direction with all these different approaches, given all the complexity, even of the frameworks, etc. I think that's also quite important.
Thank you. Penny, please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's my imagination running away with me, but sitting at a South African vantage point, I almost see a predatory push to get this done before COP26. Sorry, I'm being very honest now. And a rush, all this money, and let's all do this. And I think that would be a fatal flaw of trying to squeeze something into a process when it is so complex. So I would like to raise a red flag on this. And it's, in conversations I have been in, this comes up time and time again. The money's there now, we've got to take it now and got to commit. And I just don't think we're at a point where we can do so comfortably without huge repercussions and consequences.
Safira, I see that you're agreeing.
Yes, I am. I think there is a great deal of push, and that's it has the potential to make us make decisions based on not sufficient information or just because we need to get somewhere. So I think the evidence needs to be very investigated really well. before we make a decision about where we need to go, because we can't make decisions for other people either.
And then just adding to that, I find that finance seems to be the driver, as opposed to it driven from the structural perspective of the context. And maybe I'm repeating myself, but I can't tell you how much I've heard this. You know, the money's there, we've got to do it. It's got to be done tomorrow. You know, and it's completely misaligned from you know, dealing with that complex problem and establishing, you know, what, and in our group we talked a bit about, you know, so the benchmark. What is your starting point? And do you want to go from one unequal starting point to another one, actually, just replicating it in a different sphere? Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Penny. Reese, I see you want to come in. Go ahead.
You know, I'm trying to think about scale and starting points, and maybe this is where the learning piece that we've been talking about really needs to come in, because we can't wait until we have it all figured out. So we need to start taking some steps. So how do we build in learning from the very beginning, so that we're looking for, in the design of projects, we're looking for what are the potential places where things could go awry, and really looking at what are the markers for things going off the rails in social justice terms, environmental justice terms, racial justice terms, any kind of expanding on the inequalities that already exist, so that we can begin to act, and yet act and take care in how we're acting. Because we tend to look at ex post what happened and evaluate it. So how do we build it in from the beginning so that it's continual adaptive management and learning?
Yeah, and I think the question you're asking in terms of the dimensions falls in that sort of last bucket. What is it? The adaptive sustainability piece as well. And some of the things that were said right now were reminding me of a question that we've been discussing a lot in our team, and that is, are short-term gains conducive or contradictory to the long-term gains for the most marginalized groups? And it has like many elements within that, you know, who are the marginalized groups, what are their long-term gains, what are their short-term actions, and how to make sure that the trade-offs are identified and then addressed. And Mark, I see in the chat you've posed a question. Was that to Penny?
Yeah, it's on this thread of where are we when we're talking about we've got this money coming in, we have to make decisions, and we're pushing too fast or too hard, and we'll make bad decisions. I was just trying to think about what's a real life example of that that someone might want to share.
Yeah, that's great. And Penny, if I could add to Mark's question and pose an additional one to you, you know, in South Africa, for example, when there was a national commission on just transitions that did these province level consultations on just transition. So I feel like in a lot of contexts, there's a lot of this information or social dialogue that people think will take a lot of time. Actually, a lot of it has been done in different formats using different processes, and a lot of information is out there. It just hasn't been implemented or used for decisions on national policy making. So yeah, if you could maybe respond to Mark and also this South African context where maybe a lot of the information exists.
Were you asking me?
Yeah, it seems Mark's question was for you.
No, that's fine. Sorry, I didn't hear that it was for me specifically. Well, I haven't, to be honest, seen any of that, and the general I think perception from a talking, you know, just general media and feedback that one gets in various formats and forums is that there's a lot of unhappiness, and it's not being sufficiently thought through. So I don't know. I guess, you know, and look, it has gone through to a certain extent a 𝗫𝗫𝗀𝗃 process, but there's nothing quantitative that's come out of it because there's no real plan, right? It's all, you know, done in the comfort of for me in a committee session. But if you look at the outcome and what still needs to be done, far from it, in my opinion. Loads of open questions, many of them. It's not a done deal. I'm not saying it's not progressing, but it's not that firmly embedded, because people are still asking questions, but how does this affect me? Where am I going to? I mean, and I agree with this concept of, you know, learning and moving step by step, but there's almost like this, as I said, this huge push to do something and sign up to something big and grand and things like that. And it's just, for me, just not a sense of where we are as a country. You know, in terms of what's been agreed and what hasn't been agreed. The action list is long, and still lots of pushbacks, still a lot of vested interests, and those vested interests in some cases are real from a livelihood point of view. So yeah, I think one needs a wider discussion on this. That's just
Penny, no, thank you. Thank you very much for responding. And I also see a few hands up, maybe John, Dania, and then Safira.
Yeah, just briefly to comment on this, I think the politics of this realignment of finance is really tricky. And maybe this is something that the CIF, in their positionality amongst at least the development banks and some bilaterals, could engage with. I'm working with the International Land Coalition at the moment, so it's a global alliance, and I can't say too much, but the way that the funding is shifting, potentially away from supporting national platforms that have had quite a lot of effectiveness in engaging with national government on behalf of people-centered land governance, the way that finance is now shifting into big investments that won't necessarily benefit those advocacy groups in the way that has been. I think it's quite a delicate political process. I think I'll stop there.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of share a similar viewpoint relating to this issue of kind of participation and who gets to decide. And I feel like I'm repeating myself. I keep bringing up the same kind of point, but I always feel like what's missing in a lot of these debates is this: whose norms and views inform the way forward, even in participatory processes, right? Like, just thinking of the case of Germany, we had this Kohl Commission that was kind of a facilitated, supposedly inclusive process to decide on the coal exit, but there were still very real power imbalances between who got to influence that process, and the result is something that a lot of the environmental and climate activists are very unhappy with, because it comes way too late for a country like Germany, who could easily afford a much faster transition. But because there were a lot of, like, you know, the political economy was set, there's a lot of interests, of course, that influenced this process and made the voices maybe of the corporations and of the trade unions who are working in mining much more important and bigger compared to some of the other actors. So I think that's really something that's very important, and I think it often conflicts with this question of rapid transition. You know, it's not trivial at all. And I was just thinking that this maybe to Mark, I can't really think of a good just transition example that points to this misalignment, but I think we've seen it in a lot of past large-scale interventions that were really like trying to, for example, the payment for ecosystem services schemes, that were trying to pay people, have a social benefit, and also protect the environment, that have often kind of sidelined marginalized groups, or haven't worked for women, or misplaced people, even though that was not the intention. So I feel like that's really, yeah, it needs a very careful process to make sure that there are no negative social impacts.
What I'd like to say is, firstly, there is definitely a need for speed. We actually have to move very quickly because we can't technically miss the boat. However, I think in this rush to do what we need to do, I think what's happened is firstly, it's become very sexy to speak about this. So now everybody is doing something about this within the same organization. So what happens is you have little pockets of people who understand what needs to be done and want to do something, but there's no alignment. And that also speaks to the fact that what could end up happening is we have lots of little projects. And then the cumulative impact of very small projects may not actually be it could be negative or may not be very positive at all, because it hasn't been looked at from a holistic, integrated perspective. So while we do need to rush, I think we need to be careful about how we rush and make sure we're all on the same page, because again, lots of little projects all over the place may not be, well, we know it's not necessarily going to be the right thing. So I think that's where the issue of rush is causing some problems.
I think that Reese has thought about the learning process in that. I mean, we do need to rush. Science is very clear about what we need to do, and social justice and just transition has a lot of kind of messy. It's difficult to move from this world of where we are to that better place. So what's our arc here, and how do we? Not everyone's going to understand the science or be aligned on science when they're in a disadvantaged or even an advantaged position, right? So I think that learning process and just understanding the imperfection of it all. And I guess I come down on the side of urgency and some of the trade-offs that would happen from that. So I like that speed was added to the framework. And I think there's this huge tension and contradiction in trying to make all these things happen. And I think the SIF process has to really kind of grapple with that and make those trade-offs kind of more visible and make decisions around those. But then the learning process and the adaptive management allows for, kind of moving towards the right direction and correcting mistakes that are made along the way.
Yeah, I thought that was a hugely helpful conversation. And I also went in and looked at the questions posed under the speed by the different breakouts under the speed dimension. They speak to, they're exactly what you've been saying out loud here. They ask about the biases that speed might lead to, what gets lost when we're moving quickly. How does deeper change, what kind of framing does it require versus more patience? And so, yeah, these questions are hugely helpful. I find the questions framing, the fact that we're asking these questions itself quite powerful. These are questions that we plan to enter into investment criteria. So we want people to answer these questions, and they'll have to, and we think that MDBs currently have some tools that can be used to answer these questions. And there's been some extensive exercise done by a working group of MDBs that are looking at Paris alignment to identify those tools and also discuss what additional tools might be required. So again, just thank you for that discussion. I thought it was hugely helpful. And Scott, I see your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I think I was clapping before when I raised my hand. I think what you just said was spot on, and I think my critique of the development agenda is that we always want to have our predetermined solutions and answers up front. And I think part of the transformational agenda is we need to be a little bit more humble, and asking the right questions is a good place to start. So I'm not expecting all the answers on this. But one of the things that the conversation has really highlighted for me is this balancing act between the urgency and also being inclusive. And I think in the transformation agenda, both of those are priorities. So it's interesting to frame it in that way. And I think a lot of it will come down to prioritization and what signals will help us prioritize. And what I mean by that is kind of like diversifying your bets in your own portfolio, if you have one, you know, you don't want to throw all your chickens in one basket. You can't anticipate where transformational learning or change will come from because it's emergent. But you want to try to use science and whatever we have available to narrow down and to scale one's bets, so then we can scale up those particular initiatives that might tip things in the right direction. That was just something that I found was useful from the conversation, this juxtaposition between inclusiveness and urgency. Thank you.
Scott, again, you just packed in so much, and I really appreciate that you brought in scale here, because when I was looking through some of the questions on scale, the questions that we're trying to address are at so multiple levels. So the scale is also at multiple levels. There's local, there's country, there's regional. So yeah, just really appreciate that you also brought in this dimension of scale, which I think is really important. And you know, when we look at just transitions, like often we're pushed towards how the ILO has framed it, and that's really about jobs in specific sort of regions. And the SIF approach has been quite broader than that, as we've said, we were discussing yesterday as well, because impacts happening in one specific area can have repercussions and spill over somewhere quite further away across traditional boundaries. And I think that's really, really important when we look at just transition interventions or applying those principles to current interventions. So really appreciate that you also brought in that conversation about scale. Mark, yeah, you want to, I see the comments. It's difficult to read all the comments and also listen. So can I invite you to speak up? Yeah.
Well, I was responding to the earlier comment about, I just bring back to that idea of the arc that we know we need and want to be on, and how do we, you know, keep our eye there and then do that adaptive and make those adjustments and use the tools. In this case, the finance is the way of balancing it out with the sense that we can move fast with urgency. But I have another comment too, which I've spent a lot of time recently in at conferences and in rooms that are where the business community is talking about how do we move forward with achieving zero by 2050. And you know, I just find this world of the technical change and innovation that the language of those that community, which also includes some elements of diversity, equity, inclusion, and some elements of justice and recognize, but it's a much smaller thing. And then we have this discussion of the sort of the social justice and how do we bring the inclusive element into it, and how does the social justice, as Scott was saying, push us towards that you know, that tipping point that we move so much faster. And I think those two worlds don't necessarily talk a lot together, and the banks, I guess, are in a position where they need to sort of understand how we empower social justice, how we empower that real urgency of energy to move forward with, then where does the technical part of it enable, how do we enable that to move forward and accelerate its own progress towards, you know, reducing emissions and putting in solution sets that and deploying capital in the way. I think the link between those two, I think, is an important one that that needs to be kind of daylighted and discussed and understand that kind of the back and forth and the negative effects that can come from one and the other. We sort of know them generally, but how do they work into this framework of the SIF framework?
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that, Mark. We're actually writing a discussion paper on the role of climate finance. So hoping to explore a lot of the questions that were posed today. And we will be looking at the interest group, asking people if they want to review it and provide input to this paper. So I think this was an extremely relevant conversation. Shelby, I've seen some of your reminders on time. So I think we're reaching the end. How many minutes do we have? Just a couple, 2, 3?
7.
Oh, great. Oh, that's more than I expected. That's brilliant. So maybe since we have those extra minutes, can I invite maybe somebody who hasn't spoken yet in plenary and maybe wanted to respond to any of the questions that were posed, anything that was discussed in the small group or you see on the mural? Maybe there's a burning thought that we just haven't had an opening yet to bring up. Laura, I see you unmuted. Did you want to go ahead?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I just want to return to this question of kind of urgency and scale and what might be lost. And the context that I've thought about this the most is in terms of adaptation finance. I mean, most specifically thinking of the Green Climate Fund, but I think some of the trends there might be relevant, and that's questions of whether, as we're looking for urgent, scalable solutions, whether there's a bias that's moving towards more technical solutions. It's a lot easier to quickly spend money on building kind of large infrastructure projects to get money out there, spend it, than to potentially get behavioral change among small-scale farmers that need kind of a slower pace. So I don't know how we balance that, but I see this as a sort of red flag in some of the language on transformation that might be in opposition to a just transition.
Laura, I just could not agree with you more. And I think some of the key sort of concepts and terminology there is learning and adaptive. And I think if we can inculcate that more in the way we think, in the way we act, we may be able to address a very serious concern that you've just raised. So I just could not agree with you more. Thank you for bringing that up. Layla, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I also wanted to just agree with that. I feel like with this sort of like what you call mass scale kind of planning, one can very quickly and easily shift into, you know, type of more social engineering type of practice rather than social change practice. And I feel that the way to try to mitigate that risk is to put a lot more emphasis on social participation, social movements, social learning, transformative learning, especially when you're talking about urgency, scale, and speed. You know, these are like, it's like the kind of big modernist dream that produced the coal mines that we're trying to get rid of now, and we're using the similar kind of, you know, style of thinking to address the problem. And I'm just wondering how we avoid that we can really invest. And I'm focusing on the notion of invest because this is an investment kind of discussion. I don't normally participate in investment discussions, but that we invest in social movements, that we invest in social justice, that we invest in social change, invest in social learning for the just transitions, so that, you know, people are not worried about whether, you know, their job is going to just disappear, but that we invest in reskilling that is going to offer a better life. And that's very clear and obvious to people, so that you can build the social participation and support that you need for building the just transition. So it's like you need to weight this whole game, you know, in that direction, to avoid, you know, just these plans for everybody else made by a few people in suits and what, you know. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Layla. And I see Danielle's comment here on universal social protection systems. And yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. And you know, what I heard, Layla, from what you were saying is this is not a technical, and from what Laura said, this is not a technical problem. It's an adaptive problem that needs to be solved at the systems level. And there's a lot of work to be done. And sorry, I've given an oversimplification of very complex things that you said, but I will have to draw the conversation to a close, to my utter disappointment, because I would really like to continue talking to you all and hearing so many amazing questions that were already posed on the mural. The good thing is this is just the start of the Just Transitions Interest Group. We really deeply hope that you will continue on this journey with us. We know you're already part of the TCLP network, and you may have been contributing to other interest groups, and your time is extremely valuable, but we think this work is important. We don't want to make fast commitments that are not aligned with long-term goals. As we've all recognized today, it is very, very important to do that. So yeah, this was just the beginning of the interest group work on just transitions. We're publishing a lot of different case studies and discussion papers. And we'll be reaching out to this set of people and inviting others to join us along the journey. So a huge thanks from myself and from the SIF team for contributing today. We've recorded this, and we're going to go back and listen to it again and really extract a lot of insights that you've shared with us. So really a huge thanks. Shelby, is there a slide that we need to share about the next session? Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. So there is a 10-minute break following this session, which is going to start in a minute. And we'd like you to rejoin the main meeting. The link is over here, but it's also in the participant guide and book. Shelby, did you want to make these announcements? I think you might be better versed with them.
It doesn't matter to me. Yeah, just that we're going into a 10-minute break, and if possible, we suggest that you rejoin the main meeting link for session 4 before taking your break. I see a couple of questions in the chat about the mural work. The mural link will stay live. We will probably adjust the settings so that it can't be edited after a certain point, but do feel free to continue to plug into it if you have ideas that pop up. And you should still be able to view it through this link, even if we adjust the settings so that you can't edit it anymore. So yeah.
Great. You'll also see these questions float around much of our work. So you'll see them reflected. There's a discussion paper that we're about to publish maybe in a month, which is called Supporting Just Transitions and Bringing Together the Lessons from South Africa and India and Ghana and Bolivia case studies that we're working on and have already published. And a lot of these questions relate. So you will see them reflected in a ton of our work. And please just do continue being part of this network. We really, really appreciate your time. Thank you deeply for these insights.
And this is an image of just some of the takeaways from the Slido slide that wasn't working earlier. These are some of the responses from people in other groups who were able to access it. And it should be working now. If you want to revisit that, no pressure.
So Shelby, is this the right link now if we go to this?
It should be correct. Hang on, I forgot to test the QR code myself, however. So let me do that.
I think the QR code isn't working yet, but maybe the numbers. But anyway, and Shelby, will there be a post sort of report out from the workshop that we can share these comments through?
Yes, I think we will be compiling Slido responses just because we're getting a lot of great information in there that, this workshop is so fast paced that we're getting great information and it's hard to respond to it all. So we will be, kind of combining chat comments and Slido comments to, do an analysis of and pull out some of the most salient things that people are able to upload.
Thanks, Shelby, for that. And thank you all. Feel free to exit and we will see you in plenary in 9 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
So good morning, everyone. I am so happy to have you back. We've met before in the landscapes breakout room yesterday. My name is 𝗬𝗫𝘀𝗀𝗶𝗴𝗏. I am one of the lead facilitators at the TCLP. And today we're going to build up from all the knowledge and all the information that was dropped into our brains yesterday. We're going to start working on that. The agenda today is much more interactive. And we're going to start with this, which is session 3. If we can move forward with the slides. So today, we're going to try and identify these pushing questions and insights that can help us move forward from thinking to action around transformational change. We have the framework now. How can we implement and apply all these principles into climate action initiatives? We're going to build on findings from yesterday's TCLP discussions, and we're going to add our own insights and ideas on moving from emergent to advanced transformational change. And we can start this work by identifying which tools, which processes, and what type of experimentation we will need to develop further support towards achieving transformational change. First off, I just want to remind you of a few technical issues. This meeting, as you know, is being recorded. I see that almost everybody is muted Thank you for that. So keep muting your microphone while others are speaking. If you want to speak, raise your virtual hand to contribute to the conversation. And if you're having any type of technical issue, you can chat directly to Tim Larson, who is with us in the meeting, and he will be able to help you. So to kick off the discussion, we're going to use the platform that we used yesterday called Slido. And I just want you to think about something that struck you yesterday, something that stayed with you. Maybe you had a few dreams about it, on how to have transformational change. What is one key takeaway that you have from yesterday's workshop sessions? It can be something about the content, it can be something about the format, something that you think is going to be useful in your own work and moving forward. So Irene has put up in the chat already the website for Slido and the code. And I'm gonna give you 1 minute to start typing your thoughts and your takeaways. Hello, welcome. Welcome to people who have just joined. We are on Slido right now. The information is in the chat box. You just have to go to the website of Slido, add the code, and we can start seeing in a minute all your responses. Political will, yes, collaborative efforts. Transitions are complex, including virtual workshops. That is true. And I mean, if you experience this as participant, we experience this a bit more intensely as organizers, but we definitely hope that these transitions are minimal, both in the virtual workshops and also in our work. Although sometimes when transitions are not that smooth, we can see some change. And I'm not talking about the workshop, I'm talking about real life. Well, this is great. Please keep adding your answers. We're gonna start moving on to our next activity. If we can have the slides up. So today we're going to use a very interactive tool that is called Mural. And what we're going to do today is to start thinking on how these frameworks that we learned about yesterday can inform future work. The first thing that we want to do is to review and add insights for advancing transformational change related to the case study that we discussed yesterday. So we understand that Mural, it could be a little bit challenging the first time, so we're going to do this activity together. And then for the next activity, you're going to be in a self-guided breakout room to talk about you know, the key questions, the powerful questions, we call it, to inform the movement from emerging to advanced transformational change in the design of initiatives, assessment of landscape initiatives and projects using the dimensions of transformational change as a framework. But first, can we move on to the next slide, please? This is what Mural looks like. It's really small for me. But basically, this is a very interactive tool where people can be working at the same time, adding your thoughts and your ideas. Yes, I agree with you, Tim. Given the size of the group, I think we're not going to go to breakout rooms right now because we don't want to really break the conversation. We are more than enough to stay here. So my colleagues would add the link to Mural right now. You also have it in your participants guidebook. Using Mural, as I mentioned, it could be quite, you know, challenging the first time, but we are here to guide you. So the first question that we're going to discuss is what insights related to the case study that we saw yesterday, which was the case of Mexico. What insights related to that case can take to advance transformational change from thinking to action? So I would like to, I don't know, Tim, if it's a good idea to actually share, instead of sharing the slides, we can stop sharing so everybody can go to Mural and we can go through this.
Yeah, you can share screen if you'd like. If you click on the link, it should allow you to enter your name and email address to enter as a visitor. I see a few people in there. It looks like Jen Butts is in and Inez is in. And over on the right-hand side, if you click on number 1, it tells you a little bit more about Mural and how to use it. But if you have questions, don't hesitate to speak up or to chat in. The exercise we're going to do first here is if you click on number 2, it's the key insights box. And down in the lower right-hand corner, there's a place where you can, if you click on the hand and that gets lit up with a black background, that enables you to grab this Mural workspace and move it around. You can turn it off by clicking that button again. And then there's a plus and minus that you can zoom in and out. But if you click up on the outline on the right-hand side, the 2 key insights, that should zoom you into that section, and then you can click the minus button, or the plus button to zoom in even more in that area to read things that are in there.
Yeah, I see some people here already moving around. So why don't we go back to section 2 of the Mural, key insights for advancing transformational change. I'm sorry, my dog is having a little bit of a breakdown. I hope you don't hear it. So think back to the Mexico landscapes case study that was presented yesterday. What stood out for you? What were the insights? And if you remember, we actually presented the Mexico case study already framed within the CIF's framework of transformational change. So think about the dimensions, think about what were you know, what would it take to advance transformational change in your own work? Of course, the Mexico case is only an example that you can draw from, but in your own work, in other landscape-related initiatives. So I have already added some thoughts, and if you go to the top side, there are these little black dots that are used to show support to some of the ideas that are already written. So one of the things that struck me yesterday, and I think it was Jen's question, was how to allow flexibility for initiatives during implementation and towards, you know, a conclusion, and how to turn them into transformational initiatives how to be flexible enough to tackle changes as they happen through implementation. So that's one takeout that stuck with me throughout the day. And also how to move forward and how to tackle the challenges that appear, because sometimes for initiatives that happen at, 5, 7, 8 years, conditions change, political conditions, social conditions change, and that is something that, of course, initiatives need to adapt. Yes, the 70% of forest coverage in Mexico, that is potential. And of course, we have to think about this when we're thinking in any context, in any country, how to address the potential or their vocation for transformation versus the challenges that they might face. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to think about and write your sticky notes.
For those of you who are just joining, we just reposted in the chat a link to the mural workspace that you see on the Zoom share, and you can go in that directly and add to information and ideas there. And feel free to chat or to speak up if you have any questions on using Mural. Just as a reminder, if you want to create a sticky note to add a thought, you can just double click on the workspace there and that will create one. Or you can grab one of the blank ones there, double click on it and start typing. Jen Butts, it looks like you have your hand raised, Jen.
I do. 𝗬𝗲𝘃𝗶, how do I react to one of the sticky notes? Like, I'm really fascinated by that the no deforestation was not the transitional or the transformational change destination. So how would I indicate that, like check mark or something?
Yep. So if you go to on top of the sticky notes, there are some black dots. You click on one and then you move it to the exactly. Yeah, that's great.
It looks like we have to bring the
I know
forward.
what's happening.
Yeah, bring to front. There.
Yes.
Hi, hello, this is Berenice from Mexico. Hi, 𝗬𝗲𝘃𝗀𝗃.
Hi, Bere.
I have a question because I cannot write when I just choose a sticky note, but then I cannot type anything. So
which one are you, the visiting crab, or which one are you?
I think so. Yeah.
So if you move over to the sticky note and click on it.
Okay.
Double click on it, actually.
Double click, sorry.
Double click, okay. Oh, okay, I got it.
Yes.
Yep. And if you want to create a new sticky note, you can just double click anywhere on the workspace and it'll create a blank one there that you can just start typing into.
So just a quick poll. Are you working in your own, I mean, does it make sense for me to stop sharing my screen, or is it useful for you, or more confusing if you're using your own, browser? What does everybody say?
Hi, 𝗬𝗲𝘃𝗀𝗃. I think if we are writing and using the app, then we are not looking at the Zoom link anyways. But I mean, we can go from one screen to the other, I guess.
Great. Then I'll stop sharing.
If anybody is not in Mural, let us know and we can occasionally share the screen in Zoom so that you can see kind of some of the activity there. And if you're not using Mural, you can also chat in any thoughts you have around kind of key insights, and we'll post them over there.
Okay, we're gonna wrap up this activity in a minute. I'm happy to see that everybody's getting acquainted with Mural, because our next activity is going to require this particular skill, which is writing on a sticky note and upvoting it. So I think you have mastered it. Feel free to come back to this section, which is section 2. Now we're going to move on to section 3, which is the core of this session. It's called Powerful Questions That Can Inform the movement from emerging to advanced transformational change. And I know this sounds a little bit challenging, considering that we are still learning about transformational change and how it manifests in impacts and results. But what we want you to do is to feel free and start brainstorming questions. And this is, I mean, the idea that we are writing questions is for the TCLP to explore further during 2021 future work. As you can see, if you move over to section 3, you can see that it is organized by the dimensions, the 5 dimensions that, that are part of the CIV's framework around transformational change. There's relevance, systemic change, speed, scale, adaptive sustainability, and of course we have general questions that do not pertain to these 5 dimensions. Feel free to start adding your questions into breakout room 1, because right now we are all in one plenary, but if you see that it's getting crowded in terms of sticky notes, of course we can move on to breakout 2 or breakout 3.
This is Tim Larson. One additional thought, as you're thinking about questions, the idea is, particularly for relevance in that category, what are the questions that you'd want to, if you were coaching someone who is designing a program or project, what are those kind of initial questions that you'd want to make sure that project teams were asking as they design projects to consider kind of contextual factors, what it will take to be successful, kind of key design parameters. And because some of the aim, as 𝗬𝗲𝘀𝗀𝗃 mentioned, is I think there's a lot of interest in developing tools, resources, guidance for practitioners in the international climate finance institutions and MDBs. And so starting with identifying lists based on, kind of your wisdom of what it takes to design interventions in ways that maximize likelihood of transformational change. Yeah, just any thoughts you have on those detailed questions, and just spend a few minutes getting ideas down, and then we can talk through them.
Great, thanks, Tim. And also, please remember to mute yourself if you're not speaking to, avoid distractions and yes, thank you so much. If you remember our conversation yesterday, and I really like to see these reactions to the relevance dimension, because we were discussing how important it was for initiatives to actually align to national policies and national priorities, relevant efforts that are happening at the same time. So of course, questions of how does national policy and NDC context can look like in landscape initiatives. How does a project account for election cycles and policy changes? I would like actually to know more about, I don't know who added this question, but I would really like for them to elaborate on this one. It sounds really interesting. Oh, do we have a rogue? I don't know who wrote it.
Hi, 𝗬𝗍𝗶, it's Jen. I did. I'm going to elaborate now.
Great, thanks, Jen.
Does anyone have questions about using Mural or kind of where we're working now? I can share my screen really briefly. So we're kind of, there's several people working here in the relevance and systemic change areas. And you can click and add questions or read what other folks are writing. But don't hesitate to chat into me or the group if you've got questions on how to use it, or feel free to speak up. We've got a relatively small group in this Zoom meeting.
One interesting thought that we can gather from Mafalda's participation yesterday, it can actually relate a little bit to scale, was that transformational change doesn't necessarily mean incremental changes, right? And I think that's something that stuck with me throughout the building of the framework, but also when she was discussing this, because sometimes we think that scaling up means making something bigger or making something in another state, in another region. And I think we have to stop and look at what the impacts are saying. We definitely consider transformational change across the process. And we also need to think about, you know, how the impacts are being scaled, not necessarily bigger, but meaning deeper transformations. So that's something to think about.
Also, feel free to just share thoughts in verbally about questions if you don't want to write it in, and we can type them into the mural space. So don't be constrained by that. I would love to hear your thoughts on kind of what questions you'd really be encouraging people to be asking to design interventions with transformational change in mind.
Also, don't forget to look at the ideas that other people are sharing. If you feel compelled, add a black dot to the sticky note to upvote it if it's something that it was also on your mind. This is really useful to identify, you know, what people are focusing on, or what are the main interests that we can pick up on our own work within the TCLP initiative.
In case people don't know where we are in the mural, if you're logged into the mural space, Then over on the right-hand side, there should be, it should say outline, and there's 4 options under that. If you click on the 3 powerful questions, that should zoom you into this big workspace. And where we're working is in the upper left-hand corner of that. I'll share a screen right now. So where I'm talking about is if you go over to the outline here, if I click on 3, if I'm over on the 2 where we were, if I click on 3, it takes me to the workspace where we're working. And we've been working in this first column here. I see people have been adding questions throughout. If you want to zoom in, what you do is you go down here to the lower right-hand corner, and you can press, keep clicking in. If I press the hand, then I can move the screen over to get to the breakout 1 area. And then if I want to use the sticky notes, I just unclick the hand, and I can go in here and double click and start typing. So hopefully that's helpful for folks. Chat me if you have any additional questions on using Mural. But also, please don't hesitate to just speak up, and we can make sure that we can write things in for you.
Yeah, I don't think we can stress this enough. We love, if you feel compelled, put on your camera, and we would love to see your faces. We'd love to create, I know we're working on Mural, but this is a space where we can actually have a conversation face-to-face as much as technology allows. So feel free. And as you are exploring the dimensions, maybe you want to think about, for example, in terms of the relevance dimensions, what are the questions that could help explore the objectives, the interventions, the logic of an initiative, the enabling approach that could actually lead towards transformational change? What are these questions that can help us tackle a project during its design and even during its implementation? In terms of systemic change, we can think about what questions can help us explore different barriers and systemic changes that a program or a project could address. This could be technological, this could be economic, social, institutional, or, I mean, obviously environmental. Or which questions could help us explore if processes and outcomes are consistent with what we consider in that particular project, the optimal pace of transformation. In terms of scale, for example, we can think about how to explore different aspects of scaling that a project could address. It could be, you know, the ones that I mentioned before would be technological, how to scale all these areas. And in terms of adaptive sustainability, yeah, I mean, what are the adaptive capacities that could be explored in different sectors or different areas or different, you know, workspaces that this project or this initiative is touching upon? I do believe we have 5 more minutes before we move on to plenary. So we want to encourage you to write away. As Tim mentioned, if you feel more comfortable speaking and telling us your ideas, and we can write it in the mural for you.
There's a lot of great questions people are adding.
Yeah. Jen, I really like your questions, but I think you're going to have to elaborate on a lot of them.
Sorry, I'm just trying to fit them all into a little sticky note.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to address them later, and maybe I'll put you a little bit on the spotlight, and we can discuss it over the, over the chat here on Zoom.
Okay. Yeah, actually, it's not just eye glazing, Matt. It was also like if you talk about something at such a high level, it leaves a lot of territory to be attacked by opponents of whatever the change is, because there's always going to be losers or perceived losers or opponents to change. So I was wondering if incremental articulation isn't more defensible, and transformational change is like so big, it leaves a lot of room for people to crowd in to work against the goal as well as to work for it.
Just if I can build on that, when you say transformational change and you want some large, different world that you're going to live in, right? Everybody wants to put their thing in it, and you end up with a Christmas tree with everybody's little mini project stuck to it, and it's almost impossible to move anything forward because you've got so many moving parts. That's not the eye glazing thing. For me, the eye glazing thing is when you try and explain transformational change to someone, and there's 5 elements and there's 4 indicators and signals and blah, blah, blah. They just kind of, you lose them in the first 6 minutes. And it's very hard to get them back. They put transformational change in the basket of it's too hard in their minds. So I think maybe I'll put that as a question. I'm going to put in challenges of communicating it effectively, something like that.
Yeah, feel free to add that. That's great. And one of the things that's come up in some of the recent discussions is maybe 2 key things that we get people focused on. One is, how can a project or intervention contribute to overcoming barriers that are identified that may enable more systemic changes? And how can a project or intervention be designed to maximize the likelihood of follow-on effects, scaling, replication? Those might be a simplification of some of the dimensions that at least get people thinking about how a project can contribute beyond the specific goals that it may have, for both to systemic change and to kind of scaling and replication. But would love to hear others' thoughts about how to make, and some of this may be just questions that you can ask that get people thinking in a new way, even if they don't have to understand the concepts and the framework, but just what are those powerful questions that have you, do you know who all the actors are in this space? Or have you engaged with frontline communities who may be affected to know kind of how they're thinking about these things? Or so some of it's just what questions do you want to use to generate discussion, even if people don't have to understand a whole framework?
And that conversation, I got completely trapped in the rabbit's warren of all the different networking software and stuff the other day, all the ways you can map and track the systems. That was really a very rich resource that you put into the handbook. But going back to the previous discussion about speaking at a transformational change level, I think that ties into my question related to milestones, kind of breaking things down a little bit so you don't get the eye glazing piece.
Yeah.
You still get it, but maybe not as much.
Fair enough.
It was interesting just hearing the conversations in the panel yesterday about, these institutions that are layering all these things like Paris alignment, and, pretty soon things get so complex about all the dimensions that you're trying to pull in to inform project design.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's definitely something that us as practitioners at the national level sometimes struggle with, and we have to really keep our eyes on how to align these international objectives and sometimes what it seems like guidelines to our own national interests and needs and our own policies and our own strategies that are already taking place. I think, I mean, Berenice will not let me lie. This is such an important part of the project design, and I think it's crucial to address all these dynamics that are happening at the local level, and then how to, you know, I do not know the word in English, but how to marry them with the international dynamics. I really liked one question that was underneath here that was speaking about the power dynamics that we need to balance out and how that is going to look like if we want to address transformational change on both fronts. I'm sorry, Mauricio, did you wanted us to share the screen or just to share the mural link?
Thank you. Just the link, I just landed on my computer and I was just hearing and could not add value. So I'll start typing now.
Yes, add value away.
About what Țive just said, I would like to add that it is very important to identify the leaders of those power dynamics. And sometimes the leaders are not the ones that are in front, you know, and you need to be very careful to identify who is moving, all the who is doing the job behind scenes.
That is very true. How are we doing in terms of time? I think we're about to move on to plenary share out, isn't it? 10,
yes,
15.
we have a couple of more minutes here and then we can move to plenary.
Yeah, great.
For a discussion.
So what is going to happen next? I mean, we have a couple more minutes to add questions, to upvote questions, to react to the sticky notes that are there. And then I would like to ask from you to look at the mural questions from a very critical point of view and see if you can identify themes in these questions, in these sticky notes. Can we cluster some of them? Can we group them? Or the opposite, are there some gaps? Are there some issues that you think haven't been addressed? Or are some of the questions prone to more refinement that we could also address? And this is, I mean, the main goal is to think as project designers, project implementers, project evaluators, and how these questions could equip us better to integrate all these thinkings into the building of future initiatives. Always in mind to keep that the goal is how to achieve transformational change, how to bring it from thinking, from framework, from theory, to a more practical approach.
My hand was raised, but I'll just jump in any old way. It's interesting that the stakeholder or stakeholders and participants cut across a number of the different dimensions. So it's in several, actually. It's in relevance, it's in systemic change, it's in scale. So definitely, I think that's a category that cuts through across throughout the whole process, and clearly so.
I am so sorry, Jen. I was having some connectivity issue and I didn't hear what you said. Would you mind repeating it, please? Sorry.
Just that the stakeholders and stakeholder management as a category comes in as it should and would for each of the stages, for each of these dimensions. So cultivating, not just knowing who the audience or the stakeholder set is for relevance, which would be the beginning, but tracking how those change and how you account for winners and losers and how do you anticipate using others in the future. All of that is sort of broadly under stakeholder, and it's a category that cuts through everything.
Yeah, that is a super valid point. Across all dimensions, what we have to think about is who the stakeholders are. And I know maybe you're a bit more realistic than what I am. When you're talking about winners and losers, how would you see an initiative moving forward in a context that is, for example, complex in terms of all the stakeholders that are working? How to minimize or address these losers, how to talk to them, how to include them in the decision-making processes. Jen, what is your thought on that?
So my experience of what's been effective is that those potential losers or opponents are identified very specifically, and then a process of analysis of where there's a point of convergence is done, and then that's the outreach, that's the bridge then to bring them into conversation, because there's always a point of convergence at something in almost any project or any initiative. So finding that point and then using that to build then the relationship, I think has from my experience worked the best, rather than just trying to go head on and start fighting people in courts or taking a more aggressive stance.
Right. Yeah. Heard you. Berenice, I hate to put you on the spot, but I do know that you have some experience, particularly in this issue about, how to address different stakeholders, different needs, different interests. And I want to hear what your takeout on this is.
I think that what helps in this is transparency and sharing of information, because most of the stakeholders do not know all the pros and cons, and that is one part of the very key features of the climate investment funds, that they asked to do very participative workshops, and the condition was to share the information in an adequate language and to take into consideration all the views and thoughts. So I think being very transparent and being try to find the means to share all the information that is possible, and also what Jen just said, I think it's very important. So I think this is one thing to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think one of the questions could be, and please help me out on identifying where this question could be better placed, is is the information, how do we make sure that the information is flowing with enough transparency and through the right channels? I mean, I want to actually put it in the adaptive sustainability dimension, but or maybe through the general questions. So I do not want to put people on the spotlight anymore. I would prefer them to start joining the conversation themselves. What do you think there are, if there are themes that are rising in these within these questions? I mean, one that I'm seeing over and over again is, of course, this about the participation, the stakeholders, the inclusion in decision-making processes. There's one that I keep seeing is, and it's also, I mean, we understand that projects are related to the social context, so how to bring the right actors. And one thing that I've been hearing and seeing a lot is, in terms of climate finance, how to bring the right actors. That sometimes mean, for example, actors that could provide additional investment to the financial flow that is happening right now. And we can talk about the private sector, of course, but there are some areas that sometimes are left unexplored. For example, philanthropy, how to bring them, private banks, commercial banks, even at the beneficiary level, how to help them explore their own capacities to bring finance into their own projects. So I would like to hear what people think about this.
𝗬𝗫𝗃, I don't know if I know the answer to that, but I think that we have to recognize that when we bring donor finance or private sector finance, to a scenario with the objective of changing it, we're only going to be 1% of the available finance. So our job's not really getting the money in, our job's using that money catalytically and convincing stakeholders of the mission that you're on and agreeing on the endpoint. But then the first question they ask you is, what's the money like? So I'm trying to get that balance.
What's the money like? What do you mean?
I mean, you come and say, okay, we want you to do things differently. We want to make transformational change. And they'll say, how much money do you have? How much are you going to invest? Where are you going to spend the money? That sort of stuff. And you say, well, we want you to spend your money, which is a different conversation, right? But a necessary one.
I would like to add to this that what is important is to speak the language of the stakeholder that we want to invite. So if we want to invite national development banks, we need to think and speak to them in the language that they know, and also NGOs or philanthropy, because otherwise it is going to be very difficult to get them on board.
Thanks, Berenice. Does someone who wants to react to this? Either it is too early for some people or they are being a little bit shy. I'm going to put you on the spotlight, Mauricio, because I heard your voice and I think you would be an ideal contributor. What do you think about the discussion? Or if there is some other sticky note that speaks to you?
Yeah, thank you, 𝗬𝗫𝗃. Well, for the enabling finance or catalytic capital you're bringing forth, well, I think that's the sector that needs to transform the evaluation. So I'm sure you guys have worked this with Michael Quinn, but he brings this that to evaluate transformation, you need to transform evaluation, and that's a pathway to lead towards actually seeing manifesting the transformational change we want. So that's where the catalytic and enabling finance and money can go, and throughout the continuum of capital, if I might call it that way, that can leverage other sources of finance at scale. So that's just a thought I had.
Thank you, Mauricio. Yeah, I think definitely in terms of finance and in terms of where the money goes and how the donors are evaluating the success of these resources is something that we have discussed over and over again. Sometimes, if we're speaking about transformation, it can get a little bit restrictive when we tie it to indicators that donor agency have. And then there's an interesting conversation to have, bringing these indicators or this, this understanding of the impacts into something that is more transformational. Within the CIF, when I was working with the Mexican government, we actually pushed a little bit for allowing, for less indicators that were quantitative, and then more space to actually explain how transformational change was happening at the local level in terms of qualitative impacts. And I think that is something really interesting to talk about within the climate finance community as a donor, but also as a recipient country or a project implementer, because sometimes, more often than not, you're working with more than one initiative and you need to make sense of all these requirements and indicators. I'm going to start calling names. So I haven't heard from Terry, from Ines, and I would love to hear what your thoughts are on the sticky notes in dimensions. I mean, it doesn't have to be about finance. There are great ideas here. So
yeah, hi, this is Ines. No, just maybe building up on what you just mentioned, because the issue of quantitative versus qualitative indicators is very interesting, especially I'm thinking about the FIP in general, when we have to report, let's say, the success of an initiative such as, or a program such as the FIP, and to showcase this as either being successful or not. It is easier, unfortunately, to discuss this in terms of numbers, or it's easier to show this in an easier way to in terms of numbers than if we have to tell the story, which is can be very complex and more difficult to tell. It's easier to just show success in terms of, I don't know, number of hectares or number of tons of CO2 than to discuss the evolution of how a government started considering gender issues, or how the, I don't know, national development banks started investing in landscape or forestry related investments, because that's a story, and that you have to capture the context, you have to capture who was involved, you have to capture what were the challenges. I think it's unfortunately easier to to discuss this in terms of numbers, but of course, at the end, when you really want to see the change, it is much more interesting to read a case study such as Mexico, which provides you with the whole information of what happened. But I mean, that's the difficulty of how to share successes and how to really convince donors or governments or private sector that this is really a successful story.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think one of the experiences that you and I have had together, and for me it was quite powerful, when the conditions allow, is to actually be able to bring donors into the projects and let them experience what transformational change means when they are in the middle of the forest, or when they are in the middle of the forest industry. And I have heard you many times talk about how the CIF initiatives, and of course many other initiatives, are centered around the people. These should be the core of from which all the initiatives are built upon. So Terry, what do you think?
Hi, sorry, I just unmuted myself.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. No, this is really interesting sort of discussion framework. So just a few points from my experience, and I'm working quite a lot at the moment on forest and landscape governance work. The first thing is that we need to basically be acting and thinking politically. So basically, political economy approaches are really sort of quite critical to understanding what the impact and change pathways are that we can make. It's particularly true where you've got forests and landscapes that are not just a natural resource or a resource for livelihoods, but they are an economic rent, where you can get basically bad actors who are trying to capture the resources at the rent. So you've got basically vested interests that are often against a sort of more equitable change or transformational change. And when it comes to landscape governance, I think that quite often we'd need to sort of look at bringing in new actors into structures. So I've been working some landscapes in West Africa where we needed to bring in the private sector actors who are actually completely critical in the landscapes or livelihoods of people in those landscapes, but that don't have any formal role in landscape governance. It's a combination of either the state or local chieftaincy institutions. And so basically there may need to be innovation around that on landscapes. And then a last point on landscape work in general is that in terms of finance, both public and private finance, it's seen as potentially risky. It's risky for private investors because there's not enough examples existing out there about how to basically manage and invest in landscapes well. And it also carries reputational risk for both donors and private investors. If there are risks there, let's say with sort of resettlement of people or people who are basically migrating or people who have settled and there's a need to move them on, or there's basically a legacy of really nasty land conflicts. So I think I think the landscape area is really challenging, but slowly I think we're learning some approaches that work. Can I stop there and you can ask questions back to me?
Terry, if I could put a little dot next to your name to upvote all the three things that you said, I think it's so relevant. I mean, in terms of governance, in terms of de-risking. And one thing that I want to mention is that some of our experience in Mexico was actually how to bring private finance into the forest sector. And we found that there were several strategies that we can follow. For example, if we were talking about loans or credit lines toward productive activities, we could tie them up with technical assistance from the beginning to the very end of the loan to ensure that people were being, their capacities were being strengthened in, financial, administrative, organizational, technical even. And we were working hard to look around in the financial forest sector, if there was one, to think about and to look for financial tools such as guarantee funds or linking the credit loans to national subsidies to minimize this risk. And of course, in terms of what the 𝗪 project did, it worked. And now the challenge that remains is, of course, how to scale up these efforts, right? Yeah, so great contributions. Thank you, Terry. Keep them coming. So I really want to hear about from the African Center for Climate Action. I don't see the name of the colleague, but if you could introduce yourself and maybe have some thoughts around.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Freeman Elo from Nigeria.
Welcome.
So, yeah, thank you for the opportunity. So, I think this has been a very interesting conversation looking at landscape. But if you look at it from the African picture and I look at Nigeria, I would like to also open our minds to understand that looking at landscape issues, climate financing, and development that has to do with land, there are issues we need to consider. The politics, the polity, and also the investment. So, but it's so unfortunate that when we look at landscape issues and financing, it's almost like on the same picture, wherein some countries have actually gone very, very far. Now, the SAFE, for instance, have a lot of projects in Africa, and we have few projects also in Nigeria, either through the African Development Bank and through some other banks. But you hardly will see the impact of this project on the ground. And so that is where I said there are issues of policies, politics, and financing. So, but the truth is, you also want to see these countries are focused. So now we have to look at what really does the government want? What really does the people want? And how do we now get this development to them, especially when it has to do with the issues of landscape? So that is why someone like me have always loved the approach the SAFE has developed over time. Multi-stakeholdership, getting the approach, having the people involved, that is indigenous or local people ownership to project. But in a way, you know, most of these projects still don't get to the grassroots because you don't expect the SAFE or the Africa Development Bank. They will definitely work with what the government have suggested or mentioned to them. So in the approach of SAFE, that's why we have always asked for that. The monitoring and regulation that has to do with the non-state actor and the observers should be what? Intensified, because the government has had good ways of just subventing or reporting on execution of some of these projects. And that is why the impact of some landscape development are really not felt at the grassroots. One, the people are not aware. Even when the process is pushing for maybe grassroots awareness, multi-stakeholders, investment, or participation, it is not there. Now, I will shock you. You know, in Nigeria, for instance, it is difficult for you to have the private sector investment in the just transition programs, especially when it comes to climate financing. And if in Ghana has done quite better, Kenya has also done quite well, but in Nigeria, we've not had enough. We've not had real impact because it is being what? Slowed down by the politics and the politicking in the process. So, and that is why here I would say countries have gone in different levels and different stages and different ways. And it depends on how the individual government will sit down and say, okay, how do we now develop our landscape? How do we now get this initiative of the just transition to develop, you know, or move from what? Dirty energy to cleaner energy. For example, just yesterday, the national oil company, that is NNPC, in charge of the petroleum industry, were celebrating on Twitter that they just renewed oil licenses, and Shell and some other companies and Ajib has signed a new contract. They were celebrating, you know, when we are talking about moving gradually to cleaner energy, you know. So we went on Twitter and said, do we need to celebrate this? Why can't you just sign this renewal quietly and allow the people get the benefit? What has the country gained for the past 54 years? We have been depending on oil. Rather, we have damaged environment, damaged landscape. So, and one of them from the government wrote back and said, please, no, this is Twitter. Can you just write to us personally? And I replied, I don't write to you personally because it's an issue that concerns the people. So you can see the interest. So the government will claim to say, okay, we are pursuing the just transition because that could be an international requirement. That could be an international input or content or element that has to be with a document to gain certain funding or to be part of it. So we want to adapt. But on the individual scale, the individual country has what to do. So in all, it's a safe strategy of multi-stakeholdership and actually getting the different sector and giving ownership to local and indigenous people. But to achieve all this, the politics in place has a long way to play. And that is where people like us in the civil society space have come to say, don't leave it to government, get involved. People, when they don't want to get too involved, find your way in the process so that we can protect our landscape and join other nations in the just transition to give us a better environment and landscape development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are great insights. And I think it stems from a couple of interesting questions on how to ensure, that the right actors are seated at the table, and also how to ensure that the government has the best interest of the people in mind. And also when we're speaking about landscapes, how to include all the sectors that are, encompassed by the landscapes. We have around 3 minutes to wrap up this conversation, and we still haven't heard from Antonio. And Jean, I don't think Jean is here anymore, but I don't know if in a couple of minutes, Antonio, you would like to add something?
Hello, good morning. My name is Antonio. I'm really sorry I'm being a little bit far from this conversation because I still have a little activities in my job, but it's a pleasure to be here with you. And from my perspective, transformational change needs to be addressed in every project regarding to this financing opportunity or source. And from my perspective and in my experience, we need to address social challenges, sorry. So social challenges such as stakeholders' participation during the process of formulating the project. And we also need to address challenges like political will, budgeting, administrative processes. We also need to think about how these challenges can be addressed during the process of implementing a new initiative, especially when we are thinking about changing the mindsetting of a specific group, such as I'm from Guatemala, and in Guatemala we have different national programs. I work with the government, and in these programs we are trying to align different cooperation projects with the national efforts to tackle deforestation, degradation, and to help to preserve the forests. But in the way we face these different perspectives, and we can have like different organizations trying to like get to the same objective, but at the same time we have different methodologies, different people that is in charge, and sometimes different I don't know, perspectives on how to achieve those goals. So one of the main challenges that we face when we are trying to do transformational change is trying to align all these initiatives, trying to align all the people and get all the people like into the same language and into the same goals. And I mean, that's some of the things that I could say about this. I think it's important to have these conversations, to develop these questions, but also we need to address the stakeholders, stakeholder participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Antonio. These are all very valuable insights that, of course, we were taking notes, we were adding it to the mural, and that will inform and provide, feed our future TCLP work. So we are closing now this session. I really want to thank you for participating, either volunteering or being called upon. I think all the thoughts and all the insights were super valuable. And of course, you will see your thoughts and your ideas reflected in the TCLP future work. And as we are moving on from thinking to developing products, guidance, tools for practitioners over the coming months. Please, we want to encourage you, every single one of you, to remain involved in the TCLP initiative. Following this workshop, we'll be in touch. So we're gonna have a break that, if I'm not mistaken, we're coming back to another Zoom link at the hour, whatever time zone you are. Right now here is about to be 10 a.m. So at the hour, you can rejoin the main meeting in the link that is provided in the slides and also in the chat. In the meantime, we're going to a break. But during the break, we want you to think about which process or tools need to be developed, research further in the paths towards transformational change. And for this, we're going to go back to Slido. It's going to remain open throughout the break. If we can go to that slide, Irene, if we have one. We don't have one. Okay, so just in the chat, you will see the Slido website and the code to access our Slido. It's going to be shortly in the chat. And then the question that we want you to think about is, which process or tools need to be developed, need to be researched further in the paths towards transformational change? I think our mural looks great, and it's definitely, I mean, we're going to have a lot of fun clustering some of these thoughts and turning these questions into actual tools that we can later share with you.
This is Tim. I just want to thank you all for all the great questions, because I think we will be working with the Landscapes Interest Group to turn those into guidance and tools. So that's great initial input into that process.
Yeah, thank you so much. Irene, would you like to add something?
No, just wanted to thank everyone for this really productive conversation. I think the mural looks fantastic, and it's definitely a lot of insights and food for thought. And as 𝗬𝗲𝘀𝗀𝗶 mentioned, we'll incorporate this work, these insights and suggestions into the work of the TCLP moving forward. So just a big thank you for your participation. And I believe the Slido question would probably be in once we move back into the main link.
Okay, Thank you. Thanks for this, Irene. So just some logistical information. We are going to be leaving this Zoom link, this meeting, and we are rejoining in. If you want to rejoin now, perhaps you're going to see the Slido prompt there. But we are going to rejoin in a different Zoom link, which is going to be the plenary. Tim has just put it up in the chat. So please make sure to come back to that one, not this one. This is ending. And yeah, I just want to thank you all. It was a very lively conversation. There were a lot of leads that we can follow in our upcoming work. So we are going to be back with you in 10 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye, 𝗬𝗲𝘀𝗀𝗃. Thank you.
If you
Bye-bye.
just click the link there to the other Zoom meeting, you can click then leave and join the other one as an easy transition.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thanks for joining. This is the Clean Energy session where we'll be talking today about moving from emergent to advanced transformational change. We'll give a couple of minutes here for folks to join. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Clean Energy Room. We will be starting in just a couple of minutes, just letting folks join in here. Right. Well, it's a couple of minutes here after the hour, so why don't we go ahead and get started. We've got just a few logistics and things to talk through today before we dive into the actual work. So first of all, welcome. Thank you so much for joining today. This is the Clean Energy Group. It's a bit of a continuation from yesterday's conversation in session 2, where we heard from Neil Bird about some work that the Clean Tech Fund has done in Turkey, and we heard from on a case study from Neil. And so today, yesterday we focused on concepts, we heard from a lot of experts, and today we're turning the tables a little bit, and today you all will be the experts. So I wanted to, first of all, welcome everybody. I wanted to let you all know that this is the space in which language interpretation is happening for the workshop this morning. So if you're in need of interpretation services, I would request that you go to the bottom of your screen and click whether you require French or Spanish or English. Just a note for English speakers, you do need to click on English because English is not the default language. So if you click on English, then if someone asks a question in French or Spanish, you will hear the interpretation of that as it's happening in real time. So just wanted to let everyone know that. Next slide, please. Great. So thank you all again so much for joining this session. What we really wanted to focus on today, as I said, carrying over from session 2 from yesterday, is to really identify insights that can help to advance our collective thinking and action on transformational change in the clean energy space. We'll of course kind of be starting from the Turkey case study that was presented yesterday, but also very eager to hear from your own knowledge and experience in the clean energy space as well. We also are hoping to identify some powerful questions that practitioners can consider in thinking about transformational change, design, implementation, and evaluation. And beginning to identify tools, processes, and experimentation that is needed to really help support and advance transformational change. So those are some of the things that we will be focused on in this session. Next slide, please. Great, so just a couple of technical reminders. I do want to let people know that the session is being recorded, the meeting's being recorded. Please do stay on mute for while others are speaking. Often we get background noise, etc. You can raise your virtual hand if you have something to contribute to the conversation. You can also chat hand into the chat, and that's another way that we can see you if you have a question. Of course, once we get into the breakout groups, we do encourage everybody to give folks, all a chance to speak and to be inclusive in that way. And you can chat directly to Shelby Thomas, who is one of the meeting facilitators, if you have any technical issues over the course of this session. Next slide, please. Great, so we wanted to start by launching a quick icebreaker. And so are just asking everybody if you can go to the Slido link and let us know what is one key takeaway that you have from yesterday's workshop sessions. And this is not just limited to the clean energy session from yesterday, but really to the entire day of the workshop. So we would love to hear any key takeaways that you have from yesterday's sessions. And we are actually asking this question in all of the different groups, landscapes, resilience, just transition as well. So you will be able to see sort of the key takeaways from everybody as they are filling in the Slido. So you can take a minute or two to do that now. Thank you. And just a reminder to folks to mute yourselves as we move through until we get into the small groups. Great. Right. Another second. Fantastic. Great to see these, because I think we'll be asking to source some of these as we move through the meeting here today. All right. Great. So thank you so much. You can keep filling that out and we will see the results of that. Nice to see it scrolling down the page. All right, can we move to our, well, let's see. Yeah, perfect. So I'm sure folks are very eager to kind of jump in and really get talking and get going here. So I want to go ahead and move us along. As a reminder, these are the dimensions of transformational change.
Funny on my slide.
Climate action that we talked about yesterday across many of the sessions. I think some folks who have been involved with the TCLP before and with the CIF might be familiar with these, and for other folks, these might be entirely new concepts, and that's fantastic. I think it's fine wherever you are in this, and today is some time to dive deeper on each of these 5 dimensions and to really bring your experience to the fore. So just wanted to put this up here as a reminder of what those dimensions are, relevance, really thinking about, the attentiveness of and alignment of your goals through time and context. Systemic change, you know, obviously I think we all are thinking about systems and talking about systems and what those fundamental shifts are. You know, speed, I think that one speaks for itself. It's just, are the changes that we're seeking appropriately timed to accelerate impact? Scale, again, is one that I think all often deal with, is just, you know, what is the scale of our intervention and is it sufficient for systemic change? And what kind of sustainability, you know, how sustainable is the change that we're seeking? You know, is it robust, is it resilient, and is it adaptive? So let's move forward. Great, so this is the meat of our day today. And what we're gonna do today is, we are already in a small group. This is not the plenary. This is folks who are interested in clean energy. And we are actually going to break this group up into smaller groups so that folks can really dive into some of the concepts around the dimensions and how those apply in the clean energy space. If we could get to the next slide, please. So I'm going to spend a couple of minutes explaining and talking through sort of what we are expecting folks to do, and you will have 30 minutes in a small group to be able to work together and chat with one another. So in a few minutes, you're all going to be invited to join a breakout room with a few other participants. And what we're hoping that you will focus on, and the interface that we're using for this, is Mural. And I know, again, you know, everyone will have a different level of knowledge with different types of technology. So many of you might be very familiar with Mural, and for some people, this might be the first time you're using Mural. And again, that is fine. We are here to help you and to make it as smooth as possible. So my colleague Sarah is going to chat a link into the chat for you all, which will get you to the Mural page, which you can be opening, but I am going to talk you through some of this, and we will be talking through how you utilize this space before we actually ask you to utilize this space. So in your Mural groups, we're actually just wanting you to focus on two main activities. The first is really to review and add to and think about key insights for advancing transformational change related to clean energy. And this can be drawing from the case study on Turkey that you heard from yesterday, and this could also be drawing from your own experiences and your own knowledge in this space. And the second thing that we're hoping folks will do in the smaller groups is to identify powerful questions that can help to inform the movement from emergent to advanced transformational change in design and implementation, in assessment of clean energy initiatives. And so we'll have a lot of time to focus on, you know, what are the types of questions that you would ask to really move along that continuum. So the link is there. You can all click on that link and begin to access the page. And I'm going to talk you through for a couple of minutes here, you know, what you're seeing when you open that page. And then we will actually work together on the first part of this activity. So next slide, please. Great. So when you open the link and get into the Mural, this is hopefully what you are seeing. And this is the bird's eye view of the Mural page. And you can see that there are 4 sections labeled in yellow with the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. Number 1, that section is really instructions on how to use Mural while you're in the page. That will help you understand how do you create a sticky. Creating a sticky is very easy. You just double click on the page and you should be able to type and add your insights. So section 1 is for instructions on how to use Mural. Section 2, which we'll be diving into in just a second, is where we are hoping you will add your key insights from yesterday. And actually, if you're in our live Mural link, you will see that there are some insights that we've already started to populate from yesterday's session. So again, you double click on a sticky and you can add in your insight. You will see the little dots there on the page in section 2. And that is, you know, if somebody includes a sticky that you think is really a great point and you would have liked to make that point, you can just signify your interest or support for that statement by adding a sticky and by adding a little dot to the sticky. Section 3, as you can see, is quite large, and that is where we're going to be spending the bulk of our time in groups today. We are going to break you out into small groups. I anticipate with the number of folks that we have here, probably 3 to 4 groups at max. We're hoping about 8 to 10 people per group. And those are going to be somewhat self-directed sessions. We will have, we are lucky to have quite a few folks from the CIF and facilitation team here. So I think each breakout group should have somebody there that can help advance you through this part of the session. And then we have an optional session 4. So for those folks who are very advanced in their use of Mural or eager to kind of move on to other things, there is a section 4 that's optional where you can add some additional ideas. So that is sort of the bird's eye view of the entire page. Next slide, please. So Mural takes a little bit of getting used to. One of the things that you'll discover if you're on a mouse is that the scroll function on your mouse will zoom you in and zoom you out of the screen. So you can get very close in or you can stay at that bird's eye view. If you go to the right of your screen on the Mural page, the far right, you'll see a column that says outline. And in that outline space, you will see what you see here on the screen, which is 1, the Learn Mural, so the instructions, 2, key insights, 3, powerful questions, and 4, the optional section. So if you click on any one of those, it will take you and zoom you in directly into that part of the page. So for key insights, which is what we will be working on in a second, if you click on that 2 key insights, it will zoom you into that specific part of the Mural. And then the little box at the bottom with the hand and the zoom settings description, that is also in the bottom right corner of your page. And that is another way that you can zoom into and out of Mural. So you can use that tool, you can click on that tool and move it around, and that will help you to move around the page. So I am hoping that many of you are already in Mural and kind of just playing around and moving around and starting to see how that works. Next slide, please. Great. So just then, as we're moving into the breakouts, you will all be assigned to a breakout. Your breakout will be numbered. So you will know that you are in breakout 1, you are in breakout 2, you are in breakout 3, etc. So when you move into your smaller groups, I would ask that you look for your breakout number on the screen, and then you stay in that column to fill in your insights for your group. This is not critical. If you put your insights somewhere else, that is absolutely fine. I think it just lends to sort of your discussion in your group for others to be able to see what insights and thoughts have been added. So what we've done here is broken up this page by the 5 dimensions. So you'll see that running down the left-hand column. And so we're asking you to kind of fill this in with questions that you might have or questions you might ask as you were thinking about, transformational change in the context, of clean energy. So we will, like I said, have folks in the Mural, in the breakout rooms kind of helping you and guiding you into this. So this should become more self-explanatory as we go along. Again, we do have the little dots. So if somebody puts a thought that you particularly, that resonates with you, you can grab a dot and stick it on a sticky so that you can indicate your support for that thought. Great. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, no, that's right. So great. So I'm just going to make sure that we are, I just want to make sure that before you join your breakout group, that you have opened the Mural link and you're in it and you're not having any trouble getting into it. So, please, if you haven't done that yet, please do that now so that we can make sure that everybody's in, everybody's able to get in there. If you're not able to get into your Mural right now or you're having some issues, you can chat a message to 𝗬𝗏, who is, I think, listed as a host of our meeting. Yes. So you can chat to Sarah, who will be at the very top of your chat, and you can ask her any questions that you have. So just checking here that folks are in Mural. All right, and we've got the link in again. Great. Are there any questions or concerns before I move folks into mural? Into your breakouts. Sorry, and actually before we move into the breakouts, we are going to work together. And so Sarah, actually, I am going to ask if you could switch to the mural screen and share the mural screen for us here. So we're going to just spend a second on section 2 around the key insights. I hope, again, everyone is in the mural, but we will open it up here on the screen so that folks can see sort of in real time how it works. So give us just a second as we switch from the PowerPoint to the mural screen. Great. Fantastic. Wonderful. So I already see lots of folks are in here and are working. Thank you, Sarah, for getting us in there. So if you, can we zoom in a little into the key insights space? And so you can see we're all focusing on section 2 now. So what I would love to encourage folks to do at this stage is you can zoom in like Sarah just did, and you can see that we are working in section 2. You can see that folks are in section 2 adding some of their thoughts. And so I would love for folks who are kind of getting in now and sort of starting to play around to come into this space and to really think back to yesterday, to the fantastic presentation by Neil Bird and the comments from Adonai on some of the lessons that were learned in that experience from Turkey, and either add some insights from that conversation or perhaps some insights from your own work on what it really takes to advance transformational change in energy systems. And again, all you need to do to add a sticky is just double click right on the screen and you should be able to add a sticky. If you want to get more advanced and change the color of your sticky, if you right click on the sticky, a little menu will pop up and you will have one of the options in that menu is to change the color of your sticky. So that is not a requirement. That is just for fun if folks want to do that. So let's see here. I see lots of folks, we had an insight in here around relationships and trust building and how much that matters. And quite a few folks have added some dots or have upvoted that one as a key to advance transformational change. I think we've got several upvoting for political awareness and support for transformational change that's needed, and that can happen through clear strategies, enabling regulations, or economic incentives. Great, I see one on ensuring that the right renewable energy skills are available to maintain and scale the RE system. So this is fantastic. It's great to see all of the cursors flying around and folks adding into this space. So I hope this is, I think, enough of a tutorial that people feel like they're able to kind of continue on into this. I think we should go ahead and break into our breakout groups. And like I said, you will have somebody from the SIF or from the facilitation team in your breakout group that can help to guide you in that conversation. So give us just a second as we begin to break you out. And I just would really encourage folks, the sessions are going to be very lightly facilitated. So this is really a space for you all to jump in and get active and raise questions, raise issues, thoughts around, any questions that you have or things you've been mulling around clean energy and transformational change. So I just really would encourage folks to participate and speak up. I think this is a great moment to really get engaged. So thank you so much.
The interpretation services will only be in this main room. So if you need those services after you join the breakout room, you can return to the main room where interpretation services will be available.
Yes, thank you, Regan. Yes, if you are assigned into a breakout room that does not work for you and you need interpretation services, you need to just leave that room and it will bring you back here to us.
And then just to add to that, because we are using the main room as one of the breakout rooms, some of you will not be automatically moved. You'll just stay in the main room, and that will be your working room. Thanks.
So Sarah, which breakout are we then? Should we call ourselves 4?
So there's 2 other rooms. So we can be 3.
Great, great. So hi there, everyone. Thank you. I'm 𝗦𝗲𝘀𝗀𝗶. I am facilitating this session and also going to help a little bit here in this mural as folks are working in the mural space. So I just wanted to continue to encourage folks to be filling in on the key insights. We will come back to the main group and talk about some of this together, but I just wanted to give folks some more time to fill in any key insights or any thoughts that you all have. And, would encourage, if there's something that you see that's resonating with you or something that you hadn't thought about before that you're seeing up on the screen, would love to hear thoughts from folks on either something that's resonating or something that you heard, that really impacted you from yesterday. All right. So as Sarah said, we are going to be working in the breakout 3 space. So you can continue to add your insights into that key insights section. And then where we will be working is in breakout 3. So if you move into section 3 on the right of the page, then you will see that there's breakout 1, 2, breakout 3. So I would encourage folks to then move there. And in this exercise, we're just trying to get you all to brainstorm a list of questions for the dimensions of transformational change. And these are questions that are meant to help, and this is written at the top of the page, help climate finance program designers and implementers support a move to a more advanced transformational change. So what kinds of questions would you recommend that they ask for energy initiatives? And if you have general questions that you feel like maybe don't fit the framework, at the very bottom of the page, we do have a section for general questions. And I would just say, as you're adding in questions here across the dimensions, so do you have a question relevant to speed, or do you have a question relevant to scale? If you're not sure whether it's speed or scale, or if it's both, that is absolutely fine. I would encourage folks not to get hung up on where in the framework it goes, but just to add questions that you might be having. So I'm just gonna give folks some time here, a few minutes to work silently in the breakout session 3. And if folks have any questions or thoughts or lack of clarity on anything, I'm happy to answer questions. So. Yeah, I'd like to just remind everyone to mute yourself if you're not speaking, or well, since no one is speaking, but to keep yourself on mute. We have resumed our recording, and I think, you know, hopefully everybody had some robust discussions. As you heard from Matt just now, we were having a nice discussion in breakout 3. So we have some time here together now to dig a little deeper on some of the discussions that were had in the meetings. And so I, you know, wanted to see if there's anyone who would, you know, like to share briefly a highlight from their group discussion. So I'd invite anyone to jump in here. You can either raise your hand, put a hand in the comments, or just come off mute if you'd like to jump in on a highlight from your discussions. We were in breakout 3, so breakouts 1 or 2. Anyone? We have about 28 minutes together, so I will start calling on people.
Well, I'll jump in and put a couple of the people in our breakout room on the spot. Maybe. And we actually, I thought we were breakout 3, so we were competing with you for sticky notes. But we had an interesting discussion about kind of precursors, barriers and precursors. And Julia, if you wouldn't mind me putting you on the spot, I think some of the insights that you had about precursors for systemic change and some of the, you know, there could be both barriers for energy initiatives, but also where energy initiatives could be kind of catalysts for change. So I don't know, Julia, if you do you mind me putting you on the spot for some of the thoughts that you shared in our breakout group on that?
So it came from, you know, really being anxious, you know, really looking forward to going deeper in the next level down from these higher contexts to practicality. And, you know, I work on a variety of evaluations where, you know, it can be the very small, you know, promoting local entrepreneurship type of evaluation to very, very large programs. So, so what I've turned to a lot is what I would call often the precursors of sustainability, and that's what Tom was referring to. And so this includes not just an enabling environment types things that I saw more captured in the signals, but also the roadblocks, you know, the things where, you know, you can have, you know, 13 things going your way, but if you have this one key thing that is a barrier, like someone accepting bribes, or a structural, you know, a regulatory structure, particularly in the energy context, that's going to, you know, not allow that project to move forward. These are the types of things that at a practical evaluation level for someone like myself are very useful to track, you know, over time. And also I do a lot where I'm working in multiple countries at the same time. So it helps you compare, you know, the, you know, sort of the patterns across countries and see what are the catalytic events, whether it's to use, I think it was Neil, you know, whether it's the Greta's, you know, the opportunity that suddenly something shifts, or whether it's the demonstration project, or whether it's, you know, a regime change, you know, whatever it is that catalyzes it. How can you make sure you all the different, you know, parallel angles are being addressed in some way or another, even if it's not through that particular program, right? Because often programs are relatively narrow in what they can do. So I hope I captured what Tom was hoping I would.
Thanks so much, Julia. Thanks, Tom. Neil, I see you have a hand up.
Yes, just very quickly to add to what Julia said on precursors. Precursors can potentially be separated into barriers to change, the negatives that are holding back change process, but also incentives for change, the positives. And it's possible to map both barriers and incentives, I would suggest, across each of the 5 dimensions, so that there's a way that this could be brought into the typology. That's all.
Thanks so much. And Matt Savage, you have a hand up as well.
Yes, thanks. I mean, the typology, when
yesterday we talked about sort of techno-economic, socio-institutional, and environmental arenas across these dimensions. Those are really our clusters of types of barriers that we're trying to overcome, and I think that's absolutely right. And I also agree with Julie that it only takes one barrier out of 20 to stop things from moving forward. If at the moment we're trying to sort of persuade someone in the government of South Africa to sort of move on renewable energy policy, and if you've got one person who's dug their heels in, it doesn't matter how much capacity or economic analysis you've got, it's not moving. One of the things that leads on to, I think, is that I think what we need to avoid is the illusion of perfect foresight. So when people design programs, over 3 or 4 or 5 years, they write them as though they will work as if robotically, that you analyze the problem, you say, I'll do a bit of policy, I'll do a bit of investment, and often the evidence from programs is that many of them run into the ground. They run into circumstances, they run into barriers that they didn't foresee, and therefore the ability to build adaptive management into your programming, both at the design stage but also as you implement, I think is absolutely key. And the ability to work with circumstance, work with evolving markets, work with political or social or economic trends is really how you manage to ride a transformational wave. Because if you stick to a terms of reference that were written 3 or 4 years ago, you're inevitably going to come up against events. And if you're being held to a strict M&E framework, or a strict set of indicators or a strict set of activities, and many donors design their programs that way, many MDBs as well, then you're creating barriers for yourself, never mind the barriers that you're trying to solve in the energy sector.
Great. Thanks so much, Matt. I see James Stalker has a comment he'd like to make. And what I'd like to do, James, before you jump in, I'd like to encourage folks to take a look back at kind of the mural collectively, and just think about, are there any themes that you're seeing sort of coming to the top, or are there any gaps in questions that you think folks didn't really address in their sticky? So I just encourage folks to take a quick peek at that and just see if there's anything that you're starting to see emerge there. James, yeah, you would like to make a comment?
Yeah, thank you. I was on yesterday for a little bit, so I missed this morning too. So my comments might be overlapping by somebody else, but so what I think is we tend to build echo chambers that kind of kill open-mindedness, and that's something that I see as a roadblock, but that's a barrier that we need to kind of think about. And also the climate science, based on the current approaches, really is limited, and that's why we cannot settle the debate, which is really where everybody else is running with. And I want to bring people back upstream a little bit to examine that. That's been my focus in the last 15 years. So if we rely on current sciences and build policies, but that would not lead to solutions, then we're going to be scratching our heads in the end. I just want to make sure that's there, but I did not see that here in this two-day event. So I want to really bring focus to that. So those are the two things I would say. Also, what was really the focus for you guys? What were you guys trying to achieve? Wasn't clear to me. So, and I don't think that has been brought clearly during the two-day event here.
All right. Thanks, James. Let's see. So, yeah, does anyone want to, again, Matt, not to put you on the spot, but Joe, you're here as well. So I don't know if you want to, address that question necessarily, or we can move back into the mural, just around sort of the broader frame around transforming the TCLP and dimensions and what we're trying to do with those.
You know, I can say a couple of words.
Perfect, Matt. Thanks.
From my perspective, there's a real balance when you talk about transformation from being ambitious and saying that the problem is much bigger than we're giving it credit for, and we need to sort of do fundamental rethink, etc. And being pragmatic and incrementalist in that these are the institutions and the programs that we have to change things, and can we make them a little bit better? And I think what we're trying to do with the framework is take a sort of pragmatic halfway house approach, saying, well, I mean, you know, for better or for worse, what we have are the CIFs and the MDBs and the donors and the, you know, we have this institutional architecture. So how can we design what we do better whilst understanding that transformation is about complexity, and it is about navigating that complexity, but with a long-term sort of goal and ambition in mind. So what is it about the way we operate? What is it about the objectives that we give ourselves, the types of programs that we design and deliver? What is it practically that we can do in the way we build out our work to try and address that? But I take the point that this is a very, very broad spectrum of endeavour, and you know, transformation is all things to all people ultimately.
Great, thanks so much, Matt. That's fantastic.
Can I respond to that?
Sorry.
Can I respond to that a little bit? So.
Sure, and then I'd like to take us back into the mural, into that discussion.
Yeah, this would be a brief comment actually. So if we all started working on this science, it would probably take 15 years, 20 years, just like it took me. So I have that now. So we don't have to wait for 15, 20 years to find out the solutions that we're proposing are not good. So that's really where I would leave as far as the discussion is concerned. It's ambitious, yes, but not impractical. It would be impractical if we were to do it right from scratch and wait for 15 more years. So that would be my comment to his other counterpoints.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, I would love to get some other folks involved here without calling on people. So I'll wanted to see if we can get some volunteers, but anyone else want to reflect on the discussions that you had? Tom and Julia jumped in from one of the breakouts, and then maybe somebody from the breakout that didn't have Tom and Julia in it, because I don't know what exactly, how we were organized there. But yeah, would somebody else like to jump in on the discussion that you all had? Yeah, Daniel, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, within our breakout one, we just had a discussion about a similar topic that was just raised between the perspective of bottom-up scaling and, you know, looking at the system as a whole. And by accident yesterday, I was in a panel discussion on exactly that question. Scaling, classical scaling approaches versus systems change approaches that look at systems or try to holistically look at systems as a whole. And we had that discussion here as well a little bit. And in that panel discussion yesterday, within that different community on scaling, we came to the conclusion that actually both would make sense. Because if we just try to nurture single innovations that we try to scale up, we can't know whether this works well within an overall transformative vision actually, and what's the transformative vision, and is there a common sense about it, and does it work well together, and is the entire system ready for these bottom-up innovations? So actually we would need both to take that bit more brave holistic systems approach and try to nurture that entire system as best as possible at as many angles as possible, be it policy, social acceptance, infrastructure, readiness, and so on. And then to then have the ground or the soil where these innovations that we need can grow and be scaled so far.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Daniel. Would anyone like to react to what Daniel just shared, or to add other thoughts from the breakout groups? I still see some action happening in the mural as well, which is great to see. Yeah, Joe.
Nandini, maybe to just jump in, one of the things Daniel said in our breakout, which I really resonated, he put some stickies in between the different dimensions. And especially when it comes to systemic change and scale, you do see this blurry line, I would say. You're trying to scale systems change, but sometimes you need different changes in the system in order to scale, or you can lead with scale and hope that helps change the system. But really, we found, I think, in our evaluations and different analyses, that it's the twinning of the two approaches, some pilot investments, as well as working on broader systems change, that the investment side and piloting can help incentivize the system change and vice versa. And I know Matt Savage on the evaluation and later has done some work in thinking around these models as well. The other reflection I have is, just looking across the mural, I don't know if it was a time issue or a complexity issue, but as a group, we seem to have a harder time getting to adaptive sustainability in particular. And I'm wondering, to us, we found also in piloting the framework and case studies and signals, that has been difficult. And it often just relates back to the relevance. Are we staying relevant over time by adapting as a way to be sustainable? But I just welcome any insights on that and what different other breakout groups might have found. Was it just a time issue, or is it really a more challenging concept to put questions of progress around? I would imagine maybe both, but it'd be interesting to hear.
Yeah, would anyone like to jump in with thoughts on adaptive sustainability? Neil Bird has posed a question: can you assess adaptive sustainability ex ante?
At the expense of sort of saying too much, for me, the sustainability part of adaptive sustainability is actually easier for energy systems than it is for other systems, because you do have quite a lot, because it's in part a techno-economic challenge. It's about finding technologies that can displace existing technologies and then doing it at a cost which is cheaper than existing technologies. So I think there are sort of fairly straightforward benchmarks that you can use around cost and availability for energy systems and technologies and capacity and install capacity, etc. I do think it becomes more challenging when you look at the sort of social environmental systems that link into landscapes or resilience or some of the other thematic areas, in just trying to describe what that system sustainability or balance looks like as you move forward.
Great, thanks, Matt. Neil, did you want to come in on your question or say anything more there? Okay, great, thanks. And Louise, I see a comment from you as well, and so just wanted to see if you'd like to expand.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with robustness and resilience is that they're fundamentally emergent properties of the system, so they kind of defy being broken down and attempts to measure them, particularly in the short term. So I think, the challenge with this one is that these are ultimately the true indicators of whether systemic change is happening. Have you created a systemic shift in these emergent properties? And so they cannot easily be monitored and understood on short time horizons, which is typically the time horizon we're looking at in evaluative work. And so I think that is the fundamental challenge. And I think it poses questions for us about how we evaluate and whether the model of evaluation that we're using itself, I think, needs to undergo some kind of systems change in order to be useful in this context.
Right. Yeah, great. Thanks. Thanks for that, Louise. Regan.
So related to adaptive sustainability and the kind of connection of the different dimensions to each other, in our group, we talked about who are the strategic energy users, thinking about both, you know, the whole range, from industrial users who are using energy on a large scale to, you know, smaller community level energy users, and building those coalitions that can support new policies and influence. And so I think that there is this kind of foundation setting. And so the coalition, you know, we asked the question initially of like, who are these strategic users, so that on the back end, they can be the kind of the flag bearers who can help bring about sustainability.
Great, thanks so much. Daniel, you had popped in a comment here. I don't know if you'd like to elevate that to the group.
Yeah, pleasure, of course. I was just thinking at the German energy transition, thinking at sustainability and resilience. So we had these political tipping points, deciding about, for example, pulling out of coal and nuclear power, and but we had fallbacks as well. For example, the wind energy at the moment is running danger to not be to actually not move forward, and financially not being viable anymore, not being promoted with financial incentives. Social acceptance of wind power, for example, is a problem at the moment. And how many people in Germany, for example, have energy contracts with just renewable energies. So there's still much room, and these are at the same time, to me, these are as well indicators, of course, and hints for potential strategies that further build that resilience and sustainability.
Great, thank you so much. We have lots of folks in the group that have not spoken yet, so I'd love to hear from others if you're willing. Anyone from any of the other small groups would like to jump in on questions, thoughts? It's really free form at this point, so really anything in this transformational change space is fair game. Okay, great.
One thing I might put Rahul on the spot if I can, if you are able to speak. Rahul works on our just transitions work at the CIF, and you know, there were a lot of stickies on sort of social and political will and acceptance, and the importance of that. Obviously, we discussed that a lot yesterday as well. I don't know, Rahul, if you have any perspectives from what you've seen in the just transitions work or other work that might be relevant to that. And if you're not prepared to speak cold like this, that's fine too.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I did not want to cross-pollinate from the just transition discussion, but I was noticing that a lot of the conversation on the energy group was primarily based on energy supply and how to provision renewable energy to the places that need it. And as always, you know, there are other issues that we need to be thinking about and are thinking about, and one of them being the just transitions work that I'm involved with right now. The idea that any of these transitions leave behind large groups of people who had to, whose livelihoods and their future has to be thought about as part of this future we are envisioning. So, and I'm sure it's a consideration that we all bring in as various aspects of the work. So when we think about systemic change, it becomes one of the many building blocks that we need to think through as we take this work forward.
Great. Thanks, Rahul. No, and we do encourage cross-pollination. I think just transitions is definitely a cross-cutting issue, and certainly in dealing with clean energy is highly relevant to sort of every, when we're thinking about transformational change, I think just transition is fundamental to that in the clean energy space. So thank you for raising that. Would anyone else like to cross-pollinate and bring in thoughts? I don't, we have these groups, clean energy and landscapes and resilience and things, but obviously we know that there's a lot of cross-pollination. And so we don't mean to be exclusionary in sort of how we're thinking about these issues. Yes, Julia.
Is this a time to really say that some of the most effective and catalytic interventions are ones that aren't in a box, right? That are doing, overall development and, evolution of society, at the same time. So it's not, whatever, just a mitigation or an energy project, or just an adaptation project, or resilient project, or just a, infrastructure project. It's really looking more holistically. And I'm hearing more and more, everyone's saying this in the abstract, and I'd love to hear more examples of this in practice, and also having this even more explicitly built into frameworks like this.
Fantastic. Yes. Thanks so much, Julia. Neil, you have a hand up.
Yes, thanks, Nadini. And just in response to your sort of request for us to raise issues. And it goes back to Julia's emphasis on precursors earlier, and a sense that political economy remains under the radar in these discussions. And so when we talk about energy, the energy sector, we really haven't talked about fossil fuels. And, to me, that is the biggest barrier to change. And just as a quick side note on the Turkey case study, Turkey's energy system remains dependent upon fossil fuels. So stop there.
Great. Thanks so much, Neil. Well, we are just about at time here. So I wanted to thank everyone so much for engaging in the conversation, for participating sort of in your small groups, for all of the activity on the mural. I see a lot of Post-its and stickies there, and I'm really glad to see that. So thank you so much for that. We will be joining the main group. And so, sorry, I'm just finding my place here. So yeah, so I just wanted to, in terms of all the input that you've all provided here, all of this input is really meant to feed into the TCLP's kind of longer term efforts across the interest groups that the CIF is running through the TCLP to develop guidance and tools for practitioners over the coming months. So, we really appreciate your insights and experience, because I think that's really going to inform the way that we're going forward in that work. We are going to take a 10-minute break now, and we will be joining back into the full plenary with everybody. And so just wanted Sarah is going to pop in the link here. It is 45 minutes after the hour, wherever you are in the world. And so we will be joining back in 10 minutes from now. So 5 minutes to the top of the hour. Joining back, Sarah just popped in the link to the main room where you will be joining back. Hopefully you will not have an issue with that, but if you do have an issue, I think you can find it in your in the agenda, in the participant handbook. You can find it in your calendar invite as well to this event. So should be okay there, but I do encourage folks to click on that link before we leave this room if you haven't yet, because that is where we'll be going back. Thank you all so much again for your participation, greatly appreciated, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. Thanks so much.
We trust that you had a very productive time thinking about questions and insights to advance transformational change. I think I have met most of you, but if not, my name is 𝗬𝗲𝘀𝗀𝗶𝗀𝗃. I am another lead facilitator of the TCLP initiative, and I want to welcome you all to this final session of the workshop, where we will explore how transformational change can inform future initiatives. If we can move to the next slide, please. The next one. Great. So the objective of this session is to try and learn from all that we have heard from these past 2 days, all the frameworks, the considerations, the examples, and start thinking on how to move forward from thinking to action. This will be the space to identify and discuss practical tools that can help integrate transformational change into project design, into new initiatives in the future. And also think about the challenges that we can find along the road. In fact, this is where our main workshop takeout products will come from, our summary. Inputs from these sessions will guide the development of tools and resources, and also the partnership opportunities for the TCLP in 2021. So be sure to drop all your insights, all your thoughts in, particularly in this session. Before I explain the outline of the session, I want to remind you all about the networking opportunity that we have by the end of day 2 through the Gather platform. Some of you experienced it yesterday. It's quite fun. And if you didn't have the chance, I would recommend that you, if you have the space and the availability, that you join. On that note, I want to ask you all through a Zoom poll. Melissa, if you can pop the poll. How many of you are joining us on Gather later today? I'm going to give you a couple of minutes. Very well. Great. Thank you for this. I don't see many more people adding, so yeah, okay, great. This is giving us a great idea of who's joining later. Thanks. Now, can we move to the next slide, please? The session will go down as follows. We have prepared 5 interactive rooms, and the idea is for the first 12 to 15 minutes, you will hear from an expert in a particular work area. You will hear insights from them, and in the remaining 50 minutes, around 50 minutes, you will share and discuss ideas on challenges, needs, strategies, and resources that can help take this area of work forward towards achieving transformational change. So can we move on to the next slide, please? Thank you. In a minute, you will self-select into one of these interactive rooms, which are divided as you can see in the slides. Regarding long-term planning and programmatic approach, we will hear from 𝗬𝗲𝘀𝗀𝗶𝗀𝗃 from the World Bank. Then we have a room dedicated to systems and actor mapping, and we will have 𝗬𝗿𝗃𝗃𝗏 talk us through it. We also have a space dedicated to integrating transformation in the project cycle with Raúl Delgado from the Inter-American Development Bank and Matthew Harris from the World Bank. And I just want to note that same as yesterday, this is the room that will have interpretation available from Spanish and French. So if you require it, this is where you want to head to. In the following slide, we have 2 more groups. One around evaluation that is going to be led by a great team from Eval Transform, Senda Ophir, John Colvin, and Scott Chaplow, as well as Tom Mitchell from 𝗬𝗏𝘀𝗀𝗏𝗏. And finally, another room, around building capacity for transformation, where there will be Daniel 𝗘𝗃 from GIZ. You heard from him in the video yesterday, and also we're going to have 𝗘𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 from Rhodes University. So this is going to be around 15 minutes of them sharing some thoughts. And the interactive part of the session will be another dive at Mural. You already experienced it in the previous session, so we are confident that by now you're kind of an expert in Mural. If not, we're there to guide you. We encourage you to share your ideas around these 4 columns that you are seeing in the slides. This is an bird's eye view, of the mural. And then we're gonna have these 4 columns, and we're gonna go through them, adding ideas, discussing, exploring practical, concrete ways to inform climate change initiatives and steer them or help them steer towards achieving transformational change. So this is about it for instructions. You will have the option for the interactive rooms about now. Please select your area of interest, and then we will be back in the main room in around 60 minutes. I think you are able to join a room now. If you click in the bottom menu. Great.
And 𝗬𝗃𝗵𝗴, this is Tom Byerly. I think it's correct that the project cycle group will just stay in this space.
That is correct. Yes. Thank you, Tom. The project cycle group that will have the interpretation available is going to remain in the plenary, so you don't have to move. Thanks for that reminder. Okay, so see you in about an hour, and great work, everyone.
Hi, everyone. So as 𝗬𝗃𝗵𝗴 mentioned, those remaining in this group will be part of the project cycle conversation. So why don't we just wait another minute or two for everyone to sort themselves out into the breakout groups that you would like to join. And then we can get started on this conversation in this room.
Am I right in session 4?
Yes, great. So why don't we go ahead and get started? I see more people leveling out and going to the different breakout groups. So again, this is session 4. We're all about, what will it actually take now to integrate transformational change, thinking, concepts, and action into practice. And here in this group, we're focused on the project and program cycle. And so we have exciting couple of speakers today. We have Raul Delgado from the Inter-American Development Bank, who will speak to some of their work and the importance of long-term planning with clients to integrate transformational change or help to activate transformational change and support that in client countries. And then from Matthew Harris, who's part of the SIFT team working on monitoring and reporting, and also formerly from ASDB, the African Development Bank, and he'll share his thoughts as well. So we're going to hear briefly from these 2 speakers. We have about 12 to 15 minutes or so combined. So speakers will have to be fairly succinct and strategic. And then we'll we do want to save enough time towards the end. We have about an hour together, maybe a little less, to really roll up our sleeves. And I, for one, really enjoyed the last session in 𝗲𝗏. And it's a way to cultivate the expertise and experience from this really impressive network that we have assembled today. So everyone can dig in and provide their thoughts and ideas on some of the challenges, needs, resources, and opportunities that we have to further advance transformational change in the project cycle. So with that, let me just transition over to, we'll start with Raul Delgado. And, I think both Raul's comments, Raul's coming from the climate change team within the Inter-American Development Bank, which is a key partner of CIF. And I do think, that the comments that we heard yesterday in the presentation and even earlier today point to this idea of how can we think about transformational change sort of ex ante before we get too deep into the project cycle and thinking about those longer term planning. And so I'll just hand it to you now, Raul, to take it over. We have about 7 or 8 minutes to go through some thoughts from your side, and over to you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Can you hear me? Very good.
Yes, we can hear you.
Happy to be here with you and share what we have been doing at the IDB, our approach on upstream planning as a way to drive a more comprehensive action from countries, one that will drive a larger transformational change. First, comprehensive action, or what others might call programmatic approaches, is not really a choice, let me say that. It's a necessity. And what I mean by this is that if you look at the Paris Agreement, it's mostly about scale. For the most part, standalone projects, no matter how innovative, how disruptive a new technology can be, standalone projects for the most part are not going to be sufficient. It's not enough to have in each country a few good projects with new innovative business models or with new disruptive technologies. We need many, or a lot of them. Let me just give you an example. Look at Brazil's NDC. It seeks to achieve zero illegal deforestation by 2030. To accomplish something this challenging, having 10, 50, 100, or even 1,000 community forest management projects are simply not enough. We need something more comprehensive. The country needs to set a small number of policy reforms and regulations, overhaul financial and not financial incentives that today drive deforestation, and ensure that the National Forest Code and other current regulations are enforced. But also new innovative business models need to be implemented to steer the creation of sustainable forest supply chains, for example, but also the National Forest Inventory will need to be broadly implemented as well as the National Forest Information System. So what I'm trying to convey here is that when we talk about transformational change at the national level, there is a need to have at some level a programmatic approach throughout the entire project cycle, included at very early stages of policy design. In fact, we have found that this is one of the most important instruments from which to establish and pursue an integral vision for transformation. But the issue here, is it realistic? And how do we do this in practice? Well, yes, it's possible. And we have a very good example in Latin America and the Caribbean region with the work that the government of Costa Rica have been doing and that we at the IDB have been supporting through our technical assistance and financial provided by our NDC Invest platform. And we try to follow the same approach in other countries as well. In this context, the first step we take has to do with thinking beyond the short term. Yes, the changing climate requires that we act now, but also that we have a long-term vision. We need to start by recognizing that as relevant as NDCs are, they are not sufficient at all. And it seems that for the most part, even the second generation of NDCs are falling short of taking us to a pathway consistent with reaching net zero emissions by around mid-century, at least according to the latest report by the Secretariat of the 𝗬𝗏𝘃𝗀𝗃. So this is the reason for going beyond. And here I want to talk about long-term strategies, since they are a valuable instrument to help countries understand the physical transformations that are needed to achieve decarbonization. And by this, what I mean is, what are the sequence of actions required across all sectors in the short, medium, and long term? As I mentioned, Costa Rica is a very good example of how to do this. Back in 2018, we started to provide technical assistance to carry out numerical simulations on possible decarbonization pathways for the country. This work was eventually an input for policy decision. And in 2019, they published their long-term strategy. They call it the National Decarbonization Plan. The plan defines an economic-wide strategy to get to net zero emissions by 2050. The plan clearly states what should the country achieve in 2050, but also in 2030 and in 2022. So it has short, medium, and long-term goals. For example, on public transportation, the decarbonization plan set the target that by 2030, 30% of public fleet will be zero emissions, and by 2050, 80% should be zero emissions. But along with these goals, the plan also defines what action has to be done at the policy and regulatory level to achieve them, such as establishing rules for how the electricity price in charging stations can be set, and timeframes to implement the sectorization of public transport services. Also, for example, at least 2 electric buses pilot routes should be implemented by 2022. And by the way, the government back this February announced that the new bus concessions will be offered under a new business model designed specifically for the adoption of electric units to ensure that the 2030 goal of the decarbonization plan is achieved. So, okay, so the first step is to plan beyond, to use the long-term strategy to translate emission reduction targets into long-term resilience, into a sequence of action over the short and medium term. For the sake of time, I'm oversimplifying, but bear with me. The second step is to translate those goals into financial strategies and investment plans. For the government, there are 3 primary roles they play for mobilizing the required investment. One is the creation of an enabling environment to policies and regulation that should also help to avoid lock-in and stranded assets, for example. The second is the effective use of public budgets and investments. And the third is the tailored application of financial risk mitigation instruments to mobilize private investment. For the case of Costa Rica, 3 ministries, finance, economic planning, and environment, are responsible to oversee that those type of interventions are carried out. The Ministry of Environment has led the development of an investment plan for the implementation of the decarbonization plan. The Ministries of Finance and the one of Economic Planning have led the integration of long-term objectives into national development plans, public investment systems, fiscal policy, and budgetary process. In the case of the investment plan, what the Ministries of Environment has done is to identify the type of scales of investments linked to each of the targets and activities defined in the decarbonization plan, the policy, the institutional process, and know-how required to deliver those investments. This investment plan also defines a roadmap for execution, including what are the key milestones and timeframes in the short, medium, and long term. And this exercise helps to identify financial gaps and possible approaches to stimulate public and private investments and better use of international financing, for example, coming from CIF. This work is being complemented by the Ministry of Economic Planning that is developing guidelines and tools to prioritize projects under the National Public Investment System if they are aligned with the decarbonization plan, and we also recognize the need to incorporate climate risk criteria. And in turn, this work is also being complemented by the Ministry of Finance that is developing a budget classification system to track public spending on climate change in the national public budget. And surprisingly enough, the Ministry of Finance is also looking into identifying expenditures that are not consistent with the objectives of the decarbonization plan. Expenditures that instead of supporting the climate agenda of the country, does the opposite. So these 3 works done by the Environment, Economic Planning, and Ministers of Finance are just a sample of how powerful a programmatic approach to a long-term strategy can be to guide sound decisions across government institutions and across the project cycle in a way that are coherent and aligned with the objectives of the Paris Agreement. In these cases in particularly, let me summarize, the decarbonization plan defines what needs to be achieved. The Ministry of Environment identifies to the investment plan the specific investments needed to fulfill the objectives of the decarbonization plan, and in turn, the Ministry of Economic Planning design a tool, a process to prioritize the design and selection of investments aligned with the investment plan. And finally, the Ministry of Finance tracks and evaluates how budgetary expenditures contribute to the implementation of those investments. So overall, I would say it's a pretty good approach for transformational change that you don't often see. So I'll stop here and thank you.
Thank you so much, Raul. And for those who may have joined late, we're in session 4 here of the TCLP workshop talking about practical implementation or integration of transformational change concepts. This breakout group is focused on looking at that throughout the project cycle. And Raul, for me, everything you said really resonated, and especially this focus on, before we get to individual investments, you really highlighted the need for a more holistic analysis, sector-wide and inclusive joint planning process that really brings out the complementary aspects of different stakeholders, private, public, government policy, and our independent evaluations in the CIF, including on transformational change, have also highlighted the importance of that. But even more robustly or in a more granular level, you highlighted the need for decarbonization plans and again, a broader holistic national approach then underpinned by an investment plan, which usually the NDCs aren't quite there yet in terms of being operationalized. And so doing that work to turn that into investments and not one-off projects, but a set of investments is really important. So thank you so much for that. I think that'll inform all of us as we get into the mural exercise and think about how to better integrate transformational change. And so Matthew, I want to turn it over to you and hear your thoughts. And you're quite involved at all stages of the program and project cycle here in the CIF, and you were with AFTV as well. What do you see as the opportunities to integrate transformational change in different areas along the project cycle?
Yeah, thanks very much, Joe. So as Joe said, I'm currently with the CIF monitoring and reporting team, who, for those who aren't familiar, we're in charge of the designing and implementing of CIF's results monitoring and reporting systems. And as a disclaimer, yeah, I used to be with AFDB, and so I'm drawing on those perspectives as well, but I'm not representing them in any sort of official capacity here, just more exploratory. So what are some of the current ways MDBs and CIF are incorporating transformational change in operations? First, I'd like to start with the recognition, as this is a point that came up yesterday. There is a move toward transformational change thinking that does seem to be happening, even if not every organization is using the same language, frameworks, or approaches. And I really see some climate change mainstreaming as a kind of first phase to the longer arc of transformational change work. So operationally across MDBs, there are things like the joint MDB Paris Alignment Working Group, which is ensuring that all MDBs are rendering their operations in line with the commitments of the Paris Agreement. There is a joint MDB Climate Finance Tracking Group with a shared methodology and growing joint MDB discussions on just transition. But to take the example of AFDB, there is a climate mainstreaming approach that's mapped onto the project cycle itself, ensuring that every new project, regardless of sector, includes climate-informed risk assessment and analysis during identification and preparation phases. There are additional kind of input to this level of ambition for transformational change, like 40% climate finance by 2020, a growth of new policy tools and instruments, such as AFDB's first ever climate change policy and accompanying action plan and strategy, an increasing number of trainings and awareness activities, particularly targeting different corners of the MDBs to kind of drive home the message that climate change is everyone's business. It's not something for a single department to tackle. This is also, I think, something that came up yesterday from IDB. There are no climate projects, only climate responsive projects. And I very much heard that messaging as well within AFDB. Then I would also add that there's an increased drive for big ticket programmatic investments, multi-sectoral approaches, and blended financing to achieve scaling. So not necessarily just at the program level, but even within individual projects to kind of go bigger and work across countries, using entry points such as landscapes, river basins and things, as opposed to the kind of very nationalized economic planning that's historically happened through these institutions. Then on the SIF side, the big area that I see, we have the advantage of course, having TCLP hosted kind of by us, but are really only beginning to look at applicability in our own operations. And the big area is looking at our new programming areas. So we started to incorporate transformational change concepts and investment criteria for new SIF programming areas on cities, landscapes, renewable energy integration, industry. Another example, within the past 2 weeks even, we launched a monitoring and reporting approach for the new SIF Global Energy Storage Program. And for this, instead of just relying on industry standard indicators like deployment of storage, we're really pushing projects to incorporate whole of energy system analyses and monitoring of social and economic co-benefits linked to the investments, as well as developing a real-time learning platform that allows us to strengthen feedback loops on implementation of this very new technology area with relevance and speed as we go. And then a third kind of SIF specific example is the new SIF Climate Ventures financing window, which is kind of still in programming development phase. This is a small high risk window focused on climate innovation and entrepreneurship. And in developing the theory of change, we've really had to grapple with nonlinear program design, in which, because of the context of innovation entrepreneurship, we expect that only a small subset of supported activities might take off, so to speak, while many others will realistically fail. And so within this, we're looking at the potential of the few to catalyze transformational change, whereas many of the other supported activities are kind of not fitting into that as directly. But the challenges, there's still many challenges as well. And I'd just say that overall, there's simply a lot more to be done. First, within the kind of climate mainstreaming agenda, I think that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done on the back end of the project cycle more completely. There tend to be many economic incentives within MDBs and other financial institutions that are upstream on actual board funding approvals, with a bit less attention and staff resources sometimes to things like implementation, supervision, and completion phases. But as GCF had said yesterday in the opening remarks, if we think of transformation as a process, so much of this actually depends on delivery and on the implementation side. To this, I'll also add that we have heterogeneous actors and organizations along the investment continuum that really have differing incentives, priorities, and practices. So to talk about a kind of paradigm shift or a move toward transformational thinking, design, and implementation, it means aligning all of these actors to kind of be on board with that same agenda. And it can look different whether you're talking about a fund like the SIF or an MDB project team or third-party contractors, utilities, private sector, end-line beneficiaries, government. I'd add thirdly, in terms of challenges, there are significant political economy constraints of MDBs and other development finance organizations. We're talking about large bureaucratic organizations that do have entrenched systems in place for how investments are originated, designed, implemented. So this includes pre-existing project design tools, safeguard standards, instruments, established approval processes, required templates for supervision and reporting, among many others. So if you take the perspective of like maybe a mid-level bureaucrat or a technical specialist, who may want to advance transformational change approaches within their own work, it can be incredibly challenging to do that within the kind of larger institutional context. So I think in terms of champions, we really need senior management on board to kind of drive the top-down approaches to enable the rest of the staff to even take these sorts of approaches, as well as at project level, the what World Bank calls TTL, or task manager of an individual project, can have a lot of direct bearing as an individual on the shape that that project takes. And just to add that these TTLs can change quite often during an individual operation. So there's also the question of passing the baton and kind of ensuring that consistency in approach. And then I want to highlight also what I view as a kind of missing middle in metrics and analytics related to M&R and E&L. And by this, I mean, we have on the one hand more traditional M&E, log frames, results frameworks, the series of indicators with outputs and outcomes. It's fairly linear, there's clear accountability and performance requirements. But then on the other hand, what we're trying to do with transformational change approaches, signals and dimensions, systems, complexity, kind of ad hoc deeper dives requiring more resources and analytical prowess, contextual knowledge, things like that. But in my view, we need both, or perhaps more of a strategic combination of the two. The SIF M&R systems, for example, which were designed 12 years ago, they started with a very innovative, ambitious approach at wanting to measure transformational outcomes. And in our own experience, after 8 years implementing these systems, there was a huge data and evidence gap on the output, early outcome side. And we actually had to redesign the systems to fill this gap with more project level data of what's going on the ground. So I think this triangulation is important, and the need to kind of build up an evidence base with kind of the less interesting or less profound signals of transformational change, but the building blocks and actual data sources that can get you to the point to answer those larger questions. And then just to conclude, a few opportunities I see in this area. One is just blended finance and concessionality. By the nature of what you're doing, you're bringing different actors with different priorities together and forcing them to negotiate. And so funders can consider both carrot and stick approaches at pushing transformational agenda within these blended finance contexts. Secondly, I think is adaptive M&E data systems. We need to move away from what I see as a one-size-fits-all approach and consider investing in those project and program level data systems that do also consider transformational dimensions and signals from design phase, but also have dedicated resources for data collection and analysis with more mixed methods and feedback loops as you go throughout implementation. And then also, I think I do see a lot of potential in the big ticket, large scale projects and programs. There's a kind of economy of scale toward transformation where you can have more dedicated measurement approaches or gender approaches or bringing together different actors when you kind of structure a single project that's trying to transform across multiple arenas, but within, institutionally that single operation. And then one very simple thing I think is a good opportunity is just to get the language flowing more and more, cite transformational change in proposals and policies and strategies and working papers. It's a really easy thing to do and a way to start shifting people's thinking by using the definition even in footnotes or as it comes up throughout to kind of move that discourse within the field. And then very final point is I think because this area is new, we should consider piloting transformational change approaches. And I know that that's one of the things that's aiming to come out of this workshop. But we can consider existing things like supplements to existing project completion reports of MDBs. Within the SIF, we have monitoring and reporting systems for investment plans that are closing, and we can consider piloting within those kinds of contexts. Piloting and more robust baseline work and crowdsourcing from MDBs specific opportunities to kind of test these transformational change concepts, dimensions, signals before we try to integrate them into everything we're doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Matthew. That was great. And for me, one thing that really resonated with what you said, pulling on yesterday, is thinking about transformational change as a process. And you really laid out a lot of concrete ways throughout the project cycle that could be taken up, I think, in a practical manner, and especially filling in some of the gaps in the traditional project cycle model that you've laid out in terms of some of those more intermediate or in-depth or real-time learning steps, as well as promoting that through incentives or policies and blended finance. I am a little bit behind time, and I really want to get to the exercise so that all of us can put these kinds of really good ideas into the mural. So we do have one or two questions in the chat, particularly from 𝗧𝗍𝗃𝗀𝗃. I'm wondering, Matthew, if you could clarify She's asking the name of the AFDB fund you said was in development and considering nonlinear program design. I think she might be referring to the CIF Ventures program. But what do you want to clarify?
Yes, that was CIF, not AFDB. Sorry if that was unclear. The Climate Ventures program.
Yeah, and this is a part of a new program design that wouldn't probably be officially launched until next year in terms of being operationalized. But I also want to point to the discussion we're going to have where we can still dig into some of the comments that the presenters have made, as well as the Gather networking hour over a virtual coffee or beer coming up after the close of the workshop, where we can approach speakers as well potentially, or follow up over email. But I do want to make sure we move on to the next segment. So Tom, if you could please chat in again the link to the mural, or it is in the chat already. So I'd like to direct participants to click on that link and meet us over in Mural. You'll keep the Zoom open, but we'll go over to this mural board. And if you're looking at the mural, and I'm not sure if Tom or Melissa, maybe we want to screen share this, I'm not sure. But as we go through the mural, really what we're trying to do here is crowdsource and populate how we can advance transformational change practice and tools and approaches throughout the project cycle. So if you look at part 2, where there's a little picture of the Earth, that's a World Bank project cycle depiction, which is relevant, we believe, for a lot of the MDBs. That just shows different stages that I think have been referenced by Matthew and Raul. And we don't need to do anything with that. It's just more to ground us in some of the different parts of the project cycle where we could think about transformation. And if you go under that, you'd have to zoom in quite a bit. But there is another graphic there that links to a toolkit that was developed by Asian Development Bank and Inter-American Development Bank, supported by the CIF, called Designing for Transformation. And that's a really good toolkit. There's a link there, but the graphic explains different areas of the project cycle where transformational change can come into play, and ways to integrate that in different tools, including the upstream work that Raul referenced, as well as some of the project or investment work that Matthew was referencing as well. So as we continue our tour through Mural, if you move over to part 3 of the mural, you'll see different columns here. And so the overarching question here is, what would it take to advance practice along the ways that Matthew and Raul mentioned, and maybe you have other ideas, to advance transformational change thinking and practice and impact in program and project cycles. So the first column relates to challenges and needs. So what needs really need to be addressed or supported to advance transformational change relevant to climate action? And what are some of the challenges that might limit our progress in that area? So as I'm talking, I'd encourage you to go in, fill out the sticky notes. Maybe for some who weren't on the previous session today and may be new to Mural, this can take some trial and error. But essentially, if you just move your mouse there, you can double click within the column and a sticky note should appear, and you can just start writing. And some of our facilitators can help work with the formatting and the arranging. But yeah, this is really getting at what are some of the challenges facing us. You can also jump around. So I know since we're a little bit limited on time, and I want to give us time to discuss some of these as well. The other columns, as you're thinking about the challenges and needs, the second column is like thinking about what strategies and approaches are relevant. Again, many of them have been listed by our speakers, but this is quite a powerful group here as well in terms of participants, and I know you all have your own experiences and ideas that could feed into this as well. So strategies and approaches for overcoming some of those challenges and really baking in transformational change thinking at different stages in the project cycle. And as we go towards the right, what resources, frameworks, tools exist to help operationalize some of those strategies or approaches. So let me just stop there and see if there's any questions about Mural or the exercise that we're trying to do. I see a lot of activity already, which is great. But let me just pause to see if there's any questions on this exercise.
And Joe, maybe I could just jump in for a second. It looks like there is a lot of activity in Mural. I know that maybe that some people are having difficulty getting into it or not supported by technology. So as we get into the discussion about challenges and needs and strategies, if folks are not able to get into Mural or use it effectively, feel free to chat insights into the Zoom, or just raise your hand and mention those verbally, and we have folks that can essentially move that content into the Mural for you. So we want people to be thinking and discussing rather than puzzling over technology in this session.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Tom, and well said. And I know some of you may be joining by phones or iPads or other tools, and sometimes the Mural links can be difficult depending on the device. But we'll make sure we have time for discussion and encourage anyone to share thoughts in chat as well. So why don't I just go silent for another minute or two and allow people to play in this sandbox of Mural and add your ideas, and then we'll discuss. I do see a question from 𝗬𝗍𝗃𝗀𝗃. Do you want to go ahead? 𝗬𝗍, would you like to unmute yourself and ask the question? I see a hand raised.
Yes, I'm using Android, so I don't know how to enter the other session. I am lost.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, as we mentioned, particularly with a phone application, it may be difficult to do the Mural. So apologies for that. It's not the best suited tool for all formats. But as Tom was just saying, I encourage you to share any thoughts verbally in terms of the challenges, strategies, resources, or opportunities to bake transformational change thinking and action into the project cycle. And if you have access to the chat function, you could use that as well. Does that help?
Let me see. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Great. So if there's any other questions about Mural or the exercise, feel free to raise them. Otherwise, I'm just going to look into the Mural and start reading some of the great responses that have been added so far, and we'll take another couple minutes for this. So why don't we get started in discussing this? And I want to I had focused a little bit on the first 2 or 3 columns, and then I want to turn towards opportunities for either the TCLP or other actors to help work on some of these solutions. But let's start with the challenges and needs. Does anyone want to speak to something that they put here related to challenges or needs for integrating transformation in the project cycle? We're not above calling on people directly. Yeah, if anyone wants to speak to something that you've put there, otherwise maybe we can look across and ask anyone to comment on specific things that may be written. Any volunteers to go first?
Joe, I have a quick question for the speakers. So what happens if transformational change concepts are not really integrated or part of the original design? So in the design phase, if transformational change concepts and theory and thinking is not really evident in the original design of a project or a program, won't that affect the, being transformational in the implementation stage? Will that affect transformational outcomes? And how can, I guess, will we just have to make sure that practitioners and implementers are flexible and their M&E systems are flexible and adaptable? So I just wanted to hear, their thoughts on that, because I see it kind of like, if you're transformational in the design, then that will trickle, into the implementation and obviously evaluation in the evaluation phase. So curious to hear what the speakers have to say.
Yeah, thanks. Excellent question, Irini. Raul or Matthew, do you have a quick thought on this?
Yeah, I can jump in here. So that's an excellent question, Irini. And I think this is one we were kind of thinking about back when I was at AFDB, because we had kind of what we considered like this first generation of climate finance projects, things that were approved early on through the CIF and the JEF and other examples that were kind of all coming to completion at more or less the same time. And so I think, like, while obviously the best case scenario is that you include transformational design and transformational change thinking into every single stage throughout the cycle, having not done that at the design stage as directly, and I would caution that maybe transformational thinking is included, even if the language is different. For example, some of the early CIF investments that we're trying to do something transformational without maybe using this whole framework and language. But I think there's still an entry point to consider transformational outcomes if you do a good analysis later on and kind of see different investments that maybe have aimed for things like market tipping points, or maybe you have a climate resilience project and then there's actually been a climate shock, and you can kind of consider how transformational outcomes were after the shock. Yeah, I mean, I think there's kind of various entry points to kind of analyze transformation. And on the flip side of that, having good transformational design, of course, doesn't mean we're going to get transformational outcomes. So it's kind of a tool and approach that can be integrated throughout, but you can also zero in on different parts of the project cycle to analyze what's really going on.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Matthew, and fully agree with those points. Just some of the other sticky notes that I think are really, go ahead, Tom, do you want to jump in?
Oh, yeah, I was looking across the sticky notes, and I just maybe one thing to note is that a lot of the things I'm seeing in the challenges and needs column are things that we might think of as context for this work. People are talking about bureaucracy, they're talking about inadequate capacity, et cetera, that are kind of the bigger picture in which work occurs. And it's just interesting that I think the response to that is showing up in the strategies column of kind of mapping context initially, having long-term strategies, recognizing the need for changes in context, and kind of the flexibility then and adaptability that needs to go into projects. So just an interesting dynamic between the contextual challenges people are identifying and some of the strategies that can help recognize those.
Yeah, absolutely, and connecting very well to Raul and Matthew's points at the beginning. I also found really interesting some of these towards the bottom of the column, institutions working in silos, difficult to make relevant to private sector, and overcoming vested interests. You know, some of those perhaps aren't explicitly identified enough at the outset or during project cycles, and but yet can really hold the key to inhibiting that broader, you know, sector-wide change or more inclusive approaches. So I thought that was quite spot on. But why don't we? I mean, I'm just looking over into the strategies section, strategies and resources. So I think the two kind of go together. Would anyone like to comment on what's here or something that you put in these boxes?
Yeah, Joe, this is 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗻 from Pakistan. And can you hear me?
I can, 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗻. Great to hear your voice again, and good to connect with you.
In strategies, I felt that learning how to understand the system in which the project intervention is working is really fundamental. So making systems maps, visualizing systems, data gathering for understanding what the system of interest is a really important strategy.
Yeah, well said. And there's actually a parallel session now on system and actor mapping led by 𝗬𝗿𝗃𝗀𝗃, and I, for one, am looking forward to seeing the notes from that one and engaging with him further. But good point. It really weaves in here throughout these different columns in terms of strategies and approaches. And I think we can see that here, but maybe what you're referencing as well is the how-to and actually making sure that happens and happens effectively is really important. Anyone else want to share thoughts on these columns?
Joe, I'll jump in again. One thing I'm noticing in the resources column is a number of kind of analytical tools or methodologies. People are talking about greenhouse gas accounting, climate risk assessment, valuation, et cetera, that can get at some of the issues and goals, sort of broader issues and goals related to transformational change. And I would just suggest that if people have specific suggestions around tools that they know of or have developed, to feel free to chat those in, and even better with links or add them to a sticky note, because I think those would be helpful for your colleagues.
Yeah, absolutely. I see Matthew had his hand up, and then Raul. Matthew, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight one of the biggest challenges that I've faced in practice with this is that there are so many knowledge resources out there. We've seen excellent work that GIZ has done, for example, over the course of this workshop. There are so many tools, GHG accounting, these things are out there. But what I found the really big challenge to be is kind of taking that knowledge that's out there and making it work in your own organizational context. If it's a larger institution, there's a lot of constraints where you can't just go and kind of take any resource that's available and use it. There's kind of more of a strict process. I think perhaps smaller organizations that are doing work might have a little more flexibility in that regard. But I would love to hear if anyone has any thoughts on kind of what exists there globally in terms of the knowledge, but actually being able to act on that within your own organizational or project context.
Yeah, no, great point. We're often over flooded with information, so the challenge isn't necessarily not enough information or tools. It's putting it into action. I just want to flag also, you know, we have these black sticky dots that are at the top of the mural to the right. just above the opportunities column. So if you see a sticky note anywhere in the grid that you find compelling and worthy of sort of elevating, please feel free to vote with those dots. This would be a good time to start doing that as you're looking across the mural board. Raul, great to see you here as well. Over to you. Do you have a question or a comment to add?
Hi, Joe. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much for this discussion, and I just wanted to offer some thoughts. And maybe it's more a question to you and others who have been involved in the TCLP work from the beginning. And that is to say that from my own experience with different climate finance mechanisms, such as the GEF or the GCF, I remember my earlier experiences with the GEF. Whenever you develop a project, you would have to develop some incremental cost reasoning. And that just led me to think and wonder if at any point in time, the CIF has considered something like that, meaning, I mean, maybe it doesn't exist, a transformational cost reasoning or some transformational reasoning that translates into monetary or economic values. That was used at the GEF in order to justify whether the project was eligible for approval. My sense is that maybe this has not happened at the CIF, perhaps because the concepts of transformational change perhaps have been introduced further on, later on. But even if you have the possibility of looking at ex post outcomes or ex post results of the project, is this an area that perhaps could shed some light, putting some number or monetary value or economic value to that transformation, so that perhaps one can explain it more project to project? Just a thought. Thanks.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I know there's been some work done on, adaptation benefits or, trying to sort of monetize what, or put value, I guess, on the transformative impact. I would say it's difficult to standardize approaches, in my view, given such different contexts and intervention approaches. But where one can put that monetary value on, I think it can be very impactful. I'll maybe stop there. I don't know if others have thoughts on this. And then Raul Delgado, I see you have your hand up as well. Do you want to add something here?
Yes, Joe, just to comment, you mentioned that there are many sticky notes on the resources side, but also there is a sticky note on the need to work on capacity building for project design and implementation. And I just wanted to touch on this because there is a clear need to strengthen capacity at different levels, at the government level, but also on the private sector for project preparation. And this is key. I worked for many years in Mexico, in the Ministry of Finance, on finding resources for financing projects. And one of the key things that we actually see is that good, robust projects do not happen that often. And this is a reflection of the development challenge that countries face. And I cannot remember a good, solid project, technically solid project that was not able to find financial resources. And that's a key issue, because at the end, what you see that for the most part, projects, money is looking for good projects. That's what I'm trying to say. So what we need to make an effort is to help countries to build that capacity. So there might be a lot of resources out there available, but not necessarily available to the people that need it the most.
Yeah, thank you, Ro, for underscoring that point of capacity building and access to resources, or awareness and ability to access and utilize the resources, including building up the capacity for that. Really important point. Yeah, I just wanted, we only have a couple minutes left. This has been great, and I've really, there's a lot to mine here on the mural. It's fantastic to see all these inputs. I want to end with any last thoughts on the opportunities. You know, we are this community of the Transformational Change Learning Partnership. You know, what are some of the things that either us or our, you know, collective networks might be able to pursue to help better integrate transformational change in the project cycle? Any thoughts? Anyone want to share ideas that you've put there, or have other thoughts on this? You know, and just to expand, I think there's a lot here that, you know, what should, say, climate investments or countries or institutions do to advance transformational change? You know, are there things that the TCLP could help to work on or facilitate conversations or collective work that might help address some of these challenges or advance this practice in other ways? This is sort of an open-ended, you know, what would you like? What would you think would be most strategic for the royal we, those of us here and involved in this kind of work from where you sit or stand, prioritize? And yeah, I have Christina, would you like to go ahead and speak on this?
Yes, thank you. Yes, no, I was just thinking that actually it's a very good start already, because if we start sharing some tools and approaches, as you know, Matthew has already introduced some of the approaches that they are using and how they are trying to address this, and then different case studies as the things are going to evolve and as people are going to start, you know, kind of moving in that direction and integrating transformational change in their system. So I think that it's already something very useful if there will be more resources and toolkits and examples of approaches that have been taken and they worked or they didn't. That would be very interesting. I mean, yeah, to act as a hub maybe of information in this area.
Yep, thank you, Christina. I think that resonates with everyone who's joined back into this plenary session now. We're just tying up the work in the breakout group on integration of transformational change in the project cycle. So I'll now hand it over back to Tim and Mike to help wrap this session up.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joe. And yeah, just coming into this session, the comments were in some ways so similar to some of the comments that were going on in the other room. I thought that I would bounce around, and I got completely embroiled in one round of discussions.
Okay, looks like we've slowed down, so we'll start now, and I'm sure others will continue to join us. They continued to trickle in from breakout groups yesterday as well. So thank you so much for joining us. I think I have met many of you now, but I'm Jessica Kyle, and I'll be facilitating this session today. I think we're going to have a really exciting presentation and a discussion today on how long-term planning and programmatic approaches can support transformational change. We started some of this discussion even in the resilience session just a few minutes ago, so it's great to see some of those same faces here as well. The idea, as 𝗬𝗍𝗶 was saying, in this session is to try to move from concepts to advanced practice around this particular topic. So after the presentation, we'll work in this mural board together, and we'll also have a discussion. Before we get into mural, though, it's my very sincere pleasure to introduce 𝗬𝗲𝘀𝗀𝗶𝗀𝗴. 𝗬𝗲 is a senior climate change specialist at the World Bank. She's also my former colleague. At the World Bank, she's been leading initiatives on NDC implementation and long-term strategies, including this World Bank Outlook 2050 strategic directions note that we're going to hear more about today. So 𝗬𝗲 is going to walk us through some slides here. Please feel free to chat any questions into the chat, and we'll have a little time for Q&A at the end. So with that, 𝗬𝗲, over to you.
Thank you, Jess, and it's good to be here with everyone to talk about, advanced approaches and how to convert these
transformative concepts into action. I'm really glad for CIF to be organizing this. So in the presentation today, I will be talking about the World Bank Outlook 2050, which lays out a roadmap for how the World Bank has set out in terms of supporting countries on long-term goals of decarbonization and development to help ensure sustainable growth. This work was completed last year, and I want to just sort of reflect a little bit on the context in which the work started and when we launched it and where we are now. So of course, you know, this work started in a pre-COVID context, and we were focusing on climate change and development priorities. As we were nearing the completion of this work, we were in the middle of the pandemic, and it was very evident, you know, that beyond just the climate shocks, that development priorities have always had to account for various external shocks, immediate priorities that need to be integrated in a long-term, you know, approach of, so that we're still on track for meeting our planned objectives for sustainable growth. So with that in mind, I want to sort of dive into the work that was done here, that was released last year, but also share with you a little bit on where we are in terms of implementing the recommendations, the priorities that came out of this work. So moving on to the next slide, we know that climate change and sustainable development are interlinked. Climate change actually poses a serious risk to economic growth, macroeconomic stability, and overall development outcomes. Countries have been putting forward commitments as part of their NDCs, as part of their national plans on climate action, but the current pace and scale of climate action have not been sufficient to put us on track for what the global community agreed to meet in terms of climate goals regarding, you know, keeping warming well below 2 degrees Celsius as part of Paris Agreement. Now, when we were hit with, with the COVID-19 pandemic last year, it really brought to the forefront the crisis and how it exacerbates the problem of when we're trying to align immediate priorities with medium and long-term goals of growth and development and climate action. So it really requires us to think through systematically why we need to do this and how this can be done in a way that so that we're not having to we don't start off on a path such that we have to come back and course correct again. So with that in mind, the next slide essentially talks about why long-term decarbonization matters. You know, countries have their own national development plans, countries have climate strategies, sectoral plans, and so far climate action has benefited a lot from sectoral action plans, more around medium-term strategies. But having long-term strategies, these strategies lay out a vision for sustainable growth. They help align the short and medium-term targets, including the climate targets, along with the economic growth, along with social and economic development priorities into a long-term pathway. From a decarbonization perspective, they help address systemic risks to avoid stranded assets, non-performing assets from a financial perspective, and also, providing policy coherence in terms of guiding investment decisions. Now, talking about investment decisions, of course, we know public resources, public finance is very scarce with competing priorities. So it is very important to have private sector, play a role in terms of implementing climate action. So these long-term strategies help send clear market signals for private sector and help maximize the use of scarce domestic resources. Overall, the outcome that we are aiming for through these strategies is for boosting sustainable economic growth, ensuring a just transition in impacted sectors, especially the heavy emitting sectors where there would be impact on livelihoods, on social aspects, and creating jobs for the future. We know that clean energy, climate-related investments create a lot more jobs than the traditional non-climate investments that we have been seeing, and there's evidence to to show the numbers now. And having integrated long-term strategies also helps to enhance cooperation across different ministries, across different stakeholders in the society, and bringing together trading partners to be on the same page in terms of the collective goals. Now, with that in mind, moving on to the next slide, we have, with all these benefits that we just thought through, why is financing decarbonization and overall climate action so hard? Because it requires significant large amounts of investments. Global development priorities themselves require large investments. And if we think those through in terms of sustainable development goals, in terms of Paris Agreement climate action, these amounts tend to be even higher. The investment needs are even higher. If you could click for the next, for the text to appear on this slide, thank you. So as I was mentioning, there are huge investment needs. Now, the public finance resources that are available to implement these priorities are scarce. The MDBs, the international finance, the development finance is even more scarce. Comparing that to what is needed, it's very clear that the investor community, the private sector, the financial sector at large has a very strong role to play in this space. And the governments and public sector have a strong role to facilitate and create those enabling environments. If we could just keep clicking through, please. So as I was mentioning, governments and financial institutions can help unlock these private sector investments. Some of the recent estimates indicate very large investment needs to meet the long-term decarbonization goals for the global community. Next slide, please. So climate change itself presents systemic risk to economies. But climate action, especially both decarbonization and adaptation action, also presents significant opportunities. So just as an example of these risks, if you could keep clicking, climate change poses physical risk, physical impact risk in terms that impact asset performance, that impact longevity of these assets and overall financial performance of these assets. And then they also have impacts on, anyways, the most vulnerable groups in the society and impact further livelihoods and labor productivity. So this is from the physical impacts point of view. Now talking about transition risks and liability risks of these of climate change, climate policies can actually impact carbon-intensive sectors in such that the infrastructure may become non-performing, might rapidly lose its value and impact financial stability. And both the physical and transition risks can lead to liability risks in terms of increasing insurance costs, in terms of the losses and damages that may arise from liabilities associated with certain transition risks. So these are the risk side, which is the part that makes a strong case for climate action. The opportunities associated with this, the climate action, are also quite significant. Some of the recent estimates show significant large investment opportunities, especially in the emerging economies, and with high value and potential for earnings. From a society's perspective, they present significant opportunity for overall more equitable economic growth if planned through well, opportunities for job creation, and healthier ecosystems. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, with this motivation in mind, the World Bank team had set out to develop the Outlook 2050 to lay out how the bank can embed long-term climate priorities in its engagement with countries and also support countries in meeting their goals of long-term growth and climate priorities. The key messages that we'll see in the next slide that emerged from this work was that climate action needs to happen at an economy-wide scale. It needs to adopt a whole of economy approach. So far, climate action has benefited significantly for sectoral level action, but this needs to be expanded beyond just the sectors and the line ministries. So you'll see on the screen, we have the horizontal bar, which lays out the strategic directions where long-term climate objectives should be embedded, need to be embedded. This would further impact all economic sectors and all economic activities that can help bring about the change that we're looking for from a climate perspective. So these would include integrating climate objectives in a planning, macro-fiscal, macroeconomic frameworks. Second, impacting public finance, influencing how public finance, public resources are allocated through national budget and expenditure frameworks. Then going on to the financial sector through to influencing markets for both how private capital and public finance circulate in the economy. So financial sector regulations and incentives that shape and embed climate objectives into investment decision making. An overall integrated approach, a systems approach to planning across all sectors helps to ensure both the cross-cutting, cross-sectoral priorities and also embedding climate across all decision making. This is truly at the heart of the issue that climate is not just an environmental problem. It is not just one sector's problem. It may have a higher footprint. The climate challenges might be bigger in certain sectors, but it is truly an economy-wide issue. So with these sort of economic, macro-fiscal, economy-wide approaches to embed climate in the planning cycles, then we could see these translating into financing, budget, resource allocation, and implementation across sectors. And when we look at these priorities areas for transformation, one thing that became very clear is these sectors are not individual siloed sectors to be looked at from a climate perspective. These are systems that we need to be looking at that have cross-cutting linkages, especially with regards to the climate challenge. So whether it is food systems or land use transition, energy systems, water and urban systems, or digital transformation that is now powering, that is now enhancing service delivery and sectoral implementation across all of the priorities that we'll be talking about. Moving on to the next slide. So in this presentation, I'll focus a little bit more on the economy-wide actions because we're quite familiar for the most part with the sectoral, cross-sectoral priorities. From a macroeconomic perspective, from a macro-fiscal planning perspective, planning helps to embed these risks. If we could keep clicking, please. Planning helps to integrate climate objectives into national development plans by integrating climate change physical impacts and transition risks to growth. It helps to identify fiscal policy instruments, planning instruments to enable the market transformation that is needed for the entire economy to steer investment decision making in a certain direction. And as part of this work, the recommendations that you see on the screen is what we had started working on. And currently the World Bank is actually scaling up its support for climate-informed macroeconomic assessment tools that embeds, how climate interacts with growth projections that help, and along with the development of tools and approaches, also strengthening capacity for countries to adopt and implement these as part of national development plans. From a policy action perspective, scaling up engagement on fiscal policies that help that enable climate action, for example, carbon pricing instruments, is very important. Moving on to the next slide. Now we talked about macro fiscal planning. We're into thinking about public resources, public finance, how these are allocated across sectors. So integrating climate objectives in national budget can help optimize public resource allocation for climate action. It also helps to see the picture at a higher level, at a cross-sectoral level, to see how we can minimize trade-offs from climate perspective across all sectors, and broadly from a development perspective as well, and enhance the synergies across cross-sectoral priorities. So as part of this work, the recommendations that were laid out, now the World Bank is scaling up its support to countries for integrating climate action and looking at expenditure reviews, national budgets and expenditure reviews, to see what has national climate spending been looking like for the past few years, and use that to inform future planning and future spending planning for through national budgets and expenditure frameworks. We're also scaling up our support on public investment and asset management, investment decisions that for public resources that are taking place, especially from an infrastructure point of view. And then overall public financial management and accessing climate finance, as these are, there are significant resources that countries can tap into and can, sort of complement the national resources that are available for climate action. Looking at the public procurement is an important part to embed, is an important way to embed climate into way the governments themselves are procuring and sending market signals for climate action. And last but not the least, I want to highlight the climate risks faced by state-owned enterprises. These are large enterprises, typically, especially from the point of view of countries that the World Bank and many MDBs engage with. They have huge impacts on country balance sheets, on resource allocations, and the physical and transition risks faced by the state-owned enterprises are significant, that need to be assessed, and then important to have strategies to address these risks. Moving on to the next slide. Now we talked about macro fiscal planning, we talked about public resources, public finance. Now we're on to financial sector from a markets perspective. How can markets help shape investment decisions? Of course, the regulations that the financial sector sets out helps to steer and mobilize investments, investor decisions. So integrating climate risks in the financial sector can help finance towards the green investment decisions. So, and overall helping build stronger, more resilient and sustainable investments in the system. In this space particularly, the World Bank is supporting countries on financial sector regulations. On some examples would be also on developing, from the get-go, green taxonomy that countries can adopt for the financial sector. Another important area is developing innovative financial instruments, and these have been successfully adopted in the case of energy sector, but it's important to expand the use of these instruments to other sectors where that have high footprint, high climate footprint, and also get impacted by physical impacts. So expanding, say, risk mitigation instrument, investment risk mitigation instruments, or policy regulatory risk mitigation instruments to different sectors to help mobilize, large amounts of private sector finance. And also thinking about risk management approaches such as disaster risk finance that can be used to help alleviate impacts on certain vulnerable sections and sectors of the economy. From a regulatory point of view, going back to the banking sector, stress testing, reporting and disclosures, and is an important area of emphasis. And also using these approaches to mobilize and blend finance. Moving on to the next slide. So we talked about, just as a recap, we talked about macro fiscal planning from a national planning perspective, public resource allocation, markets instruments, financial sector regulations, and bringing all of this together to channel investments to sectors will also require integrated planning approaches, a systems planning approach that accounts for cross-sectoral linkages, that accounts for multiple priorities of climate, of development, of social social development, and Also, optimizing the use of natural resources and financial and fiscal resources available to the sectors and the population. So an integrated approach to planning can help address those multiple objectives. Sometimes these can be competing objectives, and avoid trade-offs across this. So as part of this work, one of the recent announcements by the World Bank has been to integrate climate diagnostics as part of our upstream work for strategic country diagnostics that is used to inform our country partnership frameworks that lay out the engagement priorities for a period of 5 years for the countries. So typically, to develop those priorities, the World Bank would conduct a poverty analysis, a country economic update memorandum, and in some cases, a sectoral analysis, depending on the context. So now that is being complemented by a core country diagnostic, which is called the Country Climate and Development Report, that is then used to inform the strategic thinking around the engagement and help discuss and identify priorities with countries as to what would be the key focus. And as part of the integrated resource planning, sectors are now working at planning. Sectors are adopting planning related tools to inform sectoral investments as well. And this pulls in cross-sectoral issues. For example, when energy sector looks at integrated resource plan, they need to be accounting for water availability in case of hydro-based systems and hydro variability, for that matter, with climate change, land availability for renewable investments, and so on. So that wraps up the economy-wide actions that I wanted to talk about. So moving on to the next slide, and just a quick reminder of where we are. So with that T diagram on the screen that you see, we've covered the horizontal side, the horizontal bar of economy-wide actions. Now I wanted to do just a quick overview of the cross-cutting solutions, the vertical bar that you see on this slide. Moving on to the next slide, please. So don't get distracted by the details on this slide. We have the link for the report that you can take a look at. But this slide essentially tries to summarize the range of transformative actions that were identified as part of work that are needed to meet the long-term goals of growth and decarbonization, development and decarbonization. And the circles there identify the specific systems where the actions are mapped to in the rectangle boxes. So we're talking about food systems, carbon sinks and land use transition, energy systems, mobility, buildings and urban systems, water systems, the ocean and blue economy, and digital transformation. One of the key messages that came out of this work was most of these actions are actually cross-sectoral in nature. So you'll see the color coding on the rectangle boxes. The white boxes and the icons within them indicate the cross-sectoral nature of these actions. And the colored boxes, which are very few, you'll notice, are the very core sector-specific actions. Now, one could argue, this is the feedback that we've received in the past, that even those sector-specific actions might have cross-sectoral linkages depending on the country context that we're operating in, which is very valid. But the main point here is emphasizing the need for cross-sectoral collaboration is going to be very important in order to have successful implementation. Secondly, most of these mitigation actions, the transformative actions that were identified, if planned in a systematic way, in an integrated way, can help deliver adaptation benefits as well. So we're looking at adaptation mitigation nexus here because if we keep focusing on decarbonization and mitigation priorities, it's important to not lose sight of the adaptation and resilience priorities and not invest in areas that might be maladaptive for the country context. And last but not the least, this also emphasizes one of the points that I made earlier in terms of enhancing cooperation across not just ministries, not just line ministries, but also other stakeholders in the society. This cross-sectoral view of things makes it very clear that without that cooperation and collaboration, it'll be very difficult to have successful implementation. And finally, you know, the last column, the last sort of circle in the vertical bar that you see is on digital transformation. I just wanted to emphasize that we've talked about digital transformation in this work as, you know, an area in itself, but it also cuts across technological transformation, cuts across all of these areas for transformative climate action as a driver for more efficient production processes, a driver for more efficient service delivery. But it's important to recognize the digital aspect especially has you know, linkages with increased energy needs, and how those energy needs are being powered is important to account for in terms of the growing digital transformation, especially in the current context as we have moved to you know, virtual spaces, more digital interaction, and expanding to you know, expanding our digital infrastructure in countries to enable that same level of service delivery and performance and economic activity. So with that, I'll move on to the final slide that I have for today. These are the key areas that were identified as important to operationalize the priorities that were identified in the previous slides. Tailored action plans for countries, new tools and approaches that need to be developed to facilitate this, whether it is in terms of the country core climate diagnostics that I talked about, or tools to support countries in their own macro fiscal planning that embeds climate change. Concessional finance and channeling that in an efficient way that also helps countries, you know, access and track how they are using resources to be able to further identify resource needs. Aligning crisis response and long-term priorities, which is especially important in the current context. You know, this is not something new. We as a global community, we have seen several of the several you know, several shocks to economies, whether it is from a health perspective, whether it is from a natural resource perspective, but immediate response solutions that are developed with some additional thinking can incorporate the medium and long-term priorities. In this case, we're talking about climate. Just as an example, when powering health centers in different parts of the world as a response to scale up capacity in countries to deal with the impacts of the pandemic, some of the investments that the World Bank supported was, you know, mobilizing renewable energy industry players to power those health centers with renewable energy. That not only helped, you know, increase clean energy in the country context, but also the industry, the clean energy industry, the off-grid industry in some cases that was suffering with lower investments during the pandemic benefited from it. So both, you know, meeting climate objectives, supporting local markets, supporting job continuity and growth there. And that was a bit of a micro example that I shared with you, but just and you know, another example that we see in terms of the pandemic is the cold chains that are being developed for vaccine, you know, delivery and storage are now being looked at as solutions that are delivered through, you know, efficient cooling technologies, sustainable cooling technologies, to the extent that can be powered from, you know, renewable energy. And stepping back to look at, you know, from a 30,000 foot, from a macro perspective, what does this mean? Countries are developing their economic recovery strategies. So this is the time when huge amounts of capital reallocation are being thought through, discussed. And if this time we don't reflect on how to embed climate in this, we'll risk at being faced with a challenge in the future, in the near future, to having to go back and course correct some of the investment decisions, the large investment decisions that will be made now. So with that in mind, I will wrap up the presentation for now and open it up for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, 𝗦𝗲. That was really interesting. And from the questions that are coming in from the chat, I can see also raise lots of interesting questions and reflections back for you. I am cognizant of time because we also want to get to the mural board. So let me suggest this. Why don't we take 1 or 2 questions? And I can already see from some of the questions that are in here that they'll segue very nicely into thinking about what are some of these challenges. For example, how do we work in organizations across organizations to have a country-led approach to long-term planning that that donors and MDBs and others can sort of collectively get behind. But let me just take a couple of questions here. I see one from 𝗧𝗿. I also see one here from Arda. Let's try to take those quickly if we can, and then we'll jump into the mural board. Arda, do you want to jump in first and maybe ask one of these questions? I don't hear you, Arda. Maybe I will just pose this instead to 𝗦𝗲. And 𝗦𝗲, if you want to make a quick response, and then we'll fit in one more. So Arda's question was, with the Paris Agreement, countries have been advised to prepare these long-term strategies, right? And now 29 countries have prepared these. And I think the question here is, how is the World Bank going to encourage countries to prepare these strategies, and how will those sort of interact with the long-term strategic planning that the bank is also thinking about?
Thanks for that question. This is very timely because just this past calendar year, we had launched our support for countries to, especially in this area, to develop long-term strategies. And the way this support is being organized is, part of this starts with the country core diagnostics that I talked about that provides a foundation for the long-term strategies. And if countries are already working on their long-term strategies, so we have grant resources available through which we can provide technical assistance.
Great, fantastic. Thanks, 𝗦𝗲. 𝗧𝗿, do you want to come in and quickly ask your question here about the definition of climate finance before we get into the mural board?
Yeah, it's a big question, but definitely we see what is described as the integration, which is absolutely great on the way to go of low carbon and resilient development and development. Now, the question is, in that context, how do you characterize climate action from an I5, from the World Bank point of view, and climate action or climate finance for that matter?
𝗧𝗿, if I'm not wrong, and in terms of contextualizing this, is this kind of with regards to how banks count their climate finance? Is that what character?
Okay, what I'm trying to say is basically one is aiming for all investments, all financing of the World Bank to make sense in the framework of those long-term strategies, if you prefer. And then we have the parallel concept of climate finance, which at the moment doesn't really make any reference to long-term strategies. So the underlying question is, what do we make of that? How will isn't there a need to redefine climate finance to a more focused, really transformational set of activities? And basically, what do you think of that? Is there any reflection around this? I know the characterization is being devised a bit, but if you could elaborate a bit on this. Thanks.
Certainly. No, this is sort of something that I started out with, climate action, or in this case, if we say /climate finance, has focused most of it on sectoral action, some of the obvious areas of implementation, whether it's energy, transport, some of the high emitting sectors. But for the transformational change, given the impact that these economy-wide actions can have in terms of leveraging resources across the economy, it's important to think about how to target climate finance for these areas. And these are not areas that tend to be, tangible investments. You don't see a solar plant set up when you integrate climate objectives into national plans, but you see a plan that will enable that. So I hear you. And I think what we are seeing now is, from a finance point of view, from a resource point of view, more resources are being made available to help countries do that planning, to conduct that climate expenditure review, to develop, climate budget tagging in those tools to enable that integration. But I agree from, let's say, from and even from the CIF, actually, having benefited from some of the resources for some of our work in the Caribbean or in South Africa, we know that there are resources being made available through the CIF, Transformative Action Facility, to conduct that upstream work. So getting to investment and implementation, that is where sort of the climate finance plays an important role. This is the upstream part, and then there's the implementation part. I think there are more resources certainly needed to enable implementation that can be climate finance resources.
Great. Thank you so much. I wish we had time for a longer discussion, because I think we'd all find it very rewarding, but we have a task ahead of us. We have an exercise to do. And so I'm going to ask Sarah to pop into the chat here the link to our mural board. And what we're going to do is just what you did in session 3 before. You'll keep this Zoom window open. You'll click the link and you'll open a window also for mural. We're going to put our collective heads together, and the question we're going to work through is, what will it take to advance practice and impact in long-term planning and programmatic approaches in ways that catalyze, support, and contribute to transformational change? And so this framework here in Mural is to help us organize our thoughts on these questions. 𝗦𝗲 and I have pre-populated a couple of ideas, so it's not a totally empty board. You have something to think about and react to. I think because we have such limited time here remaining, what I'll ask folks to do is just go at it for challenges, strategies, and resources. I'll give you a couple of minutes here of sort of silent work to start writing in the stickies for challenges, for strategies, and resources. We'll come back together and talk about those for a couple of minutes, and then we'll really put our heads together for that last column on opportunities. So I see folks in the mural board already. That's fantastic. Click on a sticky, type in a thought, and then we'll come back together in just a couple of minutes for discussion. Thanks. Okay. So I see some stickies getting filled out, which is fantastic here. Let's reflect a little bit on what we're seeing in each of these columns. If folks want to speak to any of the stickies that they've put up, we're a small group here, so please unmute yourself, interrupt me, jump right in. I see in the challenges and the needs column a couple of themes kind of arising here. One is around the challenge of overcoming conservatism or entrenched interests like the fossil fuel industry or something, to really be able to conceptualize a long-term plan that is truly transformational. Did someone add this conservatism sticky and might like to say something about it? Yeah, Penny, I see you with your hand up.
Yes, it's been there for quite some time. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No worries,
Hello.
no worries. And I wanted to say something because I can't get those stickies to work on my side. So sorry. And I was but everybody got so engrossed, I didn't want to say anything. And my question was really, I'm always the one that questions things, right? Is that I don't necessarily understand how you've reached agreement before we came into this on where these things fit as they define. So, you've got the top line going across the strategic direction and you've got all of these other things going down. Because, and excuse me, because my background is 35 years of finance, right? And seeing the inequalities in finance. And I'm really surprised that we haven't here got the financial sector as a key issue. And I've raised it on the previous discussion. We seem to agree already that it's fine. The financial system and sector doesn't need any perfecting or doesn't need to have a look at from a developing country perspective and the inequalities with finance. And let me just give you a bit of a sense of where I'm coming from. I don't want to dominate the conversation, but if I look at South Africa, which is relevant here, when I started my life in finance, the rand was at 1 to the dollar, at par, 1 for 1. We're now at 14, it's gone up to 20, was subpar against the euro. We're going into a just transition in a very vastly different financial framework and structure than we did 10, 20 years ago, because things have changed. Things have got much more expensive, much more costly in terms of implementation. The commercial finance sector is far from perfect. We see 3, 4, 5% margins on loans. We see cost of finance up at 10, 12, 15, 20%, return on equity of 20%. Where do you think these things are sustainable? But yet we kind of have got all of this nice stuff around it and not having a really fundamental conversation about the cost and risk of finance and how one actually divvies up those risks to the broader global finance structures, because it's a global problem. But we left as a developing countries to deal with the inequalities in finance. I mean, you need a 20-year PPA in a developing country because it takes 20 years for a payback. Have a look at that kind of thing in a developed country, 3, 4 years, because you're comparing 3, 4% finance to 15% finance. It just doesn't work. I'm sorry, it doesn't. So why have we not got this front and center and having a conversation on it? Sorry, hear my passion in this. I'm not fighting, right? I'm just saying, where are we?
I love the passion, Penny, and I think you make a really fantastic point. And I am again wishing we had more time to discuss it. But I would encourage you, because I think you're pointing very clearly to something that can go in the opportunities, is to really put the financial sector front and center in some of these discussions, as 𝗦𝗲 was saying, and in how we think about long-term strategies and not just looking at the agricultural sector or the energy sector, but thinking about how it intersects from a systems perspective also with the financial sector. So yeah, 𝗦𝗲, and I'm just cognizant we have 4 minutes and then we're going to get kicked out, but yes, 𝗦𝗲.
I'll take 30 seconds if you don't mind, Jess. Penny, completely agree. And this is one of the strategic directions that you'll see in the horizontal bar on financial sector regulations and incentives. And as part of that work, the World Bank, the core, like you said, is accounting for these risks and pricing these risks into, the investment decisions that are being made. And it hasn't been done as, widely, and the tools there is a gap in terms of specific tools. And that is an area that the World Bank is working on in partnership with countries, including South Africa, actually. Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. I see folks starting to fill out the opportunities column, which is just what I was hoping you would do. We've got some active sticky folks, and I thank you for that. I see a couple of things here that that we might want to touch on. We just talked about putting the financial sector and its inequities front and center. That's a great point, Penny. I see also something here about encouraging country-driven long-term plans. I think that was also speaking to Arda's point that she was raising before, this point about taking system planning approaches. I think these are all great things. If there are particular, opportunities that come to your mind that this community, this TCLP community can also take up, or other partners can take up, I think that would be also really useful to reflect on. What are some very specific opportunities or activities that we could work on, as a broader group to advance practice in this area. I'll just leave you with that reflection, if anyone else wants to chime in or put in an opportunity based on that reflection. Penny, did you want to come back in, or is that your hand from before?
Sorry, it's my hand from before. I will take it down. Sorry, I forgot.
Well, Jessica and 𝗍𝗃, you guys have done a fantastic job.
Thanks, James.
I think being open about the systems approach and some of the challenges the system really presents, it really needs a collective effort from everyone. So I think you guys are doing that, and I like it.
Thank you. It's great to have you here with us.
Thank you.
If I may add something really quick.
Please, Sophia.
I keep thinking about how we're always bounded by these political cycles, and that really trumps long-term planning. And I do see a big opportunity in more democratic ways of investment and crowdfunding. And I would love to see some work on that. I know we always talk about what is the role of civil society, but I don't want to sound too capitalistic, but what is the role of elite kind of societies that have a lot of, how would I say, financial resources that are being, and we all always talk about pension funds and but then there are other investment opportunities, I think, from regular people that want to do good and that may just need something to channel that. And I don't know, I think it's exciting to think about, how do we integrate blockchain and Bitcoin and crowdfunding and stuff towards long-term things, no? So I would love to see that too.
That's great. Sophia, you did the same thing before. You came in with a fantastic provocative question just as we were going to get kicked out in, I think, 3 seconds. So with that, I'm going to thank 𝗍𝗃. Thank you so much, 𝗍𝗃, for a great presentation, for everyone in joining actively in this discussion. I think you probably have a little pop-up screen now telling you that you can leave our breakout room and we're going to go back to plenary. So I encourage you to do that now. Thank you so much, all.
Thank you both.
And you probably just heard that this session is being recorded. So I do see that our speakers are in the room. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to 𝗍𝗃 to start us off.
Thank you so much. And sorry for being late. I was in a different link in the first place. Let me shortly start with a little framing I believe might be important in that session here. Is everybody at the mural board, or should I share my screen? So, or both even. Maybe I'll just share it for a while, and so that you might see what I'm talking about. I think we got this framing of capacity and learning here, and I like that. I think it relates well to our idea about transformability. So what are the abilities we actually need and the capacities we need to advance transformative change? And if you look at that first element here that I call impact complexity trap, I started introducing that, and within that introduction, and this is a little bit more detailed reflection on actually the way we work, the type of our management rationale we are in within our project cycles. And I think that's one very critical element when we talk about our transformative capacities. Actually behind that will be a question about in how far do we need to transform our own work when we try to facilitate transformation. So to some extent, I believe we are still in that trap. Coming up, we tended to have that discussion in the plenum to some extent as well. We come up with ever better impact promises. Basically, these are predictions of the future, assuming that we have a fair level of control over outcomes, that there are clear rules and hierarchical relationships that matter a lot, linear behavior of systems, and so on. But of course, as we know, complex reality works different, and especially in these very complex transformation fields that behave nonlinear, emergent, unpredictable, uncertain, conflicting values involved. And so actually we already know that experimenting and co-producing modes of working are better suited to that world and these tasks. And so we observe deviations from our impact promises that we made, and the bigger the projects, the longer the preparation time, the higher the investment risk, the higher the accountability risk. So we tend to, with more ambitions, we tend to have longer preparation times and even bigger traps in that regard. So we have deviations in practice, and there are two ways of interpreting it. We can interpret it as an opportunity, and to some extent we tend to do this, and further work in what complexity science calls shadow systems or backstage, where we try to ignore some parts of the rules or promises and try to make a relevant impact still. And we then still have the official, the reporting world, where we need to interpret it as some of the deviations as a failure, and which leads to the typical reflex of even creating more rules, more rigidity, even smarter indicators, even better impact promises, and so on. So how do we get out of this trap? How can we engage in more co-creative, adaptive cycles? Think at different potential dimensions. Are we even able to abandon that difference between preparation and implementation, thinking in terms of everything is implementation, and start as quick as possible? Think in dimensions like how can we come to transparent and cooperative pooling structures, governance systems for interventions that gather relevant organization and people in a transparent, accountable way, that's based on cooperation and not competition. Think at funding structures, for example. How can we realize flexible funding structures that start small with low investment risk and emerge as big as possible? And then still, of course, we have all the other transformabilities and dimensions that are somehow similar to the other approaches as well. Thinking in terms of relevance, what actually is to be changed from where to where, scaling, resilience as we had it, and some other ingredients that I introduced. I think I should stop here for now, and to me it will be very interesting to maybe even focus on that first point of our own management rationales and how could we transform that.
Great, thank you so much, Daniel. I'd now like to invite 𝗬𝗲 to speak, and for our participants, please feel free to type questions in the chat. We'll have a questions section after this before jumping into some discussion using the mural board.
Thank you so much, Regan, and thanks, Daniel, for that. This has been such an interesting conference for me. I've also just tried to share my screen so that I can just take you to the little corner underneath Daniel's pieces on the mural board, because I think we'll just speak a little bit from there onto the things we want to discuss. So I work in education and have done so for forever. So I'm not in complexity science or in those fields, but I work a lot with people in them. So my focus here is really on, what sits inside of the notion of capacity building and inside the notion of learning. And of course, we keep hearing that learning is so central to this adaptive capability, also to develop our abilities, the ones that Daniel has indicated, and at all of the levels that he's also referred to that we need to do, and of course, to develop our capabilities as reflexive and adaptive managers and just people participating in this transformative change that we're talking about here. So I wanted to focus a little bit on what we would mean if we were to look a little bit at learning in a little bit more detail, perhaps. So if everybody can just sort of bear with me there. And it speaks a bit to this question at the bottom here, is what kinds of learning do we need for transformative changes? How do we support faster learning given the urgency of the sustainability crisis? And then, of course, there's the question about what is the relationship between learning and project cycles and this kind of adaptive co-management type of work in complex systems that are so unpredictable and that are likely to trick us up, as Daniel was indicating. So I put a picture here, which I really just wanted to bring to us. And it's a picture of this woman who's making food for a huge community of people at a funeral. And you can just see the capability there of these women to do something together that is driven by a very strong social motive. And it's a social motive that is related to the well-being of their communities and their societies. And, this is really the core capability that all of us as human beings have. And the way that we mobilize that capability is through our concepts and the activities that we draw on in our society. So we learn those, of course, over time through our cultures mainly. And the education and learning systems are orientated towards teaching us all of those cultural reference, both in our families and in our communities, in our churches and in our colleges and universities and schools and everywhere. And so there we come across concepts, and if we're lucky enough, we get to practice these concepts in activity. They're not just theoretical and abstract. So if we want to look at transformative change, we have to look at this relationship between concepts and activity, and we have to be able to reach, they have to reach to the grassroots level, into these communities like where this cooking activity is occurring. and elsewhere. So that's the one point that I want to make. And these concepts and activities can be transformed. They can be transformed by transformative learning. And for that reason, we have to give a lot of thought to what we mean by transformative learning. Now, one of the things that we need to think about is what catalyzes transformative learning. And one of the sort of most, what I would call productive things that catalyzes transformative learning is to confront tensions and contradictions, and to have the space to co-engage with others around these tensions and contradictions. And usually it's the deep-seated structural tensions and contradictions that are the source of significant transformative learning in the times that we're in. And I think that what we're dealing with as we talk about great transitions, just transitions, sustainability, all of this stuff, is we're dealing with a very deep-seated and difficult contradiction to dislodge. And that's a contradiction around the commodification of pretty much everything, as we see, for example, in the Brazilian forests scenario, if we see in the privatization of water and the whole thing that's produced the climate challenges for us in the beginning. So commodification versus coexistence contradiction. And if we can open that up in practical ways for people at all levels of the system, I think we can find leverage points for starting the transformative learning. This little example here is just a way of concretizing the contradiction. So here we're looking at the control of seeds, for example. Seeds, are the foundation of life and food and everything else. And whoever controls them controls us. And we stuck in this commodification versus coexistence trap or contradiction. So we need to open those up. They open the space for transformative learning. And then this needs to occur across this multi-level system that Daniel, I borrowed the little picture from your report. But because at all these levels, we have people, and we have people who are capable of showing motivation and who are capable of engaging these contradictions, as long as they will make sense to them and they relate to their matters of concern. So this is, I guess, how we have to approach learning on the multi-level system. And all of these people are part of different types of activities, activity systems. Each activity, big activity, I'm talking about big activities like producing food, or big activities like finding energy, or so on. These are the big activities in our society. So we need to find those, the motives, the matters of concern, and we need to bring people around these and then open the space for this new concept and activity formation. And this has to be done simultaneously and iteratively at these different levels. We can't work at one level first and then another level later. It has to be done across the system. So this, I think, is one of our challenges that we need to look at. We need to find process models for that, working with people, this kind of questioning what's going on, analyzing, modeling solutions, and implementing new models, reflecting on the process across this type of activity system framework is important. And then I think we have to also give further definition to transformative learning and understand it better. And we've been working on trying to differentiate between the sort of what we call a mainstream meaning of transformative learning, which is where you get sort of cognitive and emotional and perspective shifts and so on, and your values, get more sort of embedded in your sense of being a species being on the planet. So that's one very important part. There's a second part that I think is very neglected and needs to be worked on a lot more, which is transgressive aspect of transformative learning, to really challenge the normalized practices, cultures, and systems that are oppressive, unsustainable, and do that in different ways, not just with critique, but also with empathy, with reflexivity, and allow people the space to come into these deliberations. Transdisciplinarity is also crucially important because we can cross boundaries and we can do new things in different ways. We need to develop those practices in our society. And then together, we need to move away from individualized models of learning to collective models of learning, so that we can actually strengthen collective agency and system-wide change. And then this is the biggest issue that I think we're dealing with, is somehow we have to build this into all of our education and learning systems, because every single young person in the world is sitting in an education and learning system. They are the people who have to build these transformative systems with us and are going to have to carry them into the future. So there's a lot to be done, both, you know, in the learning systems themselves, but also in the way that we're thinking about learning, and then how that sits in the bigger system of building abilities, capabilities, and the wider sort of transformational change movement that I think we're talking about. So that's in short from me. Yeah, and to remember the lady cooking the food, because, you know, that's where so much power lies in the world, is with, you know, ordinary people who have motive and capability for doing extraordinary things. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, 𝗬𝗲, and thank you, Daniel. I think this has like really put us at a good place to wrestle with the questions of, you know, what will it take to have this transformative learning and build the capacity that we need for transformation. I haven't seen any questions in the chat, but I'm just, I would love to have, you know, if there are any questions from the audience, and we are a rather small group. And so, you know, would love to have people introduce themselves and maybe say why they are in this session in particular as they ask their question.
I mean, I can kick off.
Thanks.
I'm very interested. This is a question or comment to Daniel. I'm a great admirer of the work that you're doing and the frameworks that you're developing. What I'd like to do is to sort of highlight an example that resonated of my work that sort of resonated. So I'm engaged quite closely with the COP26 in the UK, so working with the UK government, with the government of Germany and others, to try and shift the energy system. And of course, we're going out into countries saying, you know, can you move out of coal? Can you scale up your renewables? Can we stop coal finance, etc.? But really what I'm interested in is the supply side. So as an international community, why are we so poor at cooperating, collaborating? You know, what's wrong with our incentives? What's wrong with our institutional structures? That means that we have no interest actually in maximizing the outcome. You know, there's a disconnect between looking at it from the recipient country and looking at it from the supply side, you know, from the money. So I mean, perhaps we don't do it now, but I'd be really interested in sort of taking forward a conversation about how that flows through and how we can bring concepts of transformation and programming into the donors, into the MDBs, into the technical agencies. So I've got my son ringing on the door trying to get into the house, but in such a way that sort of maximizes their own incentives to cooperate around a shared agenda, whilst and also maximizing their risk tolerance and ambition to do so. So they see their own institutional incentives and the outcomes as being aligned. Right, I've got to go and open the door, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah.
Regan, sorry, I think you're muted.
Thank you. Yes, I am. Yeah. Any reflections on Matt's comment?
Yeah, it's might make sense to wait also until he's back, but there you are.
Sorry about that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, happy to start with that, but please add to that from the group. I think if I got you correctly, it could have many dimensions. The supply side, what exactly you would mean with supply, that would be interesting.
The supply of finance, technical assistance, the international community essentially. So your GIZs, your CIFs, your MDBs, your donors, your IEAs, your ARENAs, your UN energy agencies, all of the people who are tasked with solving this, doing a very poor job collaborating to solve this. And I'm interested in sort of your perspectives on how to change the perceptions and the behaviors in those, and increase collaboration and flexibility in the way that sort of programmatic structures are put in place to deliver this and move towards collaborative systems.
Yeah, I think collaboration is a very important key term within my thoughts about transforming our work, because I think to quite some extent we're still find ourselves in a competitive environment, even in that non-profit work. And that's, to me, that's just to me one indicator how deeply rooted competitiveness actually is across the world within our deep thinking. I think that motive of competition is one of the deepest drivers actually at the surface for externalities globally, locally, social, environmental externalities, but as well for the way we work together. So if we I think I'm really convinced that if we can't get beyond that competition paradigm, even between organizations, institutions, globally, global to local, local to global, and really consequently engage in collaboration. And that would mean to me, that would mean as well, for example, how do we organize interventions and projects and programs and so on? Do organizations have to compete against each other to get grants granted, including partners, including local organizations, or do we find smarter ways of governance, of governing development issues and work and collaboration, international collaboration, in which we are able to create incentives for cooperation, not letting organizations and people compete against each other, but trying to find smart, maybe even digitally supported smart pooling mechanisms that are transparent, where we can know about the strength of different institutions and organizations that can then can be pooled for different interventions. We have some examples starting like that. We have, for example, this 𝗬𝗏 Plus project that works with 7 implementing agencies that can be pooled on a relatively flexible base for different interventions at different places. If we could think about something like this on a larger scale, that to me would be one element in that paradigm shift. Because as long as we stick with this competition paradigm, no one can trust the other, and so it's even in some, to some extent, funding organizations tend to create that non-trust environment by creating competitive processes when competing for means of implementation and so on. So that's, to me, it's really key. Consequently getting beyond that competition paradigm towards the cooperation paradigm. I think we should be smart enough. Sorry, further along. It's really close to my heart, and it's really to me, it's one of the keys.
Thanks, Daniel. And I think that dovetails really well with the conversation about the commodification of everything. And I guess since I have the talking stick at the moment, it really makes me wonder about how that can create a scarcity mindset, which requires this competition to make sure that that people get what they feel that they need. So I would love to continue this conversation and think about, kind of what are the real challenges. I think we've heard, about this competition mindset. And so I want to open it up to the group. And hear from all of you, and you can also type in 𝗫𝗏𝗏. What are the real challenges and needs that must be addressed to build this capacity for governance and learning to advance transformational change?
One of the things I was thinking about and listening to the conversation was that there's individual skills and capacities that are needed to kind of work in new ways. But then there's also kind of structures and processes that are in place that can constrain. And I was intrigued, Daniel, by some of the things you mentioned, like shifting some of the project and program structures that incentivize collaboration, that enable flexible financing, that allow for real adaptation and even changing kind of results frameworks in ways that allow for some emergence. And so I'm really curious, the arc of the table here is getting toward opportunities, but I'm curious if there's any strategies that you all have observed to both build individual skill sets in these new areas, as well as to adjust some of the common program and project development cycles that are that people are embedded in ways, and if there's any strategies that you've observed that have worked, or any of you elaborating on some of the ones that Daniel and 𝗦𝗏𝗏 mentioned.
And just before you answer, I'd just like to say that we, have a principle, the TCLP, of holding experts in equal measure. And you are here in this workshop, participants, so please do not feel that just because we do have, people who gave framing comments, that question is not something that you can answer. I really welcome your comments.
Yeah, and add onto the mural board any thoughts you have on these things too.
We're going to mic check. I'll just make a quick comment. I think, so often we move quite quickly from what the kind of challenges that we see to the sorts of responses that we think we need to make. And in many instances, we respond, I think, to the kind of the sort of immediately apparent challenges. And I think that what Daniel is bringing up around these issues of, for example, competition, are deep underlying kind of mechanisms, are the way that society works. And I suppose one of the big challenges for then responding is, how do we learn our way into identifying those underlying contradictions, the underlying challenges, and then have learning processes that are strong enough to actually grapple with those deeply often political economy kinds of underlying almost societal ways of doing things. So, we tend to put everything as a war. We've got a war on I don't know, greenhouse gas emissions. And so we immediately go into this very sort of competitive, we need to win this, rather than we have a planet that we're living on that we need to find a way of restoring and regenerating. Very different mindset. And so, what learning processes, capacity development orientations might help us to do that better. And I think that's the kind of question that I would carry into this sort of work. And so the strategy then, I think, becomes raising these deep-seated contradictions and finding ways of learning our way into better responses to those contradictions, rather than trying to smooth them over or pretend that they don't exist and respond to something that's much easier and more superficial.
Yeah, if I may add to this shortly, what are the experiments what could we test? What could we suggest, for example, donor organizations to test and experiment with regarding these different questions? For example, what if we make an experiment where we start more or less directly and interpret everything as implementation with a transparent way of pooling organizations, people, expertise, and so on, including funding, structure, and so on. What are these experiments that we could suggest? But I see a hand.
Yeah, Matt, I am going to go to you, but I first just want to ask, like, Diane, Rahul, Brittany, any comments?
This is Rahul. As a quick introduction, I work with the Just Transition Initiative, and I'm fascinated by this topic, but I'm still wrapping my head around a lot of the implications. And I just wanted to reflect on something Danielle raised about competition. And in my mind, competition in this space has always been associated with efficiency. And it might be a very simplistic way of thinking about competition. It's that the more competition you have, the more efficient systems you are able to build. And that in itself might be one of the hindrances in thinking about how we incentivize collaboration. On a slightly unconnected note, one of the evaluations that I was part of recently that was looking at capacitation for MSMEs at the ground level, one of the learnings that we came out with is that when you do capacity development efforts and you create develop capacity at the local levels, you also risk agency capture at a later point or elite capture at a later point, because people who got capacitated started being more well established in being able to access the markets and do better than other people in their communities, which in itself goes back to the idea of competition. So even when we are developing capacity, we are creating new competition paradigms that change the system in its own way. So a couple of unconnected thoughts, but if there's any feedback on my association of competition with efficiency and whether that's entirely a short-sighted way of thinking about it, that would be very welcome.
Yeah, if I may directly, thank you so much, because this is exactly one reason why this narrative is that strong. It even goes further. It's not just efficiency, but effectiveness as well. So the basic narrative actually is competition leads to and nurtures, motivates us that strong that any result coming from there will be more efficient and maybe even more, or maybe even more important, more effective. So in the end, the results will be better, whatever comes out of competition. And there are many, and basically this is however you call it, kind of neoliberal myth. Actually, there's no evidence that this is actually true. It's not based in any evidence. On the contrary, there's much evidence and comparative studies and reviews about the benefits of cooperation. And if people are asked what they prefer, the vast majority of people prefer to work in a cooperative environment where they can trust each other, where they can work together, engage with their own strength. That's another aspect to it, because if I work in a competitive environment, I need to be able to outcompete, obviously, and be able to do everything as good as possible. Whereas in a cooperative environment, I can focus on my strength and can trust each other. So this relates to our own work, very much so, and we have experiences within GIZ, for example, where we try to nurture that new spirit, because every organization has this tension between cooperative elements and competitive elements, and another aspect to it. this aspect of motivation. Competition tends to be nurture extrinsic motivations for people, whereas cooperation tends to nurture intrinsic motivation, a very important aspect as well. So, and we see this in projects, a commissioning process, for example. We have both at GSF, for example. We have competitive tenders there where we engage and try to be successful, and we have a kind of standard process with the German Economic Ministry for Development, where we are not in a competitive mode because we are a state-owned enterprise. So we have both and can compare both. And if I would take the competitive mode where we are engaged in, and if we apply, for example, if we apply for 10 projects and 2 out of the 10 are successful, then 8 actually are a waste of time for us and waste of resources. So if we could mobilize these transaction costs that are wasted actually within that 8 proposals, and mobilize this energy and these resources for really relevant and useful work for projects where we are not in a competitive environment, then this alone would make development aid much more efficient and effective. And the same as you mentioned for the content of our projects. Yes, many of our projects contain that competitive element. We need to promote sectors and businesses that are competitive. And we recently work on economic transformation as well in that regard, because that's a myth as well. More and more enterprises and businesses start in working in very cooperative structures, and that's an old idea already. For example, if you look at agriculture, how farmers cooperate together and share resources, share machines, share anything, which tends to work much better for businesses as well compared to that very strong competitive framing. Let me stop there. But it's really key, I think.
Yeah, I want to touch on something you said about these projects that, if only 2 are successful and 8 are quote unquote failures, because I feel like that's learning from failure, I think, is something that we discuss quite a bit in the TCLP. And so I feel like there is an opportunity to learn from those failures, and perhaps that's the role. I mean, yeah, whose role is it to take on the risk of failure so that others can learn and do better? Hala, I saw you. Yes, I see your hand. I would love to bring you in.
Thanks very much. Thanks. Such an interesting discussion. I think it links to what I was trying to say about, the sort of foundational contradiction. And it's so interesting how it plays itself out, like in this discussion on competition and cooperation. It's beneath that is sitting a discussion about, the root metaphors that we sit with in our society that are so well established as a result of the way that the capitalist system has formed itself into the neoliberal logic that it now carries. And so I feel like there's a need for us to really clarify these critical things, like these narratives that become normalized. And that's why I was talking about transgressive learning. Be very honest about them, clarify them, and then open them up for engagement, just like we're opening up this one here on, competition and cooperation. And then think about what that can do in terms of, fast tracking the kinds of transformative changes that we're looking for. And if you start to look at these things, you'll see, you know, the dominant, what you call it, there's these root metaphors that and narratives that run through all the way down to these kind of core contradictions. And ultimately, we have to cooperate if we're going to be a successful species. We cannot continue as we are. We cannot continue to produce bigger and bigger and bigger divisions through our whichever practices they are, if they're donor practices, or if they're educational practices, or if they're practices that are working with students like I do, or whatever, you know. Ultimately, we have to shift that entire logic. And that, I think, is the challenge for the type of transformative learning we need if we are going to make these transformations meaningful at all. Yeah.
Got about 11 minutes remaining in the breakout time.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, I just want to again pose to our participants, especially, but you know, what opportunities do you see for developing resources, supporting experimentation, and catalyzing learning to support transformational change in climate action?
Time to write some more cards.
Yes, and just so you know, and if you, oh, did I hear someone?
You know, it's Mike here, just a big opportunity, and I think that it's one that we're going to need some support on working with. So, you know, the CIF has developed a number of new programs. I think some of them are very innovative, and the donors are coming back and asking, I think, a very legitimate question in terms of how will we know whether these kind of more transformative orientations, just transition orientations, are succeeding. In other words, what are the kinds of monitoring processes that we can put in place? And all of the discussion here is saying we need more than monitoring processes, because we don't know what we're monitoring towards. The kind of outcomes are not immediately apparent. We're going to need to kind of generatively, experimentally learn our way towards some of these through action, and learning and action I don't see as very separate at all. So the big opportunity, I think, is to do some quite serious work on monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and learning as a cluster. So MERL as a cluster, not kind of getting ourselves pulled off and being forced to do monitoring and reporting in one place, and then evaluation and learning is kind of a poor cousin that sits somewhere else. They need to be seen as an integrated system, and how do we create that? And I think that that's a big opportunity for collaborative work going forward.
May continue on that again shortly. Yeah, absolutely agree. That's a valid question, and there are the different types of indicators or outcomes, of course. Within these transformation fields, we have it's relatively easy, to my mind, to observe transformations happening. Energy transitions, for example, they're fair indicators to for example, measure the share of contracts having renewable energies, the mix of energies, the advancement of how far is this mainstream already at very different levels, policies, and so on. So that's, to me, that's relatively, that's a more technical issue, relatively easy. But the way, how do donors know that the processes and projects we promise will lead there and are good enough? And for example, and that's why I tend to really promote that approach of a process promise, focus on these design principles. How well did we adhere to the design principles that we think are important to facilitate these processes? How well are they woven into the projects? What kind of methodologies do we use? Methods are oftentimes very weak within proposals. Facilitative capacities, how professional are they for these processes? And oftentimes, actually, our our primary goal actually is it not capacity development or capacity building? We tend to have weak indicators for capacity building, and how far do capacities actually evolve truly, or do we just do the job for them oftentimes? So that there will be a question to Hila again as well from my side. What are good indicators for capacities that evolve and emerge?
I would also be curious, maybe after Hela, Rahul, going back to the evaluation you mentioned, how you thought about that in your evaluation.
I think that if I can just answer Daniel, I think probably the best way of looking at indicators for capacity is transformation in activity, because it's a collective, it would be a collective way, a way of monitoring collective agency for change. So if you look at how the activity is transforming, then, and you look into the system of activities and activity systems that are associated with that, you can see the capacity shifts, you know, coming through that. I think we make a mistake of wanting to measure capacity building at an individual level, but in fact it's the relational competence and the production of the relational good, or the new form of activity, that is ultimately the evidence of the capacity that has been transformed. And that can be of any kind and at any level of that system that I was just referring to earlier. So we could say, for example, if we want to see transformation in the capacity of our donor organizations for this kind of fund, you know, the level of cooperative activity that is emerging amongst them, you know, and that would show capacity for transformative change. And you can do the same thing at, you know, a more local level, you know, the capacity of communities to install renewable energies, etc., you know, yeah.
Thank you so much, because oftentimes we are still at the level of number of people trained or something like that. And yeah, to me, it doesn't say much about capacities.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Have you guys, any of you, observed places where you see these new approaches being used effectively? I mean, one of the things I'm trying to think about is, are there ways to make the shift that's needed kind of practical and tangible to a lot of people who are just kind of embedded in these systems and, you know, working on program and project design for climate action? And I'm just curious if there's ways to, either through case studies or storytelling or other things like that, kind of showcase what it could look like to inspire people, or any other thoughts you have about kind of what it will take in practice to kind of begin that experimentation process with some new ways of doing things.
So I'm actually aware of a kind of nascent project that's starting where I believe it's around like water quality issues in the upper Midwest in the United States. But from what I understand of this project is donors are focused on really having a consultative, participatory community process, and are focused on process indicators and rather than outcomes. So really focusing on, does the process happen, and, you know, who's involved, etc., rather than focusing on those outcomes specifically. And that's I think a pretty, that seems pretty unique to me.
Daniel, within GIZ, are you all experimenting with anything? I'm just wondering, you know, taking the toolkit ideas and things and trying those in practice, or is that a phase ahead?
Yeah, we start to do it, and for example, relating to that management paradigm questions. For example, we have one component within one global project where the donor granted us to have one kind of blank component where we can try out that adaptive approach and be as flexible and adaptive as possible. So it's basically, we ask because the donors hear similar things, of course, sometimes. And so in that case, it was successful to convince the donor to have that blank component, to be flexible and adaptive. That's just one example. The other, I mentioned the European Climate Plus project. The EU, European Commission is the commissioning party, and this is a large, also by volume, a large program across focus on Latin America, and they have this flexible funding mechanism where they are very ambitious and large by their volume, but they have a very flexible mechanism depending on where in which country at what point in time there's energy to advance. So and that way, to me, is interesting as well in terms of the balance between international finance and local finance, because you can say, okay, if there's at this moment in this country, if there's energy right now, then let's see with our flexible mechanism how much funding we can organize at this point in time, and you on the other side, and then let's try to make it happen. This is not to provoke competition between countries again, but to me it's interesting also from that perspective, not starting with a very rigid funding matrix for any activity, this and that funding and at this and that time, but having that flexibility and complementarity as well, or it relates as well to our idea of reciprocability for again as well. So I think time is up now.
Oh, you're on mute, Regan.
I'm muted.
Yep.
Kayla, in the last 40 seconds, any final words before we get moved out?
Well, just to thank you so much. This has been very interesting, and I think all of this is a learning process for all of us. So I think let's keep going with it and try to bring more and more people into it, because ultimately it's people that are going to need to, be part of these changes. So yeah, that's all I can say. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think people are both the biggest opportunities and the largest challenges we find in this kind of work.
Yeah, we can't do it without them though.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for sharing all the great information on Mural. We'll be taking this and
Thank you for joining this final session on the imperative and important area of evaluation. Evaluation research is perhaps the most well-funded body of applied research in terms of informing and building an emerging global evidence base on what constitutes effective climate action. We have one generation to figure this out. And I hope we get there. I hope we get there. And evaluation research is going to be critical for framing and advancing that. I'm very pleased to welcome you all to this session. And we have 4 speakers lined up today. Scott Traplow, 𝗬𝗲𝗀, John Colvin, and Tom Mitchell. Let's move forward into their presentations. They will each briefly introduce themselves and speak for a few minutes. Next slide. All right, Scott, welcome.
Great, that's my cue. So as Colleen said, we have 4 mini presentations lined up to help frame the discussion for this breakout group on evaluation and monitoring as it relates to the theme, key areas of practice for advancing transformational change. The order of the presentations will roughly reflect the flow of the columns on the mural board you'll be working with. My presentation draws on an article I published with 𝗬𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 thinking outside the box, evaluation's transformational potential. We identified 4 interrelated boxes or pitfalls that confine evaluation's transformational potential, and we concluded that this potential depends on the ability of evaluation as a field to transform within. The first hurdle is the project box. We need evaluation that supports accountability to the planet and its inhabitants rather than discrete interventions in those who fund them. Measurement and evaluation should not be confined to conceptual frameworks with predetermined results and their KPIs. The second box is related to the project box, which is the temporal box. Unanticipated events such as the 2008 Great Recession or COVID-19 illustrate that reality doesn't always conform to the project budgets and reporting timeframes. We need more interactive, iterative monitoring as evaluation to support course correction rather than limiting evaluative thinking to eventful baseline, midterm, and final evaluations. And we desperately need to reconsider the evaluation of long-term impacts to go beyond assessing the continuity of planned results to include unintended consequences on the larger human and natural ecosystem. Our third box, the quantitative box, has also been referred to as OMD, obsessive measurement disorder. It occurs when the production of evidence-based data undermines the very intervention it is supposed to support. It's often asserted what gets measured gets done. Another witticism worth repeating is not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. Our last box, an accountability fixation, overlaps and fuels the other boxes. The evaluation marketplace often consigns evaluation to a descriptive tick box accounting exercise fixated on whether something is done right versus whether the right thing is being done in the first place. Historian Jerry Mueller, author of The Tyranny of Metrics, observes, quote, "The most characteristic feature of metric fixation is the aspiration to replace judgment based on experience with standardized measurement." In conclusion, a criticism of my brief presentation can be that I focus on 4 problems and not solutions. However, each problem carries the kernel and points towards its solution. Also, as my presentation reflects, I think it's okay not to have all the answers, predetermined results up front. Transformational change requires that we are more humble, heuristic, and open to emergent transformational learning and opportunity. Thank you. I'll pass it off over to Zenda.
Thank you, Scott. Zenda? Yes, hello everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. So John, Scott and I were invited to this session as some of the steering group of the emerging, still in its infancy, Eval Transform. Mike Ward is also part of that, and we have the broad aim to be a space for this type of exchange and collaboration across different sectors, different fields, disciplines and interests at the intersection of evaluation and transformation. And because it's still in its infancy, it's still being shaped. So please be in touch with us if you wish to help shape it, if you're interested just in knowing what it's about. I'm an independent evaluator from South Africa. I'm currently based in Geneva in Switzerland. Most of my work deals with the evaluation of development or of science for development. And I'm currently focused on working with global networks that collaborate in order to transform something. I believe that this is a decade in which we have to use the full power and potential of evaluation as a kind of a systems-orientated GPS that can accompany us on our journey towards transformation. And so this group and today's session will help us make sure that we try to explore the full power and potential of evaluation. We have to do it in the context of what strategies and approaches are promising to advance evaluative practice for climate change. And you'll see one of those on the mural board that we will be working with. As I highlight on this slide, evaluation and transformation intersect or connect in at least 3 ways. Each will have its own strategy and approach, but they will have at least 3 very important things in common. They will require an understanding of and use in evaluative practice of systems and complexity concepts and approaches, and how to use these especially to design and implement for systems change and transformation. And they'll have to deal with power dynamics, and they'll have to deal with differences in societal values and notions of social and ecological justice. So those 3 are evaluation of transformation, which refers to using the value of evaluation to support, to track, to learn from and assess developments and responses to ongoing or completed natural or human-induced transformations. Climate change is a good example, of course, and the pandemic. Evaluation as transformation refers to evaluation itself contributing to transformation in how it's done. So trying to make sure that evaluation is conceptualized, designed, and done in a way that gives it the best chance to be transformational in itself as a process or through its findings. And this is, by the way, seldom the case, maybe because of the nature of it, but also because we normally bask in incremental contributions. Today, we likely want to focus more on evaluation for transformation, and that is trying to figure out strategies of what it means for evaluation to show its value in catalyzing and helping to accelerate transformations that are being engineered or facilitated or nudged along, for example, in the energy or climate sector, as we have been doing, discussing these last 2 days. And focusing on all 3 of these will hopefully lead to evaluation in transition, the field that's being transformed and that is able to meet the challenges of our time. So today we may want to focus on things like how do we use an evaluative lens to understand and deal with the dimensions of systems change and transformation that TCLP has identified. Which approaches will help us to identify and measure signals of transformation in a particular situation or along a trajectory in a desired direction. What's the link between evaluative practice and methodologies like systems mapping, foresight, design thinking, and so on? We may want to think about gaps that need filling, that we don't have approaches for, that we don't know how to apply strategies. We may want to think about the value of evaluation designs that are already in place for this kind of work. Blue marble evaluation is a very good example. And you may want to look at the TEEB agri-food economics of ecosystems and biodiversity work that they've done, which is a full application of blue marble evaluation for transformation in a certain sector and across sectors. Also principles-focused evaluation and developmental evaluation and many other not only approaches, but methodologies and particular methods that can be used. So in my few minutes are up, it's over to John to play from your perspective.
Thank you, Scott and Zenda, and good afternoon to you all. My name is John Colvin, and as well as being a member of the nascent Eval Transform, I'm also Managing Director of Emerald Network Limited and a former member of the SDG Transformations Forum. And I'm going to speak briefly to the 3rd aspect of our framing question concerning resources, frameworks and tools that can currently exist to support evaluative practice relevant to transformational change and climate change. As you might expect, one of the functions of evaluation is to help understand impact, whether or not an investment made a difference, positive or negative, why and how. But how do we make such assessments when we're working with transformation? As we've heard, the challenge and the opportunity in working with transformation is to engage with complexity and scale, to try to nudge, shift, flip or reorient complex systems, comprising multiple feedback loops and complex resource and power dynamics. You can see an example of a complex system in this diagram. It is highly simplified and partial picture of the global food system. You can see interactions, for example, between ocean use and governance, labor and human rights, income and food demand and prices. And as we know, the global food system, as it is currently, has a major impact on climate through CO2 and methane emissions, and also through carbon sequestration in soils and oceans. In the diagram, for example, you can see in the bottom center, greenhouse gas emissions, and also on the left-hand side, carbon sinks and sequestration. In a parallel session to this one, 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗏 is facilitating a session on systems and actor mapping. And these diagramming and boundary judgment skills are vital to evaluation for system transformation. But what I want to point out here is shown by the red arrow, where to intervene in such a complex system and how. And this brings me to the point I want to make. Each of us in our different organizations, large and small, occupies a unique positionality in relation to the major climate-related systems, such as energy, food, cities, finance, that we want to see transformed. We all want to make a contribution to, say, energy or food system transformation. And to do this, each of us should seek to maximize our contribution to this common goal. And this is where evaluation can help us, because contribution analysis is a valuable part of the evaluator's toolkit. And in recent years, we've begun to expand these skills to take us into the realm of systemic contribution analysis. So evaluators can offer contribution analysis as one approach where we can add value. Perhaps it's one of our unique leverage points. For example, this is an approach that Emerald Network has been exploring over the past 15 months with the Oak Foundation. How can Oak, as a private philanthropy, use its $50 or $100 million or whatever it is per year to maximize its contribution to food system transformation? Where should it intervene in the global food system in order to maximize its leverage alongside what others are doing? To do this, Oak and Emerald, working together, have been teaching ourselves the skills of systemic contribution analysis, both as a means to evaluate strategy implementation over the past 5 years, and then to co-design a new phase of transformational strategy, including a developmental evaluation framework to enable what TCLP would call adaptive sustainability. Let me stop there then and hand over to Tom, who will speak to the fourth aspect of our framing question concerning opportunities. Tom.
Thank you, John. My name's Tom Mitchell. I am from an organization called 𝗬𝗏𝘃𝗀. For those of you who don't know 𝗬𝗏𝘃𝗀, we are an innovation agency and network of over 500 organizations working to catalyze systemic change through portfolios of innovation. And in some ways, everything that has been talked about by the other three speakers, 𝗬𝗏𝘃𝗀 is trying, exploring, and wanting to be at the front edge of essentially being a living lab for the next generation of evaluation as it comes to transforming systems. And with that, I wanted to just talk a little bit about the way in which 𝗬𝗏𝘃𝗀 is approaching this challenge. So we as an organization essentially took the view that a bottom-up supply-driven approach to projectized innovation was next to useless in dealing with the climate change challenge, and instead decided to reorient ourselves towards addressing change in 5 key systems around climate mitigation and adaptation. So around cities and industry and land use and finance and maritime systems. And with that, we seek to address and transform those systems through deliberately designed portfolios of innovation directly intersecting with the sensitive intervention points of our systems maps. Decoded in practice, let's just take, for example, 𝗬𝗏𝘃𝗀 is working with the city of Madrid on its desire to be net zero emissions as fast as possible, which means working with multiple different levers of change within that city and designing many different activities to try and learn what it means to unlock or nudge change within that system. So an interconnected portfolio of about 50 different activities working together to see what it takes to unlock that change. But how do you evaluate that? How do you get a sense of whether or not that's working? Is there any approach that we can see that would give us confidence that not a single projectized approach is better or worse than pulling together transformative portfolios? We need to work with that. And so we've been developing an evaluative process that's very much based around blue marble and developmental evaluation. At the heart of it includes elements of sense making, of looking at transformational signals, particularly in terms of transformational signals inside institutional frameworks and outside in the world, and doing that in a way that maximizes our ability to connect that process of sense making and developmental evaluation to adaptive portfolio management. And we're doing that at both the level of the city, say with the City of Madrid, but also 𝗦𝗃𝗃 as a whole organization, where we're working, for example, with 35 different places, each with their own intent to change very fast. So both we have nested portfolios and then we have the portfolio as a whole. But quite frankly, we don't know where we're going. This is a sense of really moving into the unknown, wanting to push at the front edge of what's possible, learning as we go, adopting new approaches and new insights, and actually offering 𝗦𝗃𝗃 as an organization that is a network in and of itself to be an opportunity to test and learn what it means to try some of the approaches that have already been laid out today. And with that, I would love to invite other members of this session to think about the way in which you can come and experiment with 𝗦𝗃𝗃. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone and for your valuable insights and contributions. I'm wondering if there's any questions from the floor that you would like to pose to our speakers before we move over into the mural for an interactive session.
Hi, Colleen and all, and I don't know, we still have Tom's slides up, so I'm really delighted to hear this expert group and the insights. And I have a question for everyone about, you know, are we actually ready for this kind of evaluation? I think the answer is yes and no. I think, as Tom just put it, kind of muddling along, and Scott raised some really good issues. But I think if we could reflect on sort of where we're at in terms of the ability to do this in a meaningful way, and in what timeframes and with what kind of outcomes or, you know, findings. And I have a couple of reflections too that maybe in the mural session, you know, based on the experience that some of us have had in this space, but I'll save it for the mural. Thanks.
Thanks, Anna. Perhaps I can respond briefly. I think it's a great question, and it's a real challenge, isn't it? How can we share out as rapidly as possible what we're all learning? If that's useful to expand the community of eval transformers who are working in this space. I don't know how to do that, but I think it's a great question.
Mm-hmm. Definitely be stronger together.
Can I add something, which is, this is a perfect time for this. It is going to stretch what evaluation can do, and it's going to test all of us. But there's never been a better time, first of all, because of the realization of transformation that is not an imperative, that is an imperative, it's not a choice. And if evaluation cannot play a role in that, it would certainly not be something meaningful to last as practice, in my view. It's also a time in which people come together across many boundaries. And so the opportunity to work with people who are expert in transformation, expert in social justice, expert in cognitive development, in technology, and so forth, all the different components that we need in order to advance evaluation, to push it to the maximum it can do. That is possible now because we are working in a far more networked fashion. We also understand far more about how the world works. At last, especially in the West, there is the realization that systems and complexity are the first principles of foundational in social work or in social change. So I think the pieces are there, and it's up to all of us to put it together. And I find that very exciting. However, there are some very significant barriers, and one of it is the political economy of evaluation, the power holders that don't have incentives to change unless they're truly committed to change. And that's a really, that is why power in the evaluation field is such an important thing to deal with. And we have to stand together to think about how we can effect change within our own ways of thinking, doing, and commissioning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd just add, and thank you, Zenda. I tend to be a political economist at this and looking at just the development industry overall. And evaluation is very much embedded in the same political economy of the evaluland, the object of evaluation that it investigates. And despite the overture towards more system-savvy, complexity-friendly methods in evaluation, the bottom line is that evaluation is they're primary commissioned and used for accountability purposes rather than adaptive learning, innovation, and improvement. Now that's the norm, and there are always exceptions to that. But I think it's looking at that commissioning process and how we can change that and make organizations and collaboratives more receptive to critical evaluations that lean more towards transformation. I'll put in the chat a link to a study done by CCAN on that, looking at how complexity commissioning processes inhibit the uptake of complexity appropriate evaluation.
I think one very, very brief thing to add is that in the experience of Climate Kick, the idea of arguing for a completely different approach to evaluation to a series of political power brokers who are of themselves weren't really worried about the scrutiny that they will get from electorates or other parties has proved extremely difficult. What we've ended up doing essentially is trying to create hybrid models that says, well, look, we will do the accountability driven approach that you want and count the things that you want, but in return, we would also ask you for some flexibility and experimentation and additions to what it is that you're commissioning, which will give us the opportunity to be more experimental and convince you that there is a different way of doing this work. So the idea of doing something that completely replaces the incumbent system, very much agreeing with Scott's kind of political economy analysis, is such that we found that a more hybrid approach is likely the way that we've been able to succeed in creating a bit more space for opportunity.
May I also just really quickly add that this is also a time when it may require that a different kind of people enter the evaluation space, people with completely different capacities, and also people who, in terms of commissioning, people who can live with the fact that this is more resource intensive, it is more time consuming, and it will certainly be something that has a different mode of work than before. So working with conventional people across the system may not in the end yield the best results for the evaluation field as a whole. We need unconventional thinkers and doers and funders.
Hear, hear.
Thank you for the stimulating session and these provocative thoughts. Let's continue on to the mural now. Lauren, can you put the link into the chat box? We can continue to speak to each other through the Zoom platform while engaging on the mural. So everyone should be familiar with the mural by now. You will see on the far left the instructions, get familiar with mural. If you missed this morning's session or simply want to look something up, you can take a look at that by going over to the far left at number 1, or on the outline of the screen, clicking on number 1, Learn Mural. In the second column, the guiding frameworks, these are copies of the slides that were shared today, as well as some other supporting frameworks. But what we would really like to focus on in this small group work is question number 3, advancing practice. What will it take to advance practice and impact in evaluation research in ways that catalyze, support, and contribute to transformational change? I'm hoping that we can spend about 5 minutes each on each of the 4 columns, beginning with challenges and needs. We've talked about a number of things such as harnessing evaluation research to advance evidence-based policy and praxis, but also in innovation. And doing so will require innovating evaluation research as well as innovating in climate change. Let's think through some of the challenges and needs to achieve this. And you are welcome to speak up, to share with us, or type up sticky notes, depending on your comfort level and how you prefer to communicate.
I'm happy to speak up, and I'm probably better at that than the sticky notes, but I'll work on the sticky note capacity building.
Just one thing, Anna, before you start. Yeah. I'm noticing when people try to type something in the sticky notes, sometimes it's going vertical rather than horizontal. So while Anna's laying out some of her points, maybe we can troubleshoot that.
Thanks, Scott. I can help with that.
Go ahead, Anna. Thank you.
Well, these are challenges. So I've actually never written about this, and I've been meaning to for a couple of years, but have, some of you have experienced these things too. So I'm relating this to the evaluations that have tried to use the transformational change framework and the dimensions, and what those dimensions really are trying to embody, which is beyond time frame and scope of projects or interventions. So for example, the dimension of systemic change, and both of those things, systemic change and scale, by definition, when they're more intermediate or advanced, they go beyond a particular intervention to be self-replicating and being taken up on their own accord. And the adaptive sustainability dimension also means, lack of dependence on, say, funding or external actors. And these things are internalized. So with that frame, because that's actually quite deep and won't go into that, we have a serious scope and timescale problem for evaluation. Scope being much larger in both geography and in content than most evaluations cover. Also larger in timescale by definition. And we don't usually do evaluations like 5 or 10 years after an intervention is finished. So we've got a huge scope problem and timing problem for applying our traditional evaluation methods to a transformational change frame, particularly using the dimensions that we've talked about through the TCLP. Similarly, data, it's kind of like good luck. Good luck finding information, even if you're doing, primary data collection and analysis. Information related to transformational change is very rare. It's not usually part of what's reported. And if it is, it's just lip service to a phrase most often. So primary data collection is not easy either, and requires a lot of interpretation and hand-holding and sort of capacity building for everybody, including the evaluators. Capacity is clearly an issue, and Zenda, you touched on that. I think Scott and Tom were all like innovating. Everybody who just spoke, actually, John, you know this firsthand. Like just the capacity to do this and what the skill sets are, they're rare, they're unusual, and it requires a ton of creativity and innovation. And then lastly, the contribution question, everybody knows that contribution attribution, you kind of, it's at this level of complexity, particularly when applying like the transformational change framework, you're looking beyond a particular actor, and it's really a challenge to really nail down a contribution of a particular intervention. It's the classic advocacy evaluation challenge. but on steroids, if you will. So I just think these challenges are something we need to face as a field head on, rather than kind of avoid them or say, yes, they're there, but really be upfront about what we're dealing with here and how we can actually attempt to and really try to use evaluation as a tool in this space. And I'll stop. That's my laundry list. Not as concise as it should be. Thanks.
That's great, Anna. I wonder if I can ask you and just put something to ourselves. Because of the constraints that you mentioned, much of what relates to trying to understand whether systems change or transformation happened, we probably have to shift a lot of focus to designing and implementing in order to help nudge systems or shift systems. In other words, be less obsessed with trying to understand whether you've achieved something at a particular moment in time, and more obsessed with whether we are actually designing and implemented in ways that gives it a better chance of success. And I think that's a shift in our heads. You know, we used to, not me obviously, but many people used to think that design thinking and implementation thinking is about process thinking or process fidelity, which is obviously not. It goes far beyond that.
Thank you, Zenda. And I just want to add, I don't know if this is profound or not, but I don't know that we never really realized transformation. I actually think it's a fallacy. I think it's a constant process. And that's part of the problem with this framework and probably any definition of transformation. Therefore, if that's true, your question, Zenda, is even more, you know, we're in a process adaptation, a constant process of needing to adapt and innovate, even if we realize something that's transformative. And that's particularly true in the climate change space, whether it's energy or resilience or natural systems. So, you know, absolutely design, absolutely implementation, absolutely continuous learning. And that's the antithesis of most interventions that really have an end goal and have a really difficult time shifting that goal and the tactics to get there.
This is really important, Anna, and I'm really glad you raised it, because one of the things we found working with Oak last year, as we were doing two things at the same time, both in the evaluation and the strategy development, which was, you know, a full, deep, rapid design process. We were having to track contribution and try to judge the most effective leverage points for Oak. But we were also having to paint the picture of the bigger transformation system, whether it was the energy system or the global food system. And what we realized was that to track this going forward and to track, to be able to assess Oak's contribution, we needed a global commons that was mapping in real time the unfolding of the global food system or the global energy system. And I think negotiating who might take that role is really, really important. And if we can do those deals in the next 2 years, and there are people trying to do this, it'll really help us. But you know, that's a global commons. Who's going to invest in that?
I would like to thank everyone and invite us to all shift over to the strategies column in the mural and reflect on this question of what strategies and approaches will effectively advance evaluation practice in transformational change and climate action while continuing our rich spoken discussion. Thank you.
Can I just comment on a process point? So I only have one small laptop screen, and so I'm struggling with wanting to see the faces of the people speaking versus, you know, working on, you know, idea boards, you know, over to the side. So I'm just envious of those of you who have bigger screen space to where that's easier to do. Thanks.
Thanks, Julia. I don't think you want to see my ugly mug. I just wanted to piggyback on what Anna was saying, and I think a lot of it is we're kind of like the postmodernist dog biting its tail, in that we acknowledge that transformation is something that can't be designed. it's emergent. That's one of the principles that are, it's based on fluidity, flux, and emergence, and one of the things, one of the approaches that I think has a lot of bearing when looking at how to approach something like that is principle-focused evaluation. Because rather than fixating on the goal, which harks back to Scriven's goal-free evaluation, it's interesting to see the way these things kind of get recycled 10 years later or such. The principles-focused evaluation says, in my head at least, hey, we're not going to say exactly how we're going to get there, but we're going to have some principles that will guide us along the way. For example, being inclusive and being adaptive, and the principles, even the principles don't have to be dictated, and they can be emergent and adaptive as well. But I just wanted to throw that in and follow up to Anna's point, and also John, I think, touched on it as well. Over.
If I may, I want to support that point. I also mentioned principles-focused evaluation because I think it's completely underutilized and has enormous promise for what we want to do. So I want to reinforce what Scott had said. Just one point, you are right, of course, that one can't engineer transformation, but nudging, shifting, and so on, one can do. And I think that is where one needs to focus and can focus. And there are very good examples where that has actually worked, but it demands capacities that we are not used to using, of course.
I think I may be in a position to offer a bit of a dissenting view here. So at the risk of making myself unpopular, for me, I think there's a real risk that we throw the baby out with the bathwater here, in the sense that, yes, our current tools and approaches are inadequate for understanding transformation in systems, but they're also not wholly inadequate, in the sense that engineering systems change in the world and thinking about how that happens requires us to make assumptions. We have to know something about what we want to achieve in the system in order to nudge the system. We have to have assumptions, implicit and explicit. And so there is value in many of the approaches that we have used to evaluate more traditional types of work. There is value in the more quantitative approaches. Point of systems change, I think, is you have to put everything in its place and recognize the diverse perspectives needed. And those diverse perspectives need to be recognized within the evaluation community itself. So there is this growing schism in the evaluative space that I think is actually undermining the premise of what we're trying to do here. And so I think as a community, we need to think about what is the role of all of the different tools in our toolbox, and how do we put them together in ways that make most sense for a specific evaluation. It doesn't mean that we don't have quantitative indicators. It doesn't mean we don't standardize. It means we put those things in their place and surround them with the contextual information that's needed in order to make broader sense. And so I just want to sort of offer that different opinion, because I think that's not something I've heard come out this morning so far.
Yeah. Louise, I just want to say absolutely yes. I think you are in good company here on that point. Yeah. And go ahead.
I just wanted to invite everyone to wander over to the resources column. What resources, frameworks, and tools exist to support evaluative practice that's relevant to the issues at hand and the items that we're discussing?
If I can add a couple of comments based on the last comment and just keep being disruptive and not being very popular. From the practice of trying to bring evaluation into transformation, and if we are aware about how transformation requires a kind of a more agile process and also a learning process, I think there is a challenge about making evaluation closer to decision-making process, because that's it's not the linear process of evaluation. What we are talking about is more about contributing to a transformation, and that means a better alignment with decision-making. And the other element that I actually found that even people from industry or the financial sector agree, inclusiveness is not something about being democratic, it's a risk management element. If you do not have all the perspectives include, your results are not going to have any value. So that's the point of actually bring inclusive in, even like including business and so on, taking decision about resources and so on. It's not a kind of a more society openness, it's also risk management. What happens if you do not have the right composition of people bringing input here? Your decisions are going to be wrong. So there is a big risk of taking bad decisions.
And I just want to underscore things that several people have said, and bringing it down to one of the most basic levels of transformation is we need to help program staff transform their view of evaluation and learning. So that as evaluators, we've been talking about us and our approaches. One of the things that I find most challenging is to help program staff find the time or create the time to be involved in a more complex evaluation, because the kind of evaluation we're talking about starts at the beginning, it starts in design, it takes into account multiple stakeholders. When a lot of program staff are used to seeing evaluation as, on the one hand, something that happens at the end and a very uncomfortable audit, rather than as a learning process that takes time and engagement from them. And so while on the one hand, the learning can be compelling, having to take extra time for a process that they're worried is going to be judgmental against them, I think it's a challenge and something that we need to work on at the systems level within organizations as well.
If I may just piggyback on what Reese said, because I think all of this to me goes to the underlying thinking about, you know, what is each person's role and skill set, and what do they bring to the table, and how can we make best use of that creatively in this context? And for example, for the program staff, it's not to try to make them be different than who they are or who sort of, you know, what their remit is, you know. And so, you know, it's very interesting to see some organizations and institutions, you know, start to evolve the way they even structure the staffing to have more like more of this integrated even into the core goal of the program, and also dedicated staff with that type of skill set. Like, you don't want the visionary also being the one that has to crunch data. You don't want the evaluation request to be seen as something that has to be done in the after hours, you know, building it in. I mean, so obviously I think it's very much a work in progress, because, you know, as evaluators, well, at least for me as a consultant externally, I ultimately only have the room given to me, you know, by the mandate, right? So I can push boundaries within that and add value, you know, where I can within the mandate. But it really goes down to this overall understanding of the direction we're all trying to get to, and how we all contribute to that. So it's always a bit nerve-wracking when it's totally silent after you've spoken. So you may not have had a reaction to me, but did you have a reaction to Reese, perhaps, or some of the other comments? Or
No, I liked what you said, Julia, and it's great to see you here. This is Scott. I was actually typing a comment sparked by both your response and Reese's response in the resources section on how, when I think about developmental evaluation and when it was introduced over a decade ago, and I'm actually giving a training on that to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs next month, and I'm going through my notes and stuff from back then, and I'm looking at it the initial workshops and the initial introduction to the evaluation industry, and not just evaluators, also people who commission evaluations, people who manage them, people who support them. And, you know, it's been relatively quick, but I think there's been a lot of uptake of the methodology, and it isn't perfect. And there's a lot of, you know, superficial developmental evaluation out there. I think I heard Zenda say, maybe it was yesterday, she used the term, you know, we have greenwashing, kind of like transformational washing. You know, we get that happening. And that circles back to the political economy of evaluation. And a lot of time there's a lot of lip service to a particular approach or methodology when it's really business as usual. But I do think getting more concrete opportunities out there for people to understand the key concepts and some concrete examples, not saying that they're blueprints, because I think part of the concepts is that there isn't one way to do this or approach it. But getting that out there in the industry is an important step. So I'm putting that under resources. It could also be under strategy as well. But just to respond, that I think what you both have said has been useful and appreciated. Thanks.
I've thought for a couple of years that we, as in the big we, need an institute or something similar, like and maybe Zenda and John and others who are working, you know, in the new global space around transformation, like maybe you could share what's happening there, but some kind of think do tank around this kind of evaluation, and also things that may not be considered evaluation, because we're kind of tend to be full of ourselves and think that we're everything, but others think the opposite. So I consider myself a recovering evaluator, in part for that reason, trying to shed the you know, the trappings of the term. But it would be really great to hear about like how we can build that capacity and thinking and understanding of what these concepts really mean, and what good practice and innovations there are around evaluation. I don't know if that was Zenda or, I don't know, I think, isn't that part of the plan?
I think it's a really important point, Anna. And in the SDG Transformations Forum, we set out to try to do that. We saw that the creative edge was in the edges, the boundaries between evaluation practice and research practice and governance and finance and so forth. But as it happened, we struggled with that particular experiment in the end, and so we moved on to another one. And now, as we describe ourselves as nascently forming Eval Transform, I think that intent to build to boundary span between evaluators and facilitators and systems practitioners and others is going to be really, really important. Otherwise, we're just, we're inside the thing we're trying to break open. So I don't know if you want to add to that, Zenda, but I think we don't know how to do that because of, we're all busy trying to contribute to transformation. But if we can build that community, it'd be great and really important to do that.
I would also like to invite everyone to migrate over in terms of the sticky notes to the last column, opportunities, in the final 7 minutes that we have for this session. Thank you. And go ahead.
If I can bring like an example about how we are trying to bring the transformation in evaluation practices, and also by connecting with the resources and the tool, something that we are doing in a project is trying to bring an old friend, that is the theory of change and logic models, okay, into a new perspective on systemic change. And what we are using is the overall framework developed by the transition community on transformative outcomes to drive a narrative, a transformative narrative with the old tool that is the kind of the theory of change, but reinvented because it's a kind of a practical tool to bring to people that are not expert in evaluation, the evaluation elements for a day-to-day activities, because they understand what are there in those logic models, but they need to rethink these elements from a different perspective. And we are creating the methodology by learning by doing. So we have 3 projects that are multi-locations with activities and so on. And by creating this transformative theory of change, we are trying to see if that makes sense in terms of bringing transformation into evaluation, like reinventing the old practices with the community. It works quite well. We are not there, but they are very happy. And when I say very happy, I'm talking about business people that are using those methods, not scientifics or master students or expert evaluators, like practitioners that use this for evaluate their portfolio of activities and services to cities and regions.
Maybe in the silence, let me add something. Not everything needs to be transformed or to be transformative. So we must also be careful. Transformation is very important, but it's not the only thing evaluators should be busy with. Secondly, it's really difficult to change the mindset of people who have been used to results-based management practices. And so that shift is really problematic. And that's why I think we need somehow new blood, people who have not yet been steeped in that way of thinking. So I hope that maybe in this time, somehow through some form of advocacy or attractiveness, new types of people will enter the evaluation space, but with intent to learn very quickly what we actually do, because many people are evaluating and don't understand even the basics of the practice. And the last comment is there's really a lot going on now. Transformation is everywhere, which is why transformation washing is very prevalent. But it's also very encouraging because people engage with it, sometimes in very confused ways, which is one of the reasons why something like Eval Transform will be useful. It should try this or a similar initiative anywhere, should try to help delete the confusion in our community about what transformation is and how evaluation for transformation can contribute. And there are many others. The International Evaluation Academy, for example, is the Academy is engaging with it. Scott and myself is very involved in it. Eval Transform, there's Eval SDGs, many conferences. There's a lot going on, but also a lot of wrong perceptions. So I think the educational part is going to be really important.
We have about 30 seconds left in our breakout room. Would anybody like to wrap up with some closing remarks or thoughts? Well, I would like to thank everyone, and especially our 4 expert speakers, for such a stimulating and thoughtful discussion, and for all that you are doing to contribute towards effective evaluation research.
So, as you know, we are in the systems and actors mapping interactive breakout room. And first, before we go into Mural, we're gonna hear a little bit from Steve Waddell. He has worked with transformations as a consultant, community organizer, educator, researcher, and collaborative leader. This is local to global with organizations, networks, and systems. He's the founder and co-lead of Bounce Beyond, a growing network of communities, including the Global Sustainable Seafood Transformations Working Group, aimed to accelerate deep change. So Steve, if you want to take it away.
Thanks so much, Steve. It's great to be here today. I've been working on transformations nearly 40 years now, at least that's the language I use for it. So it means something very specific to me, and I know Rob and others participated with me in the discussion about transformation, and I was very pleased that it was taken so seriously as a distinct type of change. So I'm happy to be here with you. Could I have next slide, please? So when I originally started talking to people about mapping, like 30 years ago or something, people meant that they would do a long list of organizations or ideas or something else, and that would be what they would present you, literally a document with a list of things in it. And of course, that's way more than, if you're dealing with any scale, it's way more than you can handle. So when I talk about mapping, I mean something that's visual, that's descriptive about relationships, and it summarizes a lot of data. So you can start to talk meaningfully about complexity and start to delve into different aspects of it and say, I want to know more about this point or that point, and actually develop some sort of diagrammatic, useful diagrammatic representation of it. So it's all about how to create a conversation so that you're talking about a similar issue, similar topic. You're coming from a shared viewpoint. On any topic, there are multiple viewpoints, as we'll see, even from a mapping perspective. And so it's always just a particular picture of the topic you're wanting to bring forward to people, but it creates a basis for conversation. And next. So why map? If you could just skip through. So this is different for different types of issues or organizations or approaches or entities. But for organizations, it's very good to have a workflow. I'll show you something here towards the end, which is called value network analysis. It's often used for organizations to understand where blockages are in organizations. But it's also good for the interorganizational issue systems, which I presume most of us here today are working with. So by an issue system, I mean, it could be food, it could be a particular geography. How do we get climate change or address transformation in climate change in a particular place? And about mental models, trying to make explicit what is so often hidden in the way we're thinking about something so that we can understand different viewpoints and ways of thinking. Go to the next, please. So when we talk about mapping, there is a long list of different approaches. This is one of 2 slides. And so you can see that we're presenting a type of way of thinking about mapping. So the core question is, why are you wanting to map? What are you wanting to understand for your mapping? And to understand that just because you've mapped something does not mean that's the mapping, it's done. There's other ways you can map it too. The one at the bottom column here is probably the best known today, social network analysis. It shows relationships between individuals and organizations. So you can start to understand where there's gaps in connections. You can start to understand where the key connection points are with who or with which organization. And the others are oriented to very different types of topics, like the concept mapping is really about the relationship between ideas. So how does the idea of transformation relate to the idea of a different type of change is something you could map. Next slide, please. So this is another selection of choices. Of course, you can have this slide deck afterwards. This has been put together with my colleague, Peter Jones at OCAD University. And I recommend that you go to that website as well to, it's on this here. If you go to OCAD Strategic Foresight, you can get some more information about different mapping methods. So just to preview, I'm going to be doing something, showing something immediately about web crawl as a way of mapping. So it's virtual reality. And I'll be doing something about the value network analysis. Next. So one of the questions is, how do we create a boundary for the work that we're doing? I find it particularly useful working in transformation is to use this concept of a transformation system. It's all of those initiatives, all of those people, all of those organizations that are working to move the existing system in a shared direction and with a transformational quality understood as what's necessary here. So this is, how do we identify those? Once you've identified them, you can then actually identify key leverage points. You can identify how to make them stronger issue systems. And it also introduces this idea, well, then we need a transformation system steward or a transformation catalyst, a core concept that we work with at Bounce Beyond. We have a journal article coming out next month on this concept of transformation catalyst. But importantly, people are stretching for how do we talk about what we're doing, and people often refer to networks. I worked for decades on network development, global action networks, and people talk about movements, which is a core piece of this too. But the transformation system transcends and incorporates both of those. So I'm urging that people use it as a way to be able to effectively grapple with these big, complex, messy systems that I call transformation systems. And next, please. So web crawl mapping is one mapping method. I use it to be able to understand a complex issue arena and identify organizations at the very beginning. You start with having maybe a dozen or so organizations in an issue arena that you can identify. Often I go to boards of directors on a particular organization to see what organizations they're associated with. And you can do sort of a snowball sampling too. But it's about trying to put your hands around the breadth of organizations that are involved. Of course, it's mapping the relationship between URLs, so websites. So it's dependent upon how sophisticated a website is. Anyone operating in the global arena these days, if they want to have any impact, of course, they have a relatively sophisticated website. So they're good to go. The more you get at local, the more you get at the level of within regions, the less valuable this method is. But it's a good way to identify organizations. Could I have the next slide? So this is something I did around 2013 using a website crawl. Each of these dots represents a website. They're color coded here just because we were having a particular meeting at this time when people with the blue dots were in the meeting, so I color coded them that way. So the size of the dot is dependent upon the number of linkages it has. That is, other websites that are saying you should go to this website to be able to get information. So when you stand back and look at it, the way this particular tool, web mapping tool, works, it groups them by affinity. So those who are have some relationships are grouped together. And I drew these lines around the groups that you could then see, which is a way of thinking of the neighborhoods and the way people are actually addressing this sustainable electricity challenge. So here, the marketers is a line around those that are looking for emphasizing market-based solutions. Enviros are those who come from an environmental imperative. Efficients are those who look at efficiency as a key question. The governors are the intergovernmental organizations largely, and the public policy bodies. Renewables are those looking at renewable as a solution, and advocates are those who are important in urging change. Those who are sort of institutes or knowledge-based, I've got at the center here is IQ. So this is just an example. Then you get to look at this type of map and make some, go further about how do these relate to each other and ask questions. Could I have next, please? So this next way of looking is what I call value network analysis. I find this very useful because it gets beyond, the way I use it, it gets beyond individuals and individual organizations and focuses upon particular roles or functions within a system. So you can think the World Bank plays many roles and functions. So I used this type of analysis when I did the sustainable energy work and looked at the World Bank in terms of its functions rather than it as an organization. So when I brought in and started introducing this work to them, they said, oh, we're doing everything. And I said, well, probably not. And if you are, you probably want to think that over again, because of course you don't have the competency to do everything. There's other organizations that are more competent to doing things. And we created a systems map out of this. So it was useful to see what functions are necessary for the system to be effective. And then you can have a discussion about how that function is being, so for example, capacity development, or a common one is around some sort of data analysis or knowledge development. And you can see that there's lots of organizations within some issue arenas that are developing knowledge, but is there an agenda for the system to develop knowledge? Are people actually talking to each other to develop a collaborative agenda for the issue system rather than just continuing to go on and do their own work regardless of how what other people are doing? So that's the type of question you can get into. So you do this through interviews, surveys. I particularly focus upon websites. You can get a lot of information at websites about what an organization sees as its role. Of course, there can be a divergence between what its purported role is and what it's doing. So interviews are useful to follow up on that. But I'll just show you three different examples of value network analysis with some work that we're doing currently on this concept of, we were asking questions about how do you finance transformation? And certainly it's relevant to the CIF. I think of the CIF as being the oldest significant financer of transformation. I think that they would agree that's a description for them. So you can think of the CIF in terms of what I'm going to be sharing. If I could have the next slide, please. So in financing transformation, the simple value network analysis is to understand that somebody's got to provide money and somebody's got to have a project to implement. And this is the mental model that is holding up the development of transformation finance, because this simple transactional model is good for what Dave Snowden would call simple situations. It's not even good for complicated situations, let alone the complex ones that are facing transformation financing. Next, please. Could I have the next slide, please? Oh dear. For some reason, the lines connecting these have not shown up on this slide. In any case, so what I did was, in this case, looked at a lot of websites and we did some interviews and said, what is the role that people are playing and seeing as necessary? We saw that the implementers and the financiers, of course, are part of this financing system, but there's a whole series of roles that are necessary for them to connect usefully. On the bottom middle left, you can see there's an advocate. Advocates are necessary in any transformation system to provide significant energy to move things along. And they're pressuring the financial system providers, like the impact investors, the government financiers, government agencies, IGOs, I include in that, and philanthropic foundation financiers. And they're saying you've got to provide funding for this. So they're ending up understanding they've got to blend their money and integrate it, because they have different objectives and different ways of thinking about it. And that money's got to be blended at a significant level, because transformation requires significant amounts of money. A small transformation initiative will be easily overwhelmed by the traditional system. And then so then that's what the financier works with, blended aggregated capital. Now, the financier does not, the implementers are putting together particular project ideas. Critical piece is the deal aggregator. So these are this is the people that put together many implementers' case. One actor that is doing this, for example, is 𝗀𝗃. They provide $500,000 for initial proposals for people to go away and put together a collective proposal and set up their proposal. So, for example, they're working on education. The education people were able to bring in the government of Bangladesh into the final deal aggregation. You have a deal breaker, you have an assessor that's got to be focused upon it, assessing things from a transformational perspective, etc. A capacity developer working in this. Could I have the next slide, please? So all of those roles, which are necessary for the system, are within this green circle here. So with transformation, you need something to be able to support the evolution of that finance system for transformation. And so we have what we call, I call an ecosystem for financing transformation steward. These are generally under-recognized in terms of their importance, and the people fumble along trying to do the work rather than recognize their importance. But this is a system organizer. They're external to what they're trying to develop. Some of my work suggests that over time, the stewards will actually fade away, because the EFT core will become a functional, self-operating, self-maintaining system, and you don't need the steward. In other places, the steward may evolve into something different. But you have other external actors, the thought leaders, researchers, capacity developers, conveners, and policymakers that I put on this particular slide. So you get to ask questions like, how is the steward doing? Is there a good stewardship function? Is the research being done on the FT core? Who's doing it? What are we missing? What should the research agenda look like? So these are all the types of questions that this type of mapping helps you with. So I hope that's helpful for you to be able to enter into the conversation about mapping.
Thank you so much, Steve, for this fascinating presentation. I'm sure that the participants will have reactions and questions. And for that, I want to open up a space. We have around 5 minutes, so you can fire your hottest questions to Steve. So feel free to use this space.
Perhaps I don't have so much a question as just compliments for this presentation. It was really great to enjoy this, and I look forward to seeing the slides more in detail. Really great, Steve. Thanks very much.
Thank you. By the way, we have something called a Next Economy's Mapping Systems Group. And if we're having a meeting tomorrow, actually, if you're wanting to join it, I'll try to get the information and put it in the chat here. And these are people coming together who want to understand more about mapping. So I can put some of that information in the chat too for you.
Thank you, Steve. I see one question from Jen, and also remember that you can also use the raise hand feature, and then I can feature you, and then you can ask, you know, through the chat and also through the video. So Jen, would you be comfortable asking your question out loud?
Or I can ask out loud, 𝗬𝗍𝗃. So that EFT model is so interesting. Have you applied it to different sectors, like forestry, energy, mobility, or was it crafted for a specific sector in mind? Thank you.
It was not. This was just completed last month, and we were researching the topic generically. If you're interested, we are forming an action learning hub around this topic of how to develop energy or these transformation systems. We have started very initial conversations, because we're working in seafood, with creating a ecosystem for financing transformation in seafood. But you're quite right that there the logic suggests that we should actually create these initiatives around different themes as well, or places.
Thanks. We have 𝗬𝗲, and then we have Neil Bird. So 𝗬𝗲.
Thanks, 𝗬𝗍𝗃, and thank you, Steve. That was really very, very interesting, and I really enjoyed the sort of mapping of the universe of different mapping, and some of the examples that you gave and the way it's being used. You know, when we started the Just Transitions work, for example, on case studies, we tried to use Kumu, and we actually, you know, began that exercise and realized how much work it might be to really get to accuracy and get to some useful sort of use cases for that work. So I had a much broader question for you. In your experience in using systems mapping, and you gave a few examples while you were presenting, but could you speak a little bit more about the way you have used it to answer specific questions? I think it'll just be helpful to hear from your experience more broadly, to spark some ideas on how we could use this work. And I asked this also, again, from the Just Transitions lens that I've been working on very closely. We keep speaking about mapping in our work, like do this mapping and do that mapping, and this will help identify and this will help make decisions. But I really wanted to learn from your experience in doing all of that work.
Thank you, 𝗬𝗲. So Steve, before you answer, would you mind if we go to Neil's question? Maybe you can tee up the questions. We have 1 more minute for answers.
Thanks very much, 𝗬𝗍𝗃, and I'll be very quick because my question sort of follows on very directly from 𝗬𝗲's, and that's to ask Steve, what influence has this mapping had, and what is the intended impact? What are you trying to achieve? Thanks.
Well, that's the core question to ask before you start mapping, because if you haven't got a good idea of how to use the output, it's not a good thing to do. But the core is that it generates a shared understanding of a system from a particular perspective. So once you understand the system, then you can talk about how particular things are happening within the system. So the examples I was giving are, how is the research being developed? Who's involved in the research? So that would lead them to doing social network analysis, including the value network analysis. You can have discussions about where things are stuck and etc. So you get to move along and understand what's missing, because some work I did, for instance, in the disaster relief arena, showed that there was a key missing agent for trying to do something that they were all thinking they were doing, and they didn't really understand before the map that they needed to work together to actually do it. So that was helpful for them.
Thank you so much, Steve. So if you have pressing questions and comments, fear not, we're gonna have the space in the following activity, which actually includes mural. I know that you have familiarized yourself with it.
So, but in any case, if you have any doubts, questions on how to move around the mural, please ask Shelby or myself. We're there. She has posted already the link to the Systems and Actors Mapping mural, which is the group that we are in. And if you click on it, it's going to direct you to a fantastic and colorful space. So what we want to do here, I'm going to give you 1 minute just so you can start popping up. I see visiting sea lion. If you can name yourself, I see Neha has already named herself, so we know who's there. Great. So we have around 23 minutes. We can work through the sections of the table in this group. And I would really like to spend the following 5 minutes on each of the columns that you're seeing here. It's important that, I mean, we're gonna have a discussion afterwards, but the main question guiding this work today is advancing practice. What would it take to advance practice and impact through the use of systems and actor mapping approaches in ways that catalyze, support, and contribute to transformational change? So this is the main question that we are discussing today. And for that, we're breaking this question into 5 columns. First off is what challenges limit this progress? What needs must be addressed to support transformational change? The second column is around strategies. What strategies and approaches are promising to use the systems and actor mapping sorry, to advance transformational change in climate action? The third one is resources. What resources, frameworks, and tools currently exist to support mapping that is relevant to transformational change and climate change? And finally, what specific opportunities do we see for developing resources, supporting experimentation, and catalyzing learning on systems and actor mapping to support transformational change in climate action? So I'm gonna give you space. I'll be quiet for around 5 minutes while you navigate these columns and you react. It's easy to use the sticky notes. You can use the ones that are there. If you want to start writing, you just double click on the sticky note and you automatically will start writing. If you want to add a new sticky note, you can just double click in an empty space within the column. Also, to move around, depends if you're having a pad or a mouse, you can just use it. In the bottom right screen corner of the screen, you can have the zoom. It is a general map of the mural. If you hit the plus, you can get closer, and well, if you hit the minus, you can see the bird-eye view of the mural.
Now, Stevie, this is writing sideways. The other sticky notes in the previous session were just doing it normal, but now it's sort of sideways. Can you see the blue box?
The blue box. Oh.
You can actually change the direction of the post-it note.
How do I do that?
So there is in the upper right corner, there is a
little toggly thing.
Yeah, yeah. And if you add, yes, you've done it.
Great.
Great. Thank you.
Another thing that I want to mention, that if you go to the top, sorry, I'm left-handed and sometimes I get confused. To the top right corner of the space, you can see some black dots. If you are reading one sticky note that somebody else wrote and you think that you agree with that point of view, you can upvote it with one of those little black dots. Great. We have around a little less than 20 minutes, so I'm compelled to start moving across the columns. So here I cannot see who wrote which sticky notes, but I'm really interested with this one that says we need to map physical and natural systems as well. And whoever wrote this, would you care to elaborate how would that look in more practical terms? I'm not sure who wrote it.
I actually wrote it, and the reason is that basically a lot of the things happening in the natural world or in physical terms in the atmosphere and in the soil and so on and in the ocean are of crucial importance to what is going to happen in the future. So you need to take that into account, and actually you need to understand how all these social actors are influencing what is happening in the natural sphere and in the physical sphere, and vice versa. So it would add a dimension. And I'm sure Steve has all kinds of mapping devices available also to do this, but so far his presentation, of course, focused quite a lot on the economic and social side, which is quite understandable. Because if you want to achieve transformational change, you need to get these actors to start acting. And it's actually these actors who are causing climate change. So, but on the other side, you need to look at what the physical systems are doing. So that was my spiel, so to say.
Thank you so much, Rob. I really love to listen how simply you put the must have or what must happen. And then you leave us to figure out how we should do it. I think it's a great prompt. So the strategies column is looking a little bit empty. But I'm gonna move for now to the resources column. It's a little bit small for me to, oh God. This is tiny. Chapter 9, Change for the Audacious, a Doer's Guide. Who wrote this, and if you want to elaborate, and I would really like to hear reactions for this one, because this is very provocative.
Oh, it's a book I wrote, and in chapter 9, there's a brief overview of 6 different methods for mapping, just to help people get into the concept.
Change for the Audacious.
Yeah. The book is called Change for the Audacious, a Doer's Guide.
I think we definitely need to be more audacious. Okay, coming back to the column on strategies. Oh, that's my timer. So if you can look around the different columns, and right now we are on the strategies one, do you see any themes that are rising? can we cluster or combine some of the thoughts or ideas in what some of the participants have written? What do you all think? Just bear in mind that I have no shame in calling people if you're not participating voluntarily. I just want to remind you to be willing or be aware that I will call your name at one point. Capacity building and engaging multiple groups' interests. So I can see one rising theme around, bringing people to the table and how to create synergies that can initiate transformational change. So I think we got discussed this in our previous session, Jen. We had a lot of fun talking about participation and inclusion and bringing people to the table. So what is your take on that?
Yeah, I was just looking at that. It really just seems to be a theme of this constant engagement, not with everyone, but with the right people. And then what does the right people look like? It keeps coming up in every way we slice and dice the challenges to transformational change.
Yeah, definitely. Does anybody wants to react to that before I start calling names? Yeah.
Yeah, no, Jen, totally support what you said. And it was, yeah, as you were saying that, I was writing, partnerships, collaborations, coordination, and maybe all mapping needs to start with a mapping of who needs to be involved in the mapping. That was one too many mappings there in that sentence. But, there's in a lot of the justice literature, they speak about recognition and not just participation and empowerment, but like the who needs to be recognized as a stakeholder in the results, and then discussions around process of the mapping itself. And so I just want to second what Jen just said, and it seems to be a recurring theme across the different columns here. It's not just in the systems, but like also in the challenges, and that's a big challenge, and that also poses the resource constraint. And Steve, as you were typing out the name of your chapter, I was writing at the bottom, looks like your work is a great starting point and great resource. So that was great. I'm very excited to read that chapter you mentioned.
Thanks, Neha. Yeah, definitely one thing that came to my mind, and I think somebody mentioned it, I think it was you actually, how to address, the mapping of the mapping systems and choosing which ones we could use according to the initiatives that we are trying to tackle. So on that note, if we move to the column of resources and frameworks, I think this is really, really relevant. How do we go about choosing mapping systems or mapping strategies? And one thing that I want to put in the table is how to adapt or make sure that these mapping systems that are already in place are actually useful when we're talking about strategies at the ground level. How do we make this connection, and how open are these systems to hear from the actual needs and interest for the stakeholders that are operating initiatives, and how flexible they are? So, I mean, I'm compelled to call Steve because you are our in-house expert in mapping, but of course, everybody else, I want to hear from Mauricio as well, who just rejoined us. So what do you think?
If I could say, I think that it would be good to, one thing about mapping I put under the strategies is always make it participatory rather than expert driven. And there's a whole range of ways that people can be involved in jointly developing the mapping. But in terms of opportunities, there's a tremendous opportunity to do something relatively simple if people want. And that's to just look at the maps in an issue arena like climate change that have already been developed, and to have discussions about them so that you can build your understanding about how to use them and how they can be influential
you, Steve. I see Neil's hand raised. Go ahead, Neil.
Yes, thanks, 𝗬𝗫𝗃. And, you know, I'm just reflecting upon what you and others have just been saying in the last minute. My experience, I think, is that this type of relationship mapping is in fact more developed, at least in sort of the development world, at the community level. And I would turn it on its head and suggest it's not, perhaps it's not as much needed at that level than at the policy level. What I don't see is this sort of tool. You know, I see this tool being used by lots of development community-based practitioners. I don't see it being used at the high policy level with regards to climate change. But that may be just my ignorance. So I'll stop there.
I doubt that it is your ignorance that you're speaking from. There is an obvious disconnection sometimes from policy making teams to understand and address how systems work. I mean, they are of course related, and I think when you are connected at the ground level, you get a little bit more sensibility to the stakeholders that are involved. Let's move to the columns opportunities. This area is fundamental because this is what actually is going to provide inputs for our work in the TCLP team moving forward with our activities and guidelines and partnership opportunities throughout 2021. I don't see it as populated. I see that people are navigating to here, and that is good. So let's explore these suggestions and sticky notes that we are seeing here. There is a huge amount of evidence on human environment interaction. We need to use this. I'm not sure who wrote this, but I would definitely like for them to elaborate on how would that look like in terms of an opportunity. Let's think about if we can name a tool to address this human environment interaction, how would that operate?
I wrote this, 𝗬𝗫𝗃, and it's actually linked to the other one, the resources on climate change of the International Energy Agency, the International Science Council, the Sussex Sustainability Research Program. These are very practical synthesis findings of research evidence on how the various sustainable development goals interact, and when these interactions are positive and when they are negative. And they are fully based on research findings. And some of them are very social, some of them are economic, some of them are on the interaction with the environment. So the ones on climate change are also there. And we should also, in this regard, not overlook the IPCC, because the IPCC has become over time a truly transdisciplinary group of scientists who use evidence from various sources to combine to develop scenarios on what we should do to transform the world. So they also have quite a number of practical suggestions and solutions. And they also face the problem, like the International Energy Agency, basically telling us we should stop emitting CO2 and we should do something about this. In the policy circles, there is a similar frustration when they, as you expressed, we cannot really do this. They are asking too much of us. But so the coalitions need to be there to support policymakers into these difficult decisions and support them going in a direction that will solve some of these crucial issues. And without these coalitions, it will not happen, because policymakers on their own are not able then to take these strong decisions.
Thank you, Rob. We have Jen and Neha. I want to encourage you to keep your comments brief because we are 4 minutes away from ending. So Jen?
Just real quick, I was part of a 𝗬𝗪 exercise, social network analysis on renewable energies. It's a global meta-evaluation, and my focus is Mexico and Brazil. And it was so fascinating. We did the web search and exactly what Stephen was saying, we used the board membership as a way of looking at what would be underlying networks and connections. And we found some real interesting overlaps and gave those back to the grantees of the main international foundation. And it was the grantee level at the national level that action was picked up from the social network, not at the more global funder level. And I found that really interesting. For the funder, it was more of an intellectual exercise, where at the national level, they could see how the findings could be, action could be taken against those. And I just found that that was interesting. That's it.
Thanks, Jen. Neha?
Yeah, we don't have that much time, but I actually raised my hand when I wanted to react to something that Neil said about, mapping and CBOs and I think that's a really, really important point. And I think the opportunity that it presents is something that we've learned very predominantly in CIF investments, and there've been a huge success when we've combined climate investments with technical assistance for long-term planning, for collaboration, coordination, and mapping. So I just wanted to present that as an opportunity, building on what Neil was sharing.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Neha. So I believe, Steve, you have an announcement to make.
Just for the meeting tomorrow, I realized I put in some erroneous information in the chat. It's tomorrow, not Friday. I wrote Friday the 27th. It should be tomorrow the 27th, Thursday the 27th. And the link, you can just join at 11. The link is posted in the chat at 11:40 on the chat. And you can just join tomorrow. Fine.
Thanks, Steve. And while we have you spotlighted, you heard the discussion, and I think you could provide a few reactions to the discussion, to the ideas and insights on how to move forward systems and actor mapping to support transformational change. I know, of course, 1 minute is not enough, but what do you think?
Well, it's difficult. People are dealing with complex arenas, so it's the time to bring it up is when people are feeling overwhelmed by complexity, or the lack of relationships. I think what Nia said about dealing with just transitions is a great example. You can't quite see the relationships because they're emerging in a form that people don't think about them like that. And because we have our old mental models about the old way the world worked, and to be able to see the emergence of the new is the critical piece of transformation, and that can be very inspiring for people.
What a great thought. It's a little bit like saying help is available when you least see it, but when you most need it, you just need the tools to find out or reach out and see who's there doing something that is similar to yours. What a great thought. Very, very poetic, or I don't know if I made it poetic. So I just want to thank everybody for your ideas. We are about 20 seconds to be kicked out of this meeting. I'm not sure if we're going to be kicked out, Shelby, or we are going to leave the room and move to the plenary. I think we have to leave the room, right, Shelby?
I think that we're going to be kicked out. Okay. Here we go. This is the option.
Okay.
So yeah, we can all just choose leave breakout room.
Yeah, just choose leave, and then we are going to see each other in the main room. Thank you so much, everyone, for these great, great insights.
Thanks, 𝗬𝗫𝘃. Thanks, everyone. See you in the plenary.
So what I'm really looking forward to is some sense of some of the sort of key opportunities that were identified in some of the other groups. So just as we come together, perhaps the facilitators from each group could share just kind of sort of 2-minute thoughts on what you saw as some of the key opportunities to move forward to advance the practice in this area, or in the area that you were discussing. So yeah, I'm going to just kind of work around the various facilitators. Maybe start with Jess, and then 𝗬𝗃𝗂, Joe, Colleen, and then Regan. So in that order, just so everybody's got a bit of a heads up on what's heading at them. So yeah, Jess, just a thought of some of those sort of key opportunities coming out of your session.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. We had a really interesting and rich discussion that we all wished we had a little bit more time for. A couple of takeaways that came to the top for us. I think one was around the importance of the financial sector and its systemic inequities. That relates to just transition and long-term planning, and it's really critical for all of the sectors that climate change touches. Another insight was around the importance of long-term planning to really see the linkages between and to integrate both, low emissions and resilient considerations. So not to be separate, but really to be very integrated. And another was around sort of the opportunity for collaboration and cross-sharing across communities. This idea that countries should drive their own long-term strategies and their own long-term planning. There are a lot of actors in this space. So how do we support countries to come up with a country-led vision that development partners can align behind, from philanthropy organizations to MDBs to bilateral donors. I think I'll leave it there and pass on to the next. Thanks.
Super, thanks, Jess. And yeah, I think that this notion of collaboration also kind of surfaced in some of the other discussions. So I'm sure we'll come back to it. Right, 𝗬𝗃𝗂, you're up next. Maybe just let everybody know which was your focus area, and then we'll take it there.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I was facilitating the systems and actors mapping group. And it was quite interesting. Steve's presentation gave us a lot of food for thought. And one of the main takeouts that we were discussing is within these mapping opportunities, perhaps we should have a mapping of mapping systems and be aware of which ones would work better for the particular initiative that we are working with. We thought that it was important to understand the systems and allow all stakeholders to understand the systems to make them available for everyone. Another thought that raised and was quite highly supported was that sometimes this understanding of actors and systems has to come at the policy level, policy making level, because sometimes it is better understood at the ground level with local stakeholders, but then for bigger impacts to achieve policy making level, these are the teams that need to understand it. Another thought was, how to promote and deal with the human environment interaction, how to use this evidence into the building of further initiatives. There were some opportunities for partnerships such as the transformation systems mapping and analysis working group. And one thing that I want to highlight, Steve, because I am truly a romantic and I love the way that you put it. Sometimes when we are dealing with complex arenas, that's the particular moment when we need to reach out to other actors, even if we are not seeing them because we are in the middle of the situation. So when we least see our networks, it is the right moment to reach out to them. So I think that was so beautifully put, and I think I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, 𝗬𝗃𝗂. And we'll move over to Joe and the team.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Again, we were looking at integration of transformational change across the project cycle, and
probably a lot of similar discussions and points as in the other breakout groups. You know, it really came through in the needs, challenges discussion around kind of a lack of long-term planning and thinking. So decarbonization strategies and sector-wide planning approaches that are inclusive and you know, long-term in nature. And I think, and then that translated through to the strategies and resources that there are approaches, tools available for that. It's just putting the right incentives and mechanisms in place to making it happen in country, and a lot of institutional and political will to really make that happen. I think we also talked about the need for non-traditional M&E and going beyond sort of what's required to pushing the envelope a little bit in terms of filling in some of the gaps that the more traditional M&E approaches would normally report on. And then on, you know, capacity building and awareness, that again, these, in some ways there's almost too much information or tools or possible approaches out there, but it's building up the awareness and the capacity of some of key practitioners to be able to utilize what's there and take it forward in different ways, especially at the local level. So I'll stop there.
Great, thank you, Joe. Great sounding session. And then moving on to Colleen with evaluation work.
Great, thank you. We had a really rich and informative discussion about innovative approaches to evaluation research. And I think our key takeaway is that if we want to evaluate transformational change, we also need to transform evaluation practice so that it tackles the big picture questions much more squarely than is typical in most program evaluations. That is going to involve widening the scope of who is involved in evaluation, what partners, what people, what skill sets. And when we say broaden the scope, that also broadens beyond the evaluation research specialists, but rather a more inclusive approach to evaluation actors. Secondly, what are the questions being asked in the evaluations and how they are structured to address them? We embrace diverse and creative evaluation methodologies, and there are strong trends towards greater acceptance of those and so forth. At the same time, there was a bit of pushback on let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. Yes, qualitative approaches can broaden our thinking, but we still need our numbers for certain things and in certain cases. So let's apply and select methods and methodologies selectively and appropriately rather than simply, well, what's the trend of the moment? And then finally, broader embracing of evaluations as applied research and harnessing evaluation research towards informing evidence-based policy and praxis well beyond the immediate questions of, is this program doing a good job and should we continue funding? That would involve funding and financing evaluation research itself to, in addition to the traditional evaluation report, also funding a journal article or a conference paper or something using the exact same data, but delivered at a wider and more general audience.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Colleen. Sounds like rich discussion in there. And then a group that also touched on actually evaluation and reporting and learning, the last group, Regan, on the learning and capacity development.
Yes, exactly. So I facilitated the session on building capacity, and we really talked about the need for cooperative governance and cooperative processes for learning, and that we need to confront the tensions and contradictions that exist in the systems that we're working in. so that we can have that transformative learning to move forward. We discussed how, we are, as humans, not very good at cooperating sometimes. And so thinking about what the incentive structures are that are preventing that cooperation and instead pushing us into a more competitive mindset. And so I think one way of transforming our learning is to kind of challenge that narrative of competition to move into a more cooperative and collaborative space. And to really focus on process and bringing people in. I'll leave it there. There was much more that we discussed, but I know we want to move on.
Super, Regan, thank you. And a huge thank you to all of the various people who contributed their thoughts into the beginning of that session. And then, of course, all of the participants who engaged with those thoughts, shared their own ideas. And in that way, I think, in Regan's terms, collaboratively built the kind of picture that we'll continue to work with. Before we come off this session, I'm very keen, and I know that there are lots of people sitting with lots of thoughts after that session, and we'd like to use something called a chatterfall, just a chance for everybody to kind of download some of those ideas that are currently in your head into the chat function, the normal chat function of Zoom. And really just answer this question: what do you consider priorities for the TCLP to advance transformational change in the climate finance community? So what are the things that the TCLP need to focus on, or could focus on, to really enhance transformational change and to support the work of the climate finance community and their partners to really support transformational change? So that's the question. We're going to take sort of 8 to 10 minutes just to write those. You can write one and then start another and start another. If you happen to see one that you really like, just put a plus and the person's name that you see it, so that we can track up that one had some support. But I think they're going to be going in so fast, they'll move faster than you can see them, and certainly faster than you can track them. So yeah. 8 to 10 minutes of just writing in your thoughts around the work that TCLP could advance. Thank you.
Is it okay to say something or ask a question? Okay. Because a lot of the comments are about things that this group is trying to do, or has been trying to do, and is continuing to try to do, like making the concepts more accessible, creating guidance and toolkit type things, case studies. And I think those are all right on point. I just want to reflect that like this is hard stuff. It's really hard stuff. So those of us, everyone here who've been in the trenches on this for a while, I think reflecting on the demand for that and how the demand is sort of insatiable and not met is a good thing to think about going forward. Like, what does that mean? And how much can the TCLP itself practically do given the demand?
Yeah, thanks very much, Anna, for those thoughts. And I do think that that part of what we've been trying to set up a little bit with the various participants in particularly in session 4 is to recognize that there are many people working in these different areas: long-term planning or evaluation or capacity development, project design. And that there are real opportunities to both work collaboratively in a space like the Transformational Change Learning Partnership, and then to work away in the spaces that many people already inhabit and are doing so much in. So, for example, a kind of emergent focus around evaluation and transformation, and how that work may continue to develop and at times come together with the TCLP and at times work away from it. And I think that we need to find ways of supporting those kinds of work together, work away, in order to meet, as you say, this kind of insatiable demand across many different ways of working and sectors of working. And the TCLP offers, I think, a very special place, as you'll know, Anna, having built up so much of it, to bring people in and to create a shared collaborative space that, I suppose, affirms and regenerates our energy, and then we move back out again. So yeah, and of course bring the energy from other areas as well. So yeah, thank you for that comment. I see that there are still lots going into the chat pool. Please feel free to keep going and sharing ideas in there. We did want to start moving towards wrapping up, and also just share some information about how some of this work could be taken forward and how we could meet up in Gather to take some of the conversations forward there as well. I did want to just ask Joe whether he had any sort of closing remarks for this workshop, and then I will wrap up beyond that. So Joe, just any sort of off the cuff thoughts and closing comments.
Sure. No, look, I'm kind of humbled by the workshop itself and the last few sessions, and especially this Chatterfall is amazing. I'm kind of mesmerized by watching it, and it just underscores what a powerful group this is and a powerful initiative. And so, you know, I think we're starting to turn a corner, perhaps, in really thinking about how to operationalize this concept or these sets of concepts into work in different ways, and it's going to take a collective movement to get there. You know, the challenges are immense. We all know that, and so just want to encourage everyone here to sort of renewed energy and optimism and boldness, acting our way into transformational change as best we can within our different networks. In terms of the TCLP, again, it's been a while since we had an in-depth workshop like this. It's a little different to do it virtually. I do miss exchanging with people in person, but in some ways we were able to broaden and maybe reach people who we wouldn't have in other ways, and change up the format. So I just thank you for bringing all of your energy and proactivity and thinking and spirit into these couple of days. And your patience with the different virtual technologies that were tried out as well. I do hope as many of you can go to Gather as possible. It would be nice to have a little bit of more social time. And I just want to also end by really thanking the facilitation team, the expanded kind of Ross TCLP facilitation team that just did an amazing job with all of this, as well as the SIF team. Very well done, very grateful and thankful in what was not an easy task to pull off. Yeah, and you know, Mike, I know you'll talk a little more about next steps, but I just want to encourage everyone to engage, and I like this idea of, you know, work within the TCLP as much as we can, and let's see what we can do together through this initiative, and work away in your own networks as well, catalyzing that, and we're happy to help be a part of those wherever it makes sense. So just a great workshop, great connecting with everyone. Back over to you, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Joe, and also left with this kind of overwhelming impression of such a rich, really 8 hours together. It has been amazing. It feels like a week ago that we started off with a session of kind of key institutions, thinking through a little bit about why transformational change is so significant as we look at complexity and complex systems, the recognition that we're not exactly sure where we need to transform to, but that we need to build much stronger and more rapid processes to achieve the kinds of change that we need in terms of climate change, but also much more broadly in the way that we live on this planet, the way we treat the planet, the way we treat other societies and people in society, and the way that we use our economies to distribute resources. And so these big kind of transformational moments across many different systems was absolutely key. And then the kind of how we're starting to understand transformational change, and a sharing of frameworks and models, reaching towards the concepts that we need to have this discussion and to take it forward, and to start to then think through where are we seeing examples of this and how do we operationalize it better. What can we see in the examples? How can we use the frameworks to better articulate the kinds of transformational change that we see happening in the different case studies that were shared? And then out of that, of course, the various possibilities across different areas of work. So first of all, raising big questions, and then starting to say, with those big questions, how do we achieve some answers in spaces like long-term planning, in project design, in evaluation work, in all of the various, I suppose, sectors of work that we are engaged in. And so with all of this, we will pull together a kind of summary, and particularly coming out of this session 4, start to have a look at how does this help us as the TCLP orientate our work towards operationalizing some of the transformational change processes and ideas that have been developing. What will it take really to achieve transformational change? And so we'll start to summarize that, share it out. We've got a meeting with the steering committee tomorrow that will think through some of the key areas that the TCLP is capable of picking up, others where we'll need to form partnerships, and we will keep reaching out, sharing those ideas and building the partnerships. So a big thank you to everybody that's been involved in that process of both identifying kind of where we need to go and then building the partnerships to support those processes. So that's a little bit where we are. We'll of course pick up on all of the stuff in the chat over the last couple of days. We haven't been able to respond to it all, but there is so much richness in there that we'll pull into those summaries. There were a lot of comments that went into Slido, and we will use those as well to inform a kind of shaping of the way forward. So a huge amount that you've all contributed. We look forward to working with both what you've contributed here and with yourselves in the kind of time to come. So yeah, so a big thanks for all of that. And then just to say that there is this opportunity to meet in 𝗬𝗲 and continue some of the conversations. And maybe if I just give a little bit more of a sense of what 𝗬𝗲 looks like, it might entice some more people in there. It's a great virtual space. You come in with a little avatar that you can dress up in any way you like. Move into this virtual space that the Ross team have created. Melissa, if you move to the next slide. And then, yeah, so there's your chance. Give yourself a name once you're in there. Choose your avatar, choose your clothing, really customize yourself, and then allow the use of the camera and the mic, and join in, and it'll take you into this large virtual space. Can we move to the next slide? And in this virtual space, there are help desks, so you can wander up to the help desk, get a bit of a hand on what's happening and where things are. There will also be sort of thematic spaces if you want to go in and chat a little bit more about some of the areas that have been covered during the workshop. You can position yourself there, and hopefully somebody will come and join you and chat about that particular topic. And you, in order to move around to the different rooms, just use your arrow keys on your keyboard. And then the next slide, I think, shows just how to unmute and mute the mic, also to keep your camera on. People will be able to see you. And as you get close to people, they will see you, you'll be able to chat. When you're far away, you might hear a vague voice or not at all. And there are different spaces. So if you sit down at a table, only people around the table can hear you. If you sit down at 2 chairs or 3 chairs, the same again, just that sort of more intimate group can chat, or in the bigger rooms, you can chat. Yeah, so that's the instructions for 𝗬𝗲 or 𝗬𝗲 Town, and there is a link in the chat. So click on the link and we'll move through there. I think with that, unless there's anything else from the broader team, just to pick up on? Tim, anything from your side? Otherwise,
no, this has just been a pleasure, and thank you all for participating so actively throughout. We're really excited to carry this all forward, and hope you'll join us and gather for a little bit of relaxed conversation.
Super. Tim, and as Joe said, to you and the Ross strategic team, just a massive thanks for being prepared to experiment and to work so fast as we learn our way into some of this virtual workshop space. So thank you again, and look very forward to seeing everybody in GatherTown and carrying on the conversations either there or through the work that we do. So thank you all very much.
And a final thanks to the translation team, who's enabled diverse participation throughout the 2 days.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thanks. Bye.
Cheers all.
Thanks, everyone. See you soon.